If you were to guess, where would you expect it to have gone? Shrugging, Mathers began. I have no idea. Without a storage device or a... Wait. You can't possibly think Lord Walker incorporated all that anima into himself, can you?
That's impossible. Not only would that kill him, but it would rend his soul into tatters. I've read 3 separate reports by people who were watching him reincorporating himself into existence, and there was absolutely no evidence of divinity or planar connections outside our own. There has to be another explanation. There has to be. Jennings frowned, asking, And what of Lord Walker's claims that he overwhelmed the identities of the kobolds he'd absorbed? Mathers replied quickly. Soul filtering could be what he was trying to describe. That's a perfectly reasonable explanation for his soul's survival. He likely just doesn't have the requisite knowledge to explain himself. You said it yourself. He's gained a few levels from the experience. Liches and wraiths have been known to accomplish similar feats. Jennings responded tentatively. That's what I thought too, at first. But consider this. How much essence must he have filtered, and how much he must have absorbed if he did? Mathers, catching on to what Jennings was hinting at, replied, You're right. If he actually had absorbed all that filtered essence, his identity would have been compromised regardless, which makes it even more unlikely for any anima to have been involved. Seeing as Jennings was still deep in thought, Mathers went on. Theoretically, if he had absorbed that much anima, and if he had managed to overcome its inherent identity, then he would have accumulated more than enough essence to ascend, which didn't happen. Jennings, satisfied that the conversation has gotten to the point he'd initially intended it to, asked, But what if it did? Mathers, confused, replied, What do you mean? Jennings, his expression somewhere between fearful and grim, replied, Consider this. We know that Lord Walker's physical form perished. We know that a great deal of identities were stripped from the area around the other side of the portal. If we can logically assume that what was stripped was actually anima, and not just willfully imparted meaning, then we can reasonably assume that it had to have gone somewhere. So if the identities Lord Walker claims he incorporated into his center were actually fully realized animas, then theoretically, his soul could have conceivably become powerful enough to ascend. Then, if we accept that as a possibility, what if Lord Walker's current manifestation on our plane of existence is not what we think it is, and is instead the temporary and semi-divine shell which extends into our plane of existence from the one where his soul resides? Looking at Jennings like he were crazy, Mathers stated unamusedly, You're proposing he's a god now. Wincing, Jennings replied, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that we've always accepted that his soul is unique and that it doesn't react to discorporation like ours do. I'm simply asking if you think it might be possible that his soul isn't completely contained within this plane of existence. And if it weren't, would it be possible to think of him like a divine manifestation? Opening his mouth to immediately reply in the negative, Mathers hesitated. Closing his mouth with a grimace, it was obvious that he was beginning to consider what Jennings was getting at. After a few moments, Mathers said, If that were true, and that's a big if, then what would it mean for him to have so many people following his teachings? Confused, Jennings replied, What teachings? You mean the wackos and that adventuring nonsense? Mathers shook his head, saying, Not just them, but everyone who's been watching him through scrying. You should be aware of the growing number of people who've been treating him as some sort of guru, or as an example to follow. Looking at it from the perspective of divinity, we've seen evidence of similar situations occurring in the past. Roland the Indomitable, Jessica the Chaste, Oscar the Unwavering. People like these have risen to godhood after their ascensions. Their stories were spread, and their supporters connected themselves to their legends. I'm just wondering if what you're suggesting actually happened, and Lord Walker forcefully ascended himself before managing to hold on to our plane and rebuild himself a body, then what does that mean for all the faith he could theoretically be harvesting from the people who are actively following his teachings? Shocked at the thought of something like that happening, Jennings replied, I don't know. Faith is just an expression of anima which has been processed by sentient beings growing their center along similarly harmonic paths.
Are you suggesting that he may be able to form faith bonds with his followers? Or that he could perform miracles? Do you think he might be growing his divine plane while still being physically here? On this plane? Throwing up his hands, Mathers replied, I don't know. This is your hells be damned theory. How am I supposed to know? Calming down, Jennings replied, You're right. All of this is conjecture. Not only that, it's thoroughly unsubstantiated conjecture. Even considering the idea of that young man being a divine being is ridiculous. Gods can't manifest themselves on this plane of existence. Therefore, logically, he cannot be a god. The question of where all that anima went just confused the issue. Let's just stick to facts and try to figure this out. Nodding in agreement, Mathers replied, All right, let's start from the beginning. When you first tested for essence density, did you take into account not wanting to participate in the conversations occurring all around him anymore? Nero kept his head down and instead spent his time deep in thought. With all the talking he'd been subjected to, he hadn't had a lot of time to process everything. Not to mention the threat of looming events that were beginning to weigh him down. While he and the others were making their way through the tunnels, Nero couldn't help but notice that their descent through the mountain was once again drastically slower than it had been on their way up. The route they were choosing to take was winding to the point where he found himself questioning what the people at the front of the formation were thinking. While he knew he could just join the command channel and ask them what in the hell they were thinking, he didn't want to get drawn into an argument. It was the army dictating their path, and Nero could only assume there was a reason for their stupidity. Maybe they really are steering us away from the kobolds, he thought to himself with a shrug. Rather than dwell on it, he thought it best just to take the opportunity to mentally review recent events and take an emotional inventory. That seemed like something he should do, right? With a quick check of his identity, he saw that he hadn't had all that much growth. Barely any, in fact. However, he also could tell that wasn't the whole story. Since learning more about souls and leveling, he'd been increasingly discovering that there was a great deal about himself that his identity didn't tell him. Turning his gaze inward, he was able to see that his center had changed. It had become denser, stronger, more substantial. It felt like he was more anchored to the world. And he could also tell that the process was still progressing. He felt like his identity was describing what he would become, rather than what he was. It was just a feeling, but he felt like he was growing into his stats slowly over time, with every minute making him more. Everything about him seemed to be improving, but in ways that were difficult to describe. First, his freakishly quick progress in wrangling his improved mentality. Then, his slowly improving senses of the ether around him. His ability to sense and understand essence fields was growing faster than ever. While looking objectively at his progress over the past few weeks, he could clearly see that his progress had improved in small, incremental leaps. If he weren't looking for the pattern, he wouldn't have noticed it. But it was clear that this most recent leap forward was more drastic than any he'd had before. After taking a moment to make sure no one was paying attention to him, Nero decided to try something new. Similar to how we'd done it before, he tried to split his attention in two. It was almost the reverse of how he'd forced his attention into one unified direction. To him, It felt like consciously choosing to do two entirely different tasks with each of his hands, but with his mind. When he was relatively sure that he'd gotten a handle on it, he allowed half his mind to turn away from what he was doing. One part of his mind was now watching his steps, taking charge of his body, and following along with the formation. Meanwhile, the other part of his mind was sinking into his inner world. The sensation was odd, to say the least. What was even more odd was how easily he was able to switch his attention between them. He felt like both aspects of his mind were him, but the central core of his being could only invest itself into one of them.
The most disconcerting thing about what he was doing was what it felt like when he returned his attention back to the real world while leaving part of his mentality in his inner world. It felt like he'd lost something important. There wasn't so much a sense of danger or anything, but more like he'd left his house without remembering to turn off the TV. Returning to the part of his mind in the inner world, he was met with the few seconds of memories that he'd somehow ignored. It seemed that whatever happened in his inner world was separate from the real one. However, contradictorily, when his attention was inside, he could still follow what was happening outside with his body. It was almost like his inner world was separate from reality. Which, of course, made sense because it was a manifestation of his consciousness and not a real place. Still, he found it weird. So he made another mental reminder to try and track down a book or two covering the topic of inner worlds. Up until now, he hadn't found much information on them, but he figured that was more due to Dorchester's limited library than because of anything else. I need to remember to ask Jennings about it. Again. And this time, listen to him, he reminded himself, before returning to what he'd been attempting to do in the first place. Now firmly keeping his attention on his inner world, Nero took a good look around at the changes. Since he'd first discovered this place, it had slowly become more real and flushed out. It was like an idea that was slowly being given form, only now becoming a true imitation of life. He could feel a breeze on his face, along with the smells of the forest that came along with it. The uniform stones under his feet that made up his increasingly wide path were now becoming more unique. Each one seemed less like a pasted copy and more like they were actually there. He could even see small blades of grass forcing their way up in between them. Even the mountain in the distance was beginning to look less idealized and more like a real mountain. There was an increasingly strong sense of solidity to the world that hadn't been there before. Although it wasn't the first time he'd thought about doing it, Nero had a weird urge to step off the path and explore the forest. There used to just be a sense that adventure was waiting for him out there, but now it felt like he might actually find something there. Muttering to himself while shaking his head in amusement, Nero said, "I'm either buying into this bullshit cliché on a spiritual level, or I'm losing my mind." Glancing over his shoulder, Nero expected to see what he remembered from the last time he'd done so. He recalled that there had been nothing, just the beginning of his path and the representation of what he'd assumed had been the plains he'd arrived through. But now, he opened his eyes in shock at the sight of a path leading back through more woods. Gone was the end of his inner world, and in its place, a 360-degree view of the forest. If he didn't know better, then he would have thought the world around him was real. All at once, it felt like reality was pushing down on him, demanding that he accept it as an uncompromising truth. Shivering at the feeling of the spiritual metaphor becoming too real, Nero immediately turned away, returning his attention to the path under his feet. Thankfully, the little clouds of memories and experiences he hadn't absorbed from recent events were still floating around him. Their presence acted like an anchor, helping him remember that none of this was real, and it was all in his head.
or soul, or whatever. His initial intention had been to see if he could use this new ability of his to incorporate memories and level while he was still doing stuff in the real world. It had been an off-the-cuff idea that would possibly save him from having to meditate, but now he'd lost the desire to see if his idea had merit. Instead, he decided to return to the real world, putting off dealing with those memories and experiences for later. Mentally returning his attention to the part of his mind currently in charge of his body, Nero yanked the other half back out of his inner world, promising himself that everything was fine. Okay, so that's another thing on the list for future Nero to deal with, he thought to himself, now shivering for real. Next to him, he heard Merrick ask, "Is everything all right, my lord?" Shaking off the creepiness of having been forced to question his reality, Nero replied quickly, "Yeah, I'm good. Just thinking." "Oh? Do you think it's possible?" he asked. Nero was about to reply that he hadn't been listening when the memory of having heard them talking pushed its way into the front of his mind. Peter had been wondering if the kobolds had been in the mountain long enough to affect the identity of this place. If they had been, then apparently it would become a possibility for them to randomly spawn into existence like beasts. I guess splitting my mind like that is an even better autopilot than I thought it was, Nero thought to himself with a smile. Considering the question Merrick had asked him, Nero replied, "I have no idea how any of that works. I mean, I get the concept, but it just seems too crazy to me. Reading books about this stuff is like listening to Eastern mysticism on acid. Seriously, the fact that the world remembers isn't a slogan and is instead a real thing blows my mind. I mean, think about it. What if I open an ice cream shop, but then never bother to stock the place? Will ice cream magically appear in the freezer? How the hell is that supposed to work?" Merrick looked confused and also angry for some reason. His tone firm, he replied, "No, my lord. That is not at all the same thing." Nero, returning his glare with a blank stare, replied, "Uh-huh, obviously." Muttering under his breath, Nero added in a whisper, "When I eventually end up meeting the god or gods who designed this clusterfuck, I really am gonna for sure ask to see their manager. I'm not joking. Someone needs to be held responsible for this." Chapter 303. Safe and Sound. Natalie Keening was beginning to realize that she wasn't as in control of the situation as she thought she was. After the ambush by the kobolds, when the fighting began to die down, she'd taken the opportunity to reconnect with the Thought Hub. With her status merited a relay connection to the city through the Battle Hub, she'd been able to finally upload everything she had been preparing. Up until now, she'd been relying on a communications orb, severely limiting what she could do. The first thing she'd done when back in range was upload the numerous interviews she'd performed after the battle for the portal, supplementing and reinforcing the few she'd already sent out. Then there were the multiple memory engrams of the battle she'd collected, which had already been arranged and edited. They were sent out next. But her content wasn't just interviews. Included among her uploads was a comprehensive overview of House Walker's daring decision to take the mission, their harrowing journey, and the awe-inspiring finale. Altogether, it was hours and hours of content that hit the Thought Hub like a meteor, spreading its content across the city. Suffice it to say, she'd been busy. So busy, in fact, that she hadn't been participating in the decision-making process of the battle. She'd even temporarily relieved herself of her duty, focusing entirely on her efforts to get her message out. The original idea she'd had was to follow Lord Walker's hints, intent on setting a new standard for how a noble house, like House Walker, interacted with the common citizenry. He'd once referred to her position as a PR director. When she asked him at the time to clarify what he'd meant by PR, he'd explained his views on public relations, although he hadn't gone into much detail, What little he'd said had been eye-opening. Noble houses, large businesses, guilds, even the center and the government, they all typically confined their information dissemination duties to strict structures and policies. While one could argue that they were shaping public opinion, no one would consider that to be their primary purpose. What they were supposed to be doing was clarifying the truth of whatever matter was being talked about throughout the city. By law, no official organization could report anything but the absolute, verifiable truth. So, propaganda of any kind was typically considered pointless. If one wanted to be seen as a trustworthy organization, then they had to do trustworthy acts, reporting and alerting the public as to what they'd done for them. Opinions and agendas were things that private citizens could present through their own Thought Hub interactions. Popular presenters were seen as unbiased information gatherers, becoming trustworthy and knowledgeable figures in the city's shared consciousness. However, Lord Walker seemed to look at her job as something different. The way he had talked about public relations had opened Natalie's eyes to an entirely different way of looking at her duty. When she'd chosen to take up the position, she'd done it because she'd wanted everyone to know what kind of lord she was serving. His beliefs were simple but profound, and she hadn't wanted anyone to misunderstand him. But now she'd begun to take that a step further. Much like a missionary, she had begun to spread his message proactively. What she hadn't accounted for was the response. "You asked for me?" She heard a voice call out from her left. Turning her head and minimizing her focus to her link, she saw Mike Herring looking at her with a nervous look on his face. "Yes, I did," she replied, while sending him several files over her link through the Battle Hub. She wasn't sure if he had access to the Thought Hub, as his position likely didn't merit it, but she needed him to understand what was happening back in the city. "Take a look at this and tell me what you think," she said. Watching his eyes glaze over, she waited for him to go through the pings she'd sent him. Widening his eyes in shock, he refocused on her and asked, "Is this for real?" With a sour look on her face, she nodded. Then what should I do? I mean, is this what's best for House Walker?" he asked. Unsure herself, she replied, "I don't know." "What you're looking at is something I've never seen before." Interrupting her, Mike said, "I don't think anyone has." Ignoring him, she continued, "Thousands of people sent personal messages, congratulating House Walker on its success, thanking us for saving them, and professing their support if we ever need them. The reason I'm bringing this to you is that more than half of those people who'd contacted us mentioned you specifically." Curious and surprised, Mike replied, "Me? Why? I mean, how? Is this about that interview you had me do?" Smirking, she replied, "Yes, it's about the interview. Or more specifically, your story. Your legend." Not understanding, he began to slow down as he became lost in thought, uttering under his breath, "My legend?" Nodding, she patted him on the shoulder to ensure he kept pace with her. "Yes, your legend. That's the best way to describe how they're treating you. It's your story. You were directed by powerful and corrupt forces to seek out and assassinate the very Lord you now serve. In a way, your service is inspiring. Why do you think you were appointed the head of the Reformed Criminal Division of our forces?" Awkwardly shifting the straps on his armor, Mike replied, "No, I get that. It's not like I don't understand that I've become something of a symbol for the group. But I don't see how anyone outside of the wackos would even care." Shaking her head, Natalie replied, "You've become a symbol of redemption. The path you were on was headed toward death and shame, but through your service to Lord Walker, you've saved the city." Flinching at her tone, he replied, "I barely did anything. It was Lord Walker who closed the portal, saving all of us." Unable to stop herself from smiling, she replied, "Yes, it was. But you were there. You witnessed it, participated in the battle, Put your life on the line for something greater than yourself.
Comparing who you are now with who you were just weeks ago, your path is completely different.
That kind of story resonates with people.
Mike replied quickly.
It's not just me, though. Everyone has a similar story. None of us were anything special until we became wackos.
Sighing in understanding, she said,
That's true. And now people are noticing. Hundreds of applications have been received from people wanting to change their paths. And above every other wacko, they're looking to you as their example.
Seeing as Mike was unable to come up with a reply, she continued,
If House Walker were a church, and being a wacko was a calling, then you would be considered the first convert. A prophet of adventure, if you will.
Gulping, Mike asked in a quiet voice,
What do you need me to do?
When they finally arrived at their destination, Nero was looking forward to a few hours of rest before eventually returning to the city proper. But from the moment the front of the formation began exiting the tunnel, he'd already begun to hear the cheers echoing from the chamber ahead of them. It had sounded like there was an entire stadium of fans eagerly awaiting their chance to see him and his wackos take the field. Noting the equally confused looks on the people around him, Nero hadn't been able to do anything other than wait patiently until he could see with his own eyes what was going on. By the time his section of the formation finally left the tunnel, his jaw had dropped at the sheer number of people he could see waiting for them. There must have been thousands. Much like the area they'd departed from when they'd begun their journey into the upper levels, the chamber in front of him was multi-tiered, with exits heading off in multiple directions. Over 10 levels high, each ringed platform was packed with people cheering and waving down at them. Nero couldn't understand it.
Based on what they were wearing, they were all soldiers, but they were acting like fans at a European football game.
He would have likened them to American football fans, but other than a few college teams during their bowl games, he couldn't remember ever seeing stadiums acting anything like this. Since the noise was too overpowering for anyone else to hear him, Nero shouted to himself, "What in the hell is happening?" Before he knew it, he was being lifted up by some wackos and presented as an offering to the crowd. Rather than simply throwing him up on someone's shoulders, they'd instead decided to lift an entire wagon bed with him atop it, serving as an impromptu platform so that everyone could get a good look at him. From his new height, he could see that the entire chamber was packed shoulder to shoulder, with multiple soldiers even choosing to stand on top of the stone buildings they'd set up in order to get a better vantage point.
If the sight alone wasn't enough to shake him, then the feeling of hope, satisfaction, and revelry in the ether truly was. Nero felt like his entire being was being judged, and in an unanimous decision, they wholly and completely had come to the agreement that he was awesome. Alone on top of the wagon, Nero slowly stood up to his full height, squaring his shoulders and basking in the attention. While he wouldn't normally be so comfortable with how many people were staring at him, the combined weight of the acceptance he was feeling was messing with his emotions. It felt like he was being swaddled in a warm blanket, given a cup of hot cocoa with marshmallows, and offered a soothing bedtime story by the mother of all mother figures. It was a heady feeling, and it was making him somewhat giddy. Spreading out his arms as if he were basking in the sun, he tilted his head back and closed his eyes. The resulting cheers from seeing him acknowledging them in his own unique way were enough to make the essence around him vibrate. He honestly had no idea how long the cheering ended up lasting, but it did eventually die down. And even better, at no point in time did anyone demand a speech from him or ask him to do anything other than wave. Likely due to the fact that they were all soldiers, when the cheering ended, most of the attendants left for the tunnels. He almost pitied the kobolds that would eventually run into them. From how strongly their essence fields were projecting their emotions, Nero could tell that they were hyped up and looking forward to some fighting. When he was eventually put down, he was collected by a few team leaders and taken to the command tent. Or at least that's what they were calling it. It was more of a stone building they'd raised up in the middle of the cavern, which was then surrounded by spell cannon emplacements and barricades.
Calling it a fortress would be more appropriate than anything else. Keeping his voice quiet, Nero asked the soldier who was leading them through the checkpoints, "Why do you call it a command tent? It's not a tent?" Shrugging, the soldier replied, "It's a temporary structure that houses our commanders. Usually it's a tent, but since we've had the opportunity, we've improved it." Choosing not to argue with the man, Nero allowed him his utterly logical stupidity. By this time, he'd gotten used to the fact that everyone in this city had embraced their unimagination as a uniformly agreed-upon lifestyle choice. It was similar to how everyone back home agreed that ties weren't a ridiculously pointless clothing choice, and were instead, for some reason, a symbol of intelligence and superiority. To Nero, it made about as much sense as putting mayonnaise on hot dogs. By the time he'd arrived within the structure itself, Nero couldn't stop himself from asking about its construction. Through his senses, he could tell that the walls weren't exactly the same type of construct that the kobolds had made. In fact, the longer he looked at the walls, the more he was sure that they had actually chosen to use real materials as the foundation when they'd built the place. "Are there, like, spell builders or something? How exactly did you guys do all this?" he said while he ran his hands along the walls. Not stopping, the soldier replied over his shoulder, "After you've met with Commander Dahl, I'll introduce you to the engineering teams. But, Lord Walker, now isn't the time for that." Kathleen's harsh voice snapped out, "My lord, the commanders are waiting for us." Turning his head, he saw that everyone was staring at him. Even his good buddy Blackwood was looking a bit annoyed at how little attention he was paying to the seriousness of the moment. Rolling his eyes, Nero replied, "Fine, let's just get this over with." Like he expected, when they eventually arrived at their destination, it was just a bunch of self-important assholes waiting for them. Commander Dahl stood in the middle, greeting them with as much gravitas as he was able to infuse into his bullshit. Alongside him, other fancily armored people stood there at attention, their ornate tabards demonstrating their importance for anyone lucky enough to be in their presence. Glancing over to his right, Nero made note of the buffet table. These tool bags even went so far as to set out hors d'oeuvres? Figures they wouldn't spring for a fondue fountain, Nero thought to himself with a smirk. After exchanging pleasantries with Angelton and Kathleen, Commander Dahl made his way directly to Nero. From his body language and essence field, it was clear that he considered everyone else in the room unworthy of his attention. "Lord Walker, I'd first like to say thank you, on behalf of all of Dorchester, for what you have done. Your courage and selfishness are an inspiration to us all, and although you are no longer a member of our city's nobility, you shall forever be remembered as a friend," he said solemnly, while slightly bowing his head in thanks. From the corner of his eye line, Nero noticed that several people were carefully choosing their place away from the crowd to get a good memory engram out of the commander and his meeting. Setting down the plate of food he'd started gathering from the moment he'd seen the spread, Nero turned to Commander Dahl and replied loudly and proudly, "Your thanks are appreciated, but unnecessary. House Walker was only doing its job. We're a house of adventurers. This is what we do. Wherever there is adventure and glory, wherever darkness is in danger of drowning out the light, wherever good men and women of Oglevark are in peril, we'll be there. The wackos of House Walker will not shy away from any foe, and will forever be humanity's shield against the terrors that go bump in the night." Seeing the looks of shock at his over-the-top and grand proclamation, Nero turned to his right, addressing the wackos who'd arrived with him. Smiling widely, he said, "You can clap now." Embracing the joke, the team leaders broke out in applause and laughter. Even Kathleen and Angelton surprisingly chose to politely join in,
while remaining much more subdued than the others. Glancing over at the sight of the wackos enjoying themselves, Commander Dahl took a step forward so he could be heard. "Lord Walker, if you wouldn't mind, we need to formally receive your after-action report. If you'll please come this way." Nero looked at the man, somewhat annoyed that he once again had interrupted his food collection. "If you didn't want me to eat, then why is all of this here? Can't you give a guy 5 minutes before you start grilling him?"
The portal isn't going to reopen anytime soon, is it?
"You can calm down, big guy," he said, before offering him the plate in his hand and adding, "Here, have some of this. I think it's like bacon, but blue. I'm calling it BlueCon." Confused, Commander Dahl accepted the plate by reflex. After taking a moment to process what Nero had just said, he replied, "It's Hokath, or chicken, if you prefer. Specifically, chicken from the Usili region in the northeast, prepared in their style. Of course, we have a population of Usili chickens being locally cultivated. It's not imported, if that's what you were wondering." Nero nodded, not really paying attention, merely replying half-heartedly, "Uh-huh, makes sense." For a solid minute, Commander Dahl stood by while Nero continued to ignore him. Still holding the plate Nero had given him, the man slowly began to fume.
He'd heard that Lord Walker was particularly difficult to deal with, but he hadn't realized how infuriating he could be up until this very moment. From out of nowhere, Kathleen arrived. She offered the commander a slight nod in greeting while taking the plate out of his hands with a stern look on her face. Reaching out and smacking the back of Nero's head, she said, "Come along, my lord. You can eat at the table." Nero had felt the blow coming, but hadn't bothered dodging. Since he'd come down from his presentation on the wagon, he'd had his mage armor up and running at full blast. While he realized he might now be considered a celebrity, he also knew that nails daring to stick out tended to get hammered down. Complying with Kathleen, he took his 2 plates with him, while collecting a pitcher of what smelled like orange juice in the nook of his arm. "Lead the way," he said. Leaving the commander behind, Nero added over his shoulder, "Kathleen was the battle leader, so she'll be the one providing you your answers. Any other questions or inquiries can be directed to my counsel or publicity department." Now, a few feet away from the man, Nero turned to Kathleen and asked under his breath, "I do have lawyers, right? Vera said I was getting lawyers." Angelton, having overheard what Nero had said, stepped up to walk alongside them toward the table, asking, "Why do you think you need a lawminder?" Having gotten pretty good at noticing the nuances of the translation magic here, Nero took his seat while arranging his food and his pitcher. "I've heard several variations of that. Lawminders, lawbringers, lawbinders. What's the difference between them and a lawyer?" Aside from the obvious, that is. Taking their seats at the impressively large conference table in the center of the room alongside him, Nero noted that most of the Wacko team leaders who had come with him remained along the walls behind him. As for the rest of the table, it was slowly being filled by Commander Dahl and the rest of the army people who'd been here when they arrived. Angelton, ignoring Nero's atrocious table manners, replied, "When you say lawyers, it sounds like you're just saying those in the business of the law, or, more accurately, certified arguers. Typically, our legal professionals have an area of expertise. Lawbringers work under the Tower of Law to enforce justice. Lawbinders handle legal matters between people, organizations, and houses. There are as many types of legal professionals as there are areas of the law. It's not uncommon for nobles like yourself to hire multiple people who are skilled in multiple roles."
You're no doubt correct in your assumption that Lady Verena has already begun to recruit a few for House Walker.
Kathleen chimed in by leaning over and glaring at Angelton. Since she was seated on Nero's right, and with Angelton being on his left, Nero was in the middle, and was therefore forced to suffer her displeasure by virtue of being in her way.
Stop talking. He doesn't need a lawyer. This isn't a tribunal. It's a debriefing. Focus on the matter at hand,
she hissed, before turning to Nero and threatening,
"And you, my lord, if you would please remain silent and let me handle this, I believe it would be in everyone's best interest."
Continuing to chew his hokath, Nero replied with a smile, "You got it, boss. Has anyone ever told you that you're particularly impressive when you're worked up like this? You're like a charmingly ferocious house cat, annoyed by everyone interrupting your nap time." Receiving no response other than a glare that made the hair on the back of his neck stand at attention, Nero turned his attention back to his food, muttering, "I'll just focus on my blucon. Don't mind me. You've got this." Chapter 304. The Perils of Splitting Your Attention. Lately, City Lord Cosgrove had been wondering whether or not the initial headache Lord Walker had caused her months ago had ever truly gone away. While not trying to be too melodramatic, she felt as though she'd been suffering from a daily migraine since he'd arrived. Acknowledging the thought, while not dwelling on it, she allowed herself to lean a little more deeply into her chair's backrest, trading the appearance of proper posture for some sorely needed comfort. It was a concession she allowed herself in appreciation of how much restraint it took to not rub temples in front of her subordinates. Keeping her voice as calm as possible, she asked, "And how many of these have been made?" "Wait, no, don't answer that. It doesn't matter. What's important is, why is it that I am just hearing about this now?" On the other side of her desk, the young woman who'd brought this most recent development to her was clearly feeling the pressure. It was understandable considering how many people were crammed into the little office, forced by circumstance to wait their turn. The city lord was truly regretting having chosen this particular office for this meeting. The young woman, sounding more in control than she looked, wiped the sweat from her brow while replying, "You have, my lord, or we believe you have. What I mean to say is that while we haven't found any definitive evidence, our conjecture is that this matter is related to the former evaluators who've chosen to join House Walker. As you recall, they have been seen all over the city doing something. We now have reason to believe that that something is this." Letting go of her glare, she turned her attention away from the young woman, taking another look at the small book sitting in front of her. Leaning forward in her chair, she ran her hand over the cover, noting its impressive manufacturing and subtle but eye-catching appearance. The leather-bound exterior was dark teal, with a pressed image of a man walking toward a mountain on a stone path. The pressing itself was all one color, gray, and considering how simple the image was, she was surprised to find how striking the overall effect looked. Barely larger than her hand, something about it gave the book weight. Even without a title or any other adornments, she could understand why people might want to read it. While the city lord took a moment to pick up the book, idly flipping through the pages as if she couldn't believe a book like this existed, the young woman continued her report. The book itself is only around 150 pages, and considering how small the book itself is, there isn't all that much content. We found multiple versions, each one similar but distinctive, the differences being in the cover and binding, while the text itself always remains the same, she added. City Lord Cosgrove, still keeping her voice empty of emotion, asked, "And there is no record of this book in the archives? None at all?" After sharing a brief look of shared misery among the 6 people who were part of her investigatory team, she replied, "No, my lord. Whoever wrote it hasn't taken credit. Even more interesting is the fact that someone went out of their way to register the existence of the text without providing the text itself." Subtly frowning in confusion, City Lord Cosgrove ordered, "Explain." Someone,
likely someone working in the archives themselves, secretly registered the book's existence.
That is to say, in the rundown of all the texts which have been submitted, this book is included. However, there is no corresponding text entry in the archives. The title, The Walker's Path, is listed, along with a short description, but there is no way to read the text through the Thought Hub. There is currently a debate over whether or not this was intentional oversight by the author, in which case the archives would be legally obligated to upload it themselves. On the other hand, if the author intended to limit the book's availability solely to a physical format, then the archives would be exceeding their authority if they did so, she explained tersely. Stifling a snort, City Lord Cosgrove couldn't help but imagine those self-important idiots wasting hours arguing their overly artistic personal interpretations of the author's implied philosophical reasoning behind his actions. There must be some record of who wrote it.
I understand the author chose not to include his or her name,
But someone, somewhere, must have seen or met them. The Thought Hub wouldn't have missed something like this, City Lord Cosgrove argued. Shaking her head, the young woman replied, "You'd think so, my lord, but no. Through delving into the books themselves, we've tracked down several bookbinders who've created the books, but none of them have led to the original author. Even after poring over the interactive records at the Thought Hub itself, we've found nothing. It's as if the book just manifested itself out of the ether." While pointing at the book, City Lord Cosgrove's calm voice began to hint at the anger she'd been suppressing. "Just based on the coloring, it's obvious that someone from House Walker must know something. That's not even taking into account the title," she said, while slowly raising her voice until she was shouting.
Not only the people in front of the desk who were currently reporting, but everyone in the room winced at the venom in her tone. Replying quickly, the young woman said, "Yes, my lord. That's why we can only assume that the former evaluators are the ones spreading the text. Everyone else has been thoroughly checked. We've even forcefully reassigned a few mages to perform some discreet scrying on House Walker's members by listing the matter as an issue of city security." Unable to stop herself from rolling her eyes, City Lord Cosgrove replied, "Even if that were true, that doesn't explain the rate you're claiming this is spreading." Standing up from her chair, she leaned over the table while decisively pointing down at the book as if passing judgment.
Her glare locked the poor young woman in place as she hissed, "This clever but biased interpretation of Lord Walker's rise and these laws of adventure are being referenced across the city as if this book was a literary work of historical significance and renown. Surely the articles prohibiting the spread of targeted propaganda apply here. Why hasn't the archive issued a formal ban on this outrage?" From the side of the room, a man stepped forward. It was clear to everyone that he didn't want to, but felt compelled to interject. "Excuse me, my lord, but I may be able to answer that. The archives cannot issue a ban on any book listed as supportive document of doctrine by a registered guild or organization. Before doing so, the guild or organization itself would have to be declared a disruptive element and disbanded," he said loudly, if not firmly. City Lord Cosgrove stood up from her position of leaning over the desk. Her fury temporarily replaced by confusion, she replied, "Who would dare to add a book like this to their formal registration?" Coughing uncomfortably into his hand, the man replied, "That would be the Adventurers Guild, my lord. They registered their application with both the capital and the city approximately 2 hours ago. This book was included among their documents of doctrine. In fact, it was listed first among them. As they are the first original guild ever to be founded by citizens of this city, the Tower of Law had to look up the applicable precedents. Considering the guild's operating mandate looks to be similar in scope to the Hunters Guild, but with a more targeted focus on personal development, the center itself has chosen to endorse their application. As of yet, the Tower of Law hasn't found a reason to deny them entry into the city's registry." Stunned, City Lord Cosgrove whispered, "Someone's trying to found an original guild? Here? How?" And how in all the hells below have they managed to get the center involved already? The man replied, "From what I understand, the entire advisory board of Gate 11's center intends to join the guild as some of its founding members. They, along with several classes worth of aspiring law professionals, helped draft the application themselves." Thinking quickly, City Lord Cosgrove struggled to mentally keep up with all the information she was being bombarded with. Voicing her thoughts as soon as she had them, she said, "But a noble house can't have a guild. They're an organization themselves. That would be against the founding principles of Oglevark, the separation of powers." The man replied quickly, cutting her off. "That would only apply if House Walker had anything to do with this, but not a single member of House Walker is involved in their application." While they claim to venerate the principles of adventure put forth by Lord Walker, they have made their position very clear in regards to them not having any ties to his house itself. Technically, this would fall into a gray area of the law, which is why the matter of the book's authorship is so important. If it had been written by someone from House Walker, an argument could be made that would prohibit the guild's founding. However, if the book is simply a collection of his beliefs, or more likely an interpretation of events by a private party, then by law the council would find it difficult to legally stop them from being ratified as a legitimate guild. If you choose to stand in the way of their right to assemble, you'd open yourself up to legal censure if they were to choose to appeal. They're likely even planning on it. As I mentioned, they'd already sent off a copy of their application to the capital. Not knowing what to say, City Lord Cosgrove's eyes dropped back to her table, taking another look at the book. Its entire foreword was an indictment of her and the local nobility. It painted Lord Walker as a champion of the people who defied the odds in his rise to become a unique. Overcoming scheming nobles, spies, military oppression, and even assassination attempts, he was portrayed as a figure of legend. If the book had been written posthumously, it could very likely have become a story told to children to inspire them on their paths. Like the Saga of George and others of similarly important historical significance. But now, with the events described being so recent, she couldn't begin to guess at what kind of chaos it would cause. In a whisper, she muttered to herself, "A new guild. An entire guild of self-styled adventurers. Gods in the heavens above, save us all." The debrief itself was going exactly how he thought it would, which would be slowly. Kathleen had taken the lead as the Wacko's representative, with Knight Angelton occasionally offering a word or two in support of what she was saying. Nero himself kept his mouth shut, focusing entirely on his meal. Well, not entirely. Now that he was back in communication range of the Thought Hub, Nero was taking advantage of the opportunity to train his mind to keep an active connection through his link without distracting him. While he could have spent his time answering pings and addressing all the important crap that had been waiting on him, he instead was practicing reading. While he poured himself a fresh glass of juice, privately wondering if they had coffee, part of his mind was browsing the archive. He'd long since known about the fact that many books were digitized and available for the common citizenry, but he hadn't explored the system all that deeply. He remembered having heard it mentioned when he'd visited the center's library, and he'd occasionally looked up a text or two when he'd had time. But now, he was taking a moment to try and actually understand how everything was set up. Conveniently, it wasn't all that difficult to find the answers he was seeking. There was even a book available called Explaining the Archives, a practical guide to their establishment and use. Having wanted to avoid the history of how they were founded, or any other type of overly dramatic waste of his time, Nero was happy to find something referred to as practical. And practical it was. The first chapter explained that every city had an archive. It was an entity associated with, but not part of, the center. Every guild, governmental body, and even private enterprise registered their documents there. The advancement of the archive was considered a key statistic in the evaluation of a city's level.
The entire Center Research Department was created to fill it with proven theories, which would then be verified by the main archive in the capital. Nero skipped the sections on how the actual archive functioned, because he honestly didn't care. What he was more interested in was any reference he could find about how information was restricted. The idea that each city was responsible for its own development sounded too suspect for him not to investigate what they were doing. However, the more he read, the more he could tell that whoever had designed the system hadn't had any nefarious intentions. More likely, they were being assholes as a result of favoring logic over common sense.
The intention was that each city could contribute to the overall knowledge base, while developing in response to local pressures. Miro read about countless examples of differing solutions to similar problems from cities all over Oglevark. In fact, Towers of Magic were originally meant to be research annexes, which would allow the Mage Council to keep their members from interfering with each other's research. Identity contamination had apparently been a real problem several thousand years ago. Now that he was seeing how the system had developed, Nero was unable to hold on to what he felt was his rational and irrefutable opinion. Although, since he wasn't the type to concede defeat in the face of overwhelming evidence proving him wrong, Nero thought to himself, just because you're right doesn't mean you're not wrong. Statistics prove that driving a car is dangerous as hell, but no one in their right mind would argue that we should ban them. It's similarly stupid to restrict the available knowledge in cities for the incredibly good reason of helping people level. Even though he now could understand Jennings's and Nick's point of view, he still questioned their intelligence for not seeing how dumb it was to restrict the availability of everything humanity's forefathers had learned. "Lord Walker!" a voice called out. Looking up from his plate, he blinked a few times until he found who'd been calling him. Realizing it had been douchebag in a fancy robe on the other side of the table, Nero met his angry eyes with a smile. "Sorry, I was just wondering what this would taste like if it had a little more salt." "What were you asking?" Gritting his teeth, the man replied, "My colleagues and I were requesting if you might be the one to explain the details of how you closed the portal."
While your particular technique in soul manipulation has been deemed legal and a result of your unique status, your insights into portal manipulation would be of great help to our future efforts in dealing with both the enemy and the essence disturbances we'll likely be plagued with for years outside the walls. Noting that the man was doing everything he could to tiptoe around outright accusing him of shady necromantic spellcasting, Nero could tell that he and everyone around him were really interested in how he'd closed the portal. Speaking up, Angelton replied for him. "And we already told you, Lord Walker accomplished his feat due to his abilities. No one else could perform a similar feat by using his methods. Considering that doing so killed him, do you really wish to attempt to document the process in a pointless effort to repeat it?" The man replied, "Yes, of course we do. If we can enchant the process, using ritual magic or tools, we can significantly curtail the risks and possibly create a method to close active portals with minimal effort. As of now, doing so requires teams of mages, each with decades of training behind them. It's a process that cannot be accomplished quickly, and certainly not during an active battle." Nero frowned in thought before saying, I'm pretty sure closing the portal didn't kill me. Not on its own, that is. Where did you get that idea?" The other side of the table all went silent. From the general all the way down to the lowliest soldier, each and every person in the room was laser-locked on Nero, with an eager look on their face. The mage who'd been initially asking the question leaned forward, creepily licking his lips as if he were suffering from dry mouth. In barely above a whisper, the thirsty man asked, "The Archmage's paper on the portal closing. According to it, you said that you had to overpower the identities embedded in the essence the portal collected from the other side when it closed. Is that not what happened?" Shrugging, Nero replied, "Well, no. I mean, yeah. Okay, look, I closed the portal. Then I collected all the soul stuff, which included the identities. I needed the power to fuel the spells so I could take care of the kobolds. Admittedly, I might have overdone it a bit. But one thing had nothing to do with the other. I'm pretty sure Feeling the ether destabilize, Nero snapped his attention to the side of the room as Archmage Jennings teleported himself in. The entire room stiffened, as if a snarling mastiff had just stepped through the door and began sniffing around for its next meal. His eyes locked on Nero. The Archmage walked across the room, waving his hand to forcefully reposition where Knight Angelton was sitting. Replacing him at Nero's side, he plopped into a summoned chair, having never broken eye contact the entire time. Nero, on the other hand, wasn't feeling all that impressed. He'd grown used to Jennings' dramatic entrances, and furthermore, the man's intimidating presence had become less and less effective over time. Running his eyes over the comfy chair Jennings had summoned, Nero ran his senses all over it. He could tell that it hadn't been pulled from the man's personal space, and was instead a construct. He was even 90% sure that he'd seen a flash of a spell being cast, but he'd missed it. Either way, the construct Jennings had made was stunning. I wonder how much of his interpretation is included in the spell's architecture. If I learned the same spell, could I summon a lazy boy? He wondered, before suffering a sense of déjà vu. Nero, I need you to tell me again exactly how you used your abilities to close that portal, Jennings demanded. Hearing Jennings' tone, and having no intention of repeating his story again, Nero replied, "Can't you just delve the area? Wasn't that your plan?" Jennings replied with a grimace, "I tried. The essence in the area was too affected by the event. It'll likely be a decade before I can manage to see anything, if then. And if I can't do it, no one can. Therefore, we only have your personal account to rely on. So, please describe in detail how you used your unique abilities to manipulate the essence of the portal directly, causing it to safely destabilize and pull the area from the other plane into our own." Not buying it, Nero replied, "Uh-huh. Well, I don't know what to tell you. I already gave you my explanation. Just try and follow what I said exactly how I said it, and then avoid sucking up all the soul stuff, or identities, or whatever you want to call it. That's it." The man on the other side of the table who'd been trying to grill Nero spoke up. "Esteemed Archmage, if you would be so kind as to interpret for us what he's saying. Are we right in interpreting his words to mean that his unique abilities were not involved in his feat?" Suddenly, Nero realized that he may have just fucked himself. The part of his mind which had been putzing around in the archive snapped back to his main mind, bombarding him with brain power and instantly reviewing everything that he'd been missing. If his feat of closing the portal was a technology, then it was a technology everyone wanted. The dwarves, the populators, the capital, even these local douchebags. They all wanted to get their hands on it. Having tied it to his abilities as a unique, Jennings had arranged it so they couldn't touch him. If he was the only one who could do it, then they had no legal foundation to try and force it out of him. Recalling something he'd just read about the archives, Nero noted that every citizen had a duty to record their achievements and insights into the archives for the benefit of all. It was even the basis for one of the noble trials. Sure, there would be rewards for contributing, but it wasn't optional, not if a formal request was made by the powers that be. So, if he weren't really careful with what he said next, he might end up stuck in a lab for the next few years trying to record the process so it could be available for every scientist to reference in the archives. Seeing the look of annoyance on Jennings' face, Nero could only think to himself, "Fuck a duck. My bad," while offering him a shrug. Chapter 305. Fear Brings Focus. On the 34th floor of the Tower of Magic in Hennings, the capital of Oglevark, Calvin Sanderson rushed through the halls as quickly as he could.
while trying and failing to maintain the requisite level of decorum for a mage, that is.
Although there weren't exactly rules against running through the halls, it was commonly understood that mages needed to present themselves as unflappable and dignified. After all, proper time management skills, along with unparalleled self-control, were the bedrock of what it meant to be a successful and powerful mage. That being said, Calvin was running late, and regardless of the consequences of being seen as a poor representation of what it meant to be a mage, he felt compelled to hurry. So, still in his combat robes, having just come from the training halls, Calvin made quite the spectacle of himself as he quick-stepped through the halls, narrowly dodging groups of mages whose jaws dropped at the sight of him. Turning a corner at speed, he shifted his weight to his left leg and spun, skillfully avoiding running into one of his department heads. Recognizing that he needed to apologize, while not being willing to stop, he offered a half-hearted bow while backstepping away from them. Apologies, Adept Codeline. Urgent matters to attend to. Let me know if the report I sent you on the Itasca situation needs any revising, he said quickly, obviously not intending to wait for a reply. Putting the encounter out of his mind, he sighed in relief at seeing his destination within reach. Pushing open the door and sliding inside, he swiftly shut it behind him while taking a moment to catch his breath before asking the room, "Did I miss it? Has it already started?" The room itself was large and inviting, having been decorated by Sarah Yi. The quirky young woman had spent the last 2 years studying the science of furnishing and arrangement, so she knew what she was doing. The scrying window opened on the wall was surrounded by meticulously placed couches and chairs, each one providing their occupants a perfect place to watch the upcoming excitement. 12 people had already prepared their snacks and taken their seats, every one of them having come prepared for the viewing party.
You haven't missed much. They just returned to the Army's forward operating base. The meeting with the local powers hasn't started yet, one of the mages occupying the central couch shouted to Calvin from across the room. Slipping through the chairs and couches, Calvin took his seat next to his friend. While reaching out to snatch a bucket of rice puffs from him, Calvin asked, "Hey Zeno, was I right? Did they hold a parade?" From his left, Calvin heard Sarah Yi audibly and quite unabashedly snort in derision of his outlandish theories. "Of course not. They're at an army encampment. There aren't any roads for them to parade through. Calvin, you seriously need to stop making these poorly thought-out predictions. Fate tracking is just not within your skill set. You should find a more appropriate subject for your private hobbies." Zeno, ever the supportive friend, leaned forward on the couch and glared at her. There may not have been a parade, but Calvin was right about the reception.
There were hundreds of people cheering, and if there had been a road, there no doubt would have been a parade. Nodding to himself, with a self-satisfied smile, Calvin replied, "I thought so. My calculations clearly stated that the emotional threshold for a spontaneous, celebratory event had been reached." Sarah Yi rolled her eyes at Calvin's nonsense, while harshly changing the subject. "Will you two be quiet? It's starting." Across from them, the scry screen displaying Lord Walker and his entourage showed them entering into the local command hall. They could see the city's temporary general, Commander Dahl, along with many other notable figures from the city. As expected, there was even a contingent from the local Tower of Magic waiting for their turn at Lord Walker. Calvin murmured under his breath, "This is going to be great. I've been waiting to see how the Walker deals with real mages." Zeno replied in a whisper, "Do you think they'll demand his memory engrams? Or will they just formally request his help with their research? There's no chance they'll just let him go." Having overheard them, the mage sitting behind them leaned forward and replied just as quietly, "I think Archmage Jennings has already intervened behind the scenes. Everything has already likely been decided. The local mages don't have the authority to interfere. They have to realize that." Calvin unconsciously nodded without turning away from the scry screen. "You're probably right, but don't count them out just yet.
They're not going to just let the walker go without trying to figure out how he did it. Even the Archmage can't stop them from researching what happened. What would really be nice is if whoever is running the scrying array took a moment to set up a few more targets so that we could see the larger picture.
I'd be interested in seeing how the local council of leadership is responding to what happened. Ignoring Calvin's suggestion, Zeno asked, "But would it even be worth it for them to contradict the Archmage? They can't copy a unique's ability, so why would they risk it?" Disagreeable as ever, Sarah Yi spoke up loudly, her shrill voice carrying throughout the room.
"Would you all shut up? Just watch!"
Wincing at her tone, Calvin lowered his voice even more while whispering his reply.
The question is whether or not the walker's unique ability was involved at all. Just because a person can't see the ether like him doesn't mean that it is impossible to replicate his essence manipulations in another way.
The mage who'd been listening in leaned over even closer, saying,
Remember when the evaluators tried to figure out how the walker did what he does? They could follow what he did, but not how he did it.
It's reasonable to assume that the same restrictions will apply here with his evident portal manipulation. Zeno replied, "You're also forgetting about the memory engram he provided during that assassination attempt he had. That memory has been studied over and over again, and nothing of substance has yet been discovered concerning his abilities. Just cause the memory recorded what he saw doesn't mean that anyone viewing it would be able to see what he did. You can only see as much as you're able to see yourself when borrowing someone else's senses. A blind person will still only hear what a person's memory recorded if they don't have the capacity to interpret sight for themselves." Calvin frowned in disagreement. "I've always hated that analogy. A blind person who at one time could see would be able to interpret sight just as well as anyone else. Memory engrams record what a person experienced, limited only by their senses." And the memory engram you're talking about was only a standard memory recording. More sophisticated systems should be able to interpret his ether sense even better.
The unnamed mage behind them replied, "I doubt it. The evaluators have already proven that the way the walker interacts with essence is fundamentally different than how we normally do it. He can see the essence flows. We don't have the technology to replicate that, or even record it, or at least not in a way that is at all relevant to our ability to interact with the ether. It would be like a colorblind person watching a memory engram from someone who could see the full color spectrum. They simply wouldn't register what they were looking at, and the system hasn't been trained to record it." Zeno, sounding unconvinced, replied, "That's just because we never needed memory recordings to be that precise. I'm sure with a little effort the technology could be adapted. In fact, the mages will likely insist on doing just that."
We don't need people to be able to understand what the walker's memories show. We only need the recording to be able to encode it. Interpretative systems could be built to understand what they were looking at. From there, replicating his abilities becomes a real possibility. I doubt that hasn't occurred to them. Calvin replied quickly,
"Whatever their reasoning, the mages will definitely try and enlist the walker into their ranks. For a fundamentally free-spirited young man like him, this is going to be like the entire Tower of Magic declaring war on him. Do you think he'll challenge them in the arena? Will the smiling killer return?" From across the room, Sarah Yi screeched loudly enough to make everyone in the room wince. "Will you please be quiet? We're trying to watch a scry here. Have some common decency and respect for those around you, will you?" Nero didn't miss the look of disappointment on Jennings's face.
Nor did he miss the subtle but profound changes occurring in the room's ether. While the room waited impatiently for him to explain, information bombarded his mind like he was being attacked by surrounding artillery fire. His senses, now fully unleashed, were alerting him to everything that he'd been ignoring, all at once. The resultant backlash of having his full mind suddenly entirely focused on his present was almost overwhelming.
The numerous, and in hindsight obvious, details that he'd been missing suddenly became painfully and depressingly clear. His ether senses immediately began warning him about the hope-stained, greed-filled essence fields of the mages across from him. Looking at them now, he felt like kicking himself for having missed it. While before he may have assumed they were part of the army, it was apparent to him now that they were instead mages from the local Tower of Magic, possibly related in some way to one of the center research enclaves throughout the city.
Between their robes, their demeanor, and their intensely studious, for lack of a better word, auras, he could tell they hadn't come here for a simple debrief. In addition to his ether senses, his eyes were busily taking everything else in as well. It wasn't just the mages that were catching his attention. Everyone else in the room suddenly became suspect to him too. The expressions on their faces, the fact that there were high-level army commanders in attendance with their suspiciously deferential subordinates, even the room itself should have been sufficient warning for him to have put up his guard from the moment he walked in here. The building was too well built for a temporary enclosure, and likely had been specifically created for the safety of the people sitting across from him. There was no reason to put as much effort as they had into this building if they hadn't had a good reason. Whoever these army people were, they were not the simple local commanders he'd thought they were. All these little details wove together into one cohesive picture that his brain was hurrying to digest as quickly as possible. Effortlessly, multiple threads of thought organized themselves into a singular direction of enhanced focus. Perhaps it was due to his few hours of practice, or maybe because he'd sensed a threat, but none of the mental issues he'd been dealing with reared their heads. Instead, rather than making him scatterbrained or interfering with his thinking, for the first time since he'd noticed his increasing mental acuity, his mind was working together in a coordinated effort to serve him. One thread dedicated itself to collecting and organizing his ether senses. Another took care of his more physical senses like sight, hearing, and smell. The various inputs were then being filtered through another thread, which focused on interpreting them, so that another could accurately begin making logical conclusions. While all that was happening, almost as if his mind was trolling him, another thread imagined a room full of Neros ignoring each other. Each one was doing their own thing, playing with a deck of cards, reading a magazine, or just watching TV. There were even a few in the back playing a heated game of foosball, while a few others watched and chatted away with each other. From the outside, it looked like a pretty slow and uninteresting party, until the lights began flashing red, causing the Neros to drop what they were doing. Bursting in through the door came Nero Prime, wearing a World War II army general's dress greens, calling everyone to attention. In no time at all, couches were rearranged and command stations were set up. All the various Neros began seamlessly working together, serving their captain while he barked out orders. What had been a playroom had suddenly turned into a freaking command center. The imagery and metaphors were clear, although somewhat surprising. That said, Nero was also 1000% sure it wasn't a hallucination or a projected image of anything real or even all that interpretive. Instead, it was more like the smart-ass part of his personality had chosen to express itself in the only way it could while trying to be helpful. Even the fact that he knew it had no bearing on reality seemed like an expression of his subconscious having decided to lend him a hand. It had been a while since he'd had to think politically, and it was clear now that he'd let his guard down. Considering that everything he knew about politics came from his time debating agendas on the internet, along with a few TED Talks he'd watched while enjoying his favorite ramen, it was surprising to him how much he was able to figure out with only a few seconds of dedicated analysis. The mages had come to find out about his ability to close portals. They likely weren't sent by anyone outside the city, and were instead interested in advancing themselves through replicating what he'd done. He couldn't be sure if they even knew about the dwarves and populators, but he was positive their agenda was their own, or at least local. The army was here because they'd been made to look like fools. As these guys were the bigwigs who'd been away from the front lines, the commanders who'd allowed House Walker to attempt to close the portals were likely being snubbed for embarrassing them.
While here for a debrief, these guys were more interested in showing the city that they'd been an important factor in House Walker's success. But the most crucial delta that he'd missed was the matter of just how Jennings had chosen to word the report he'd offered them, and specifically the fact that he'd gone out of his way to link the portal closing with Nero's unique ability to see and interact directly with the essence flows in the ether. In less than a few seconds, Nero's mind was making connections between multiple half-remembered comments he'd heard, along with social and legal clues he'd previously dismissed as irrelevant and not worth paying attention to. The crux of the matter was that as a unique, his abilities were, by definition, uncopyable. Therefore, if his ability to manipulate portals was an extension of that, then there would be no hope for its replication or study. But if his ability simply allowed him to do something in a way that could be studied, and therefore codified, then it would be his duty as a citizen of Oglevark to willfully submit his discovery for the greater good. Glancing over at the army, he could tell they currently couldn't care less about the mage's goal, but weren't willing to involve themselves in the matter. That said, he could feel their essence fields cheering at the idea that he'd be taken down a peg. More than a few of them were clearly looking forward to him being shoved into a lab and studied like a science experiment for the foreseeable future. Nero could also feel the fear and confusion rolling off the wackos behind him. They were still standing by the wall, quietly observing everything that was happening. He could feel the pressure pressing down on him, the threat of letting them down and shattering the immortal image of awesomeness that they perceived him to have. Even Kathleen and Angelton were broadcasting their concern over what he'd just said. They were obviously very worried that he'd just talked himself into a corner. He could feel the information pouring into his mind before being funneled into thought threads and instantly being interpreted. While he'd never taken Adderall or anything like it, this was exactly what he'd expected something like that to feel like. The pressure of everyone's attention felt like a weight pressing down on him, squeezing his essence field and suffocating him. "Everyone needs to just calm the fuck down," he shouted at the top of his lungs, causing everyone in the room to visibly wince before leaning back in their seats to retreat from his presence. Considering that nobody had said anything for the last few seconds, they were all looking at him in confusion and fear at his outburst. Nero's tone was likely less intimidating than what he'd just done with his essence field. His presence had mercilessly gripped the room, forcing the essence flows to stop transmitting their information through the ether and causing the room to become very, very still. Although nothing had visibly or physically changed, everyone could no doubt sense the atmosphere being affected. Even Jennings had visibly reacted to what Nero had done by perking up in his seat, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Whatever Nero was doing wasn't like seizing the essence in the way he'd been taught in his combat classes. He wasn't controlling it. Instead, it was more like he'd somehow pressed his metaphysical hand down on the essence and forced it to stop flowing. It shouldn't have been possible, and doing so violated everything he'd been taught about how essence actually worked. Nevertheless, he'd done it. Sighing in relief at no longer being assaulted by impressions of what everyone was feeling and thinking, Nero took a moment to collect himself. For just a moment, it felt like the world had returned to almost what he considered normal, his sense of magic having been sufficiently dulled. Meanwhile, Jennings, not so quietly, muttered to himself, "Well, that's a very interesting development," before looking around at the room with an expression of curiosity on his face. Before Nero could even think of saying anything, he felt his control of the room's essence being ripped away from him. Considering that he hadn't technically been holding on to the essence, it was more surprising than anything else. Normally, having his control forcibly removed would cause a spike of mental pain.
but instead, he felt nothing other than the sense that he wouldn't be able to cast anything even if he wanted to. While Nero probed the ether, confirming that he couldn't take hold of any essence, he felt Jennings begin to carve a spell into the ether.
Turning his head, he noted that Jennings was casting a simple spell, using his own center to create the spell form. While it was not one Nero immediately recognized, a simple glance told him that it had something to do with water. Or maybe humidity? Yet, despite Jennings finishing the spell, Nero's affect over the ether remained firm. The essence did not flow, and the spell remained inactive. Without the infusion of essence, it remained incomplete, and nothing but unrealized potential. "Nero, my boy, how are you doing this?" Jennings asked with a wide grin, his tone completely devoid of anything other than joyful curiosity. The mages on the other side of the table were awestruck, sitting there with their mouths open as if they were watching a chess master losing a game of checkers to a toddler. Even though Nero couldn't interpret anything from their essence fields, he could tell by their pale and bloodless faces that they were terrified. Losing his concentration, Nero felt his control of whatever he was doing to the ether slip. Almost immediately, the surrounding essence flew into Jennings's spell, completing it and activating the spell form. Above his hand, a small cloud began to form in the shape of a three-masted sailing ship. It was obviously a pointless spell, no doubt one created for the amusement of children, and likely cast by Jennings only to check the ether rather than for any practical purpose. Waving away the spell, Jennings repeated the question. "You have to tell me how you did that. You stopped the essence from functioning while not taking control of it. I couldn't feel your presence anywhere, but I also somehow could tell it was there. I'm not sure I've ever felt anything like that before." Nero felt the return of everyone's essence fields, like an air conditioner dropping from a second-floor window onto his head. The spike of information directly into his mind caused him to clutch his head with both hands in pain. "Just give me a second," he replied, before quickly regaining control of his senses. Unfortunately, the absolute control of his mind was gone, leaving behind the normally scattered thought streams, which were now once again doing their own things. He could feel his mind struggling to return to its organized state while being constantly distracted by multiple thoughts, each of which was as pointless as they were stupid. Part of his mind began analyzing what just happened by picturing his essence field as a blanket smothering everyone. Another began workshopping the possible combat applications of this new discovery if and when he figured out how to replicate it. Meanwhile, another part of his mind couldn't help but wonder whether or not he could use this technique to stop souls from slipping through the planes, allowing him to stave off death indefinitely. Audibly growling with effort, Nero forcibly pulled his mind back into order. Without making the conscious decision to do so, he began to imagine the room of Nero's being corralled back into their places at their workstations by Nero Prime's vicious insults and slaps. For just a moment, he even imagined Nero Prime spraying the recalcitrant Neros down with a water pistol like they misbehaving cats scratching the furniture. And while it was nothing more than a visual image he was holding onto as a mental anchor, it did successfully allow him to channel his mental energy into a singular direction. Although he managed to regain full control of his mind, Nero felt like his current ability to focus was nowhere near the level of concentration he'd been able to reach only a few seconds ago. Yet, the distracting thoughts were successfully reined in, and he felt like his mind was now eagerly waiting for him to give it something to do. Setting that feeling of anticipation aside for the moment, Nero turned to look at Jennings and replied quietly, "I have absolutely no clue what just happened, so don't ask. We'll talk about it later." Before Jennings could respond, Nero turned to address the mages with an expression of what he hoped was dignified rage on his face. His tone was sharp as a knife as he said,
As for you, mages of the tower, I don't appreciate you attempting to put words in my mouth. Like the respected archmage at my side told you, what I did with the portals isn't something you would be able to understand. Honestly, if you think you'd be able to succeed where he'd failed, then I suggest you consider spending a few sessions at your local center with a mind heather, getting your path straightened back out. Recognizing and accepting your limits is equally as important as having the drive to overcome them. Now, I formally request that we don't hear another question from your section of the table.
You've received your report from the Archmage, and now you should allow the army to ask their questions. It would be best for everyone involved if you would remain quiet while those in charge of your defense finish their debrief, so we can all return to our homes. The men and women behind me of House Walker have earned their rest, and I will allow neither your disingenuous questions nor your insulting political maneuverings to interfere with them receiving their duly earned reward. Having heard himself just speaking like a caricature of an 18th century nobleman crossed with a congressman from upstate New Hampshire, it took a great deal of effort for Nero not to lose control of his expression and laugh at himself. While he did manage to remain composed, his mind immediately began questioning what in the hell just happened. Why did I just sound like that? Did I unlock my noble speech talent tree or something? Was my trying to sound formal making me sound formal? And did I just really use the word duly? He thought in quiet panic, before mentally shouting at himself, "Keep it together, man. Do what you do, and just roll with it." Chapter 306. Magic versus Science. Not having access to the thought hub, all she could do was steam in her somewhat violent thoughts. Over and over again she replayed recent events on a loop in her mind, and having been waiting for over an hour, she found herself reaching the end of her patience. Either that hells-be-damned man-child gets back here soon, or he'll return to find that I've already handled it. And for once, he'll find himself having to clean up after me, Queen Marissa Newling promised herself. Trying to distract herself, she took another look around the ritual room. The meticulously carved runes and enchantments filled the walls, floor, and ceiling with their pale blue light. While not all that large, the circular room was tall enough to make the room feel expansive. Or perhaps that feeling was just due to the essence in the ether, the subtle promise of a connection to other planes. Her husband, the king, had come here immediately after learning of the portal closing in Dorchester. Rather than take charge of the aftermath, he'd chosen to retreat to his private plane for some reason, likely to work on his fate calculations or another one of his hells-be-damned plots. Knowing that the plane he'd gone to had a vastly different time stream, and that months for him there could pass in minutes here, every second he remained on the other side of the rift grated on her nerves. "What in all the hells below is taking so long?" she muttered to herself in a lifeless growl. Hearing her own voice come out in the androgynous and neutered tone that her armor caused, she once again contemplated heading back to the palace so she could change into something more appropriate. Considering her station, being in her populator armor when unneeded was something she tried to avoid. However, with how her day had been going, it wasn't unreasonable to assume that the moment she left, he'd return, and she'd miss him. Feeling a pulse in the ether, she whipped her head around to confirm that her incorrigible husband was finally returning. There, in the middle of the ritual circle, she glared at the forming rift. Forcing herself to calm down, she waited patiently for it to stabilize. The 5-unit wide by 10-unit high rectangular planar tear in space solidified into a doorway in under a minute. With the aid of the numerous enchantments in the room, the watery and tumultuous pattern became a dull silver finish, solid and corporeal.
crossing her arms and adopting a confrontational stance. She readied herself for the argument she had been preparing and waited for her husband to appear.
Seconds later, the moment he stepped through the rift, she noted with satisfaction the surprise on his face at seeing her here.
Having known him for most of their lives, she was probably only one of a handful of people in the entire kingdom who could see past the unshakable and expressionless mask that he always wore. Ha! He thought I didn't know where he went. All-knowing my perfectly shaped ass, she thought to herself, with a smug grin hidden under her helmet. Before the portal behind him finished closing, she had already begun shouting at him. "How do you plan to deal with Lord Williams and the fools he's tricked into helping him?" she demanded, without preamble. Quite obviously caught off guard, King Oliver replied, "Lord Williams?" Not letting him off, she began to quickly recount everything she'd learned from her/their consort's intelligence services.
Lord Williams, the divisional head of natural sciences at the Royal Academy, had been quickly gaining support through private meetings and rushed committee gatherings. Many of the stronger great houses and pillars of the community have already begun expressing their public support of his opinions and have voiced their intention to vote in favor of his policy changes. If these idiots succeed in altering the unique citizenship accords, even if you veto them, both the siren and the mechanic are going to become problems again. Unless you plan to allow for multiple inter-kingdom military engagements to suppress them, you're going to have to do something. While the Queen detailed her concerns, she watched his expressions carefully, not missing a thing. Surprisingly, she found herself discovering that he likely hadn't been paying attention to what Lord Williams and his compatriots had been doing.
A lot of what she was telling him he hadn't been aware of, despite how effortlessly informed he pretended to be.
If this wasn't what he'd gone to the other plane to fate weave, then what was he doing over there? She wondered. His tone subdued by solid, he replied quietly, "Lord Williams isn't interested in forcing Lord Walker to the capital to close portals for us. Nor is he interested in how the young anomaly is able to do so. No. His interest is in learning how Lord Walker was able to reconstitute himself after discorporealization." Shifting her hands to her hips, the Queen returned his statement with a glare. "That's not the issue. The issue is how he's going about it." Slowly holding up his hands as if he were trying to calm her down, he replied, "I'm aware of what the issue is. My point is that his efforts to change the relevant accords are built on a false foundation. They want to control Lord Walker, who is a unique.
They're only using his ability to easily close portals as a smokescreen. And even with how beneficial for the kingdom that ability would be, it won't be enough for the rest of the council to risk upsetting the balance of power, which has been established over centuries of hard work." Still concerned, she asked, "Are you sure? Have you run the numbers, or are you making an educated guess from a place of optimism?" Chuckling at her audacity, he replied, "Don't worry, my dear. I have it under control. They can bark all they want. They won't." Suddenly going silent, his expression instantly became guarded. Turning his head, he looked over at the walls as if he were staring past them into the distance. Seeing her beloved act so out of character, she asked quickly, "What is it? What happened?" His reply was quiet, almost a whisper. I don't know," he said in a tone that almost came across as baffled. She couldn't recall any time in her life that she heard him sound so confused. "Well, whatever it is, it better not cause him to hide from his responsibilities again," she thought to herself with a grimace. The meeting continued on without his inclusion in the proceedings, the army's leadership focusing entirely on Angelton and Kathleen. Rather than feeling like what he expected a debrief to feel like, Nero thought it felt more like a trial. Their questions were repeated by multiple people, with each and every answer probed for any inconsistencies. Were it not for Angelton and Kathleen remaining so calm, Nero might have expressed his dissatisfaction with what the assholes on the other side of the table were doing in a more vocal and, no doubt, quite physical manner. However, seeing as both Kathleen and Angelton weren't getting upset, all he could do was sit there and glare while returning to his meal. Surprisingly, Jennings had chosen to remain in the room, still seated at Nero's side. Occasionally, Nero glanced over at the man. He looked deep in thought, constantly rubbing his chin and muttering to himself. If it weren't for his intermittent stares and evaluations of what Nero was doing, Nero might have thought he'd forgotten about him. But rather than engage with him, Nero chose to focus on the room. His newfound control of his mind allowed him to sense and understand much more than he ever had before. Everyone's essence fields were whispering their states of mind and emotions in a constant buzz around him, and his eyes were catching hints of body language and tonal changes in their voices with alarming regularity. But what really blew his mind was how quickly he was able to interpret everything he was seeing. Instead of his imagination running wild with crazy theories based on his fears and stories he'd read, his mind was instead formulating likely backstories and conclusions entirely based on facts that he could see and sense. It was as if the more his mind developed, the more his imagination was made irrelevant. I wonder if this is why their fiction is so shit here. The smarter they are, the harder they find it to think outside the box. If that's true, then I'm going to have to be careful. I don't want to end up like some stuffy physics professor who hates superheroes for not making sense, he thought to himself. Noticing that Kathleen had chosen to present her memory engram as evidence, Nero couldn't help but chuckle as she narrated the images being shown on the projection hovering above the table. And this is when we first encountered the defenses outside the throne room. As you can see, they had created a tiered system of defense to protect the throne room doors, she declared, while pointing out the formations she'd chosen to use and how the kobolds had responded. Nero had thought seeing evidence of what happened would have deterred them, but the army's leadership immediately began questioning her decisions, emulating nitpicking critics bitching about the details. Once again, Nero found himself impressed at how well Kathleen and Angelton were handling them. If he were the one being grilled like this, he would have already flipped the table and begun testing some of his more inventive combat spells. Nero, my boy, would you kindly accept my communications request? Jennings whispered so quietly that Nero questioned whether or not he'd actually heard anything. Looking over at the man, Nero noticed the small eye tick that made it clear he was barely holding his patience together. Nero had noticed that for a while, people had been trying to contact him through his link, but he'd been ignoring them. His mind was finally working in harmony, and the last thing he wanted was to experiment with splitting his mind again. Since he would rather test his newfound concentration abilities by watching the proceedings, he'd pushed all those connection requests into the very back of his mind, placing them right alongside his lamentations of no longer having access to his favorite pair of Crocs and the constant disappointment he felt over the ever-present unavailability of his preferred soft drink. Sighing at the sight of the man visibly restraining himself, Nero relented. He filtered through the connection requests, finding Jennings's almost immediately. Rather than going through the link, Jennings had been trying to create a private connection directly, which Nero had ignored just as easily as he had with the ones going through the Thought Hub. He did, however, note that both Angelton and Kathleen had been keeping a connection request open with him, despite being in the middle of the interrogation passing itself off as a debrief. Reminding himself that he should probably touch base with them at some point, since they were the ones currently in charge of defending House Walker from these idiots, Nero took a moment to consider what they might want. They're handling everything fine. I'll step in if they need me to, he told himself. Setting that aside for the moment, Nero allowed the connection with Jennings to solidify. Carefully separating a part of his mind to continue monitoring what was going on around him, Nero turned his attention to Jennings's arriving presence in his mind. "What's up?" he asked.
His tone made it clear that he felt completely justified in having been ignoring Jennings for however long the old man had been trying to contact him. Physically, Nero remained focused on his plate of food, which he'd been picking at. And anyone watching him wouldn't know that his mind was actually now focused on Jennings.
For the first time, Nero felt like he was able to hold a conversation while effortlessly doing something else. Before, it had been a struggle to hide his split attention, but now he found it no harder than breathing.
I'll tell you what's up. Do you have any idea what you did? I've been trying to recreate your impossible feat, and I haven't come close to figuring out how you did it, Jennings barked, his tone audibly portraying his frustration, while his body remained almost expressionless. Nero had to admit he was impressed. Even Jennings's essence field felt tranquil, as if the man were just sitting in his chair, thinking. But, in his mind, Jennings's presence felt completely different. It was a thunderhead of anger and curiosity. Nero replied quickly. Actually, yeah, I think I figured out what happened. I'm also pretty sure I know why you can't do it. Jennings's presence rocked back on its heels in shock. Even his body's essence field trembled at hearing what Nero had just said. Oh?
You have you?
Do tell, Jennings replied, his presence's anger evaporating as if it had never been there, leaving only his all-encompassing curiosity. Well, it's like this. I was feeling overwhelmed by all the information I was receiving through the ether. And if you remember, my original world didn't have anything like that there. My frame of reference for what is normal is completely different from yours. You see magic and all this kind of stuff as part of reality, while I see it as an addition, or maybe a reinterpretation. You get what I'm saying? Nero asked. I'm following so far, Jennings replied cautiously, eager for Nero to get to his point. Okay. So what I'm pretty sure happened was that I temporarily enforced my concept of reality on the surrounding area. The exact mechanics of how I did it, I have no clue about. But I'm almost positive that's what happened, Nero replied happily. Jennings' presence felt like it was growing. Nero quickly concluded that the man was likely increasing the amount of brain power he was allocating toward the conversation they were having. I see. Oh. That is interesting. If we consider only the effects of what you did, we can make a few assumptions by contrasting your idea of reality with the standardized models of planar mechanics, which over the years have been proven most accurate. You solidified the reality, mimicking a more distinct and non-interpretive material plane. But why then— Wait. Oh, so in a world without essence, materials and bodies are much less malleable and are in fact more self-contained, like eternalized enchantments versus constructs, he babbled half to himself and to Nero. Nero listened to what he was saying, attempting to understand and imagine the man's perspective. It was interesting, in a way, to see how Jennings came at the concept of a more real reality from his perspective of everything being a construct created by the world around him. For him, that was just how reality worked. But to Nero, it seemed somewhat backward, although he was somewhat able to see where the old man was coming from. But how did you do it? You shouldn't have the ability to freeze reality in place like that. What you did was similar to what a planar lord could do within their own personal planes. Granted, you only accomplished your feat in an isolated area, but still, Jennings said, now sounding somewhat worried. Mentally shrugging, Nero replied, No idea. I just got fed up with reality no longer making sense and lashed out. I've tried doing it again, off and on, for the past hour, and haven't figured it out. Even the memory of what I did is missing when I went and looked for it. Concerned, Jennings asked, Your memory of the event is gone? But then how are you able to speak about it now? Within the confines of their private conversation, Nero's mental presence shook his head. No, I still remember it. What I mean is that the experience of the event is missing. Do you remember how I mentioned my personal little hallucination I used to go over my memories and grow? Well, whatever I did to cause reality to temporarily become normal, that's missing. It's like I either didn't record it, or it was instantly uploaded into my soul. For that small frame of time, the automatic capture of the essence of the memory didn't work at all like it normally does, Nero concluded. Sounding deep in thought, Jennings replied, I suppose in a way that tracks with the theory of you temporarily solidifying reality. Even when I try and delve into what happened, I find nothing. It's as though this infinitesimally small section of the plane became isolated for that brief moment in time. No history of what occurred was recorded, and no after effects still linger in the ether for me to interpret.
If we take your conclusions as a baseline, then we can infer that what you did wasn't so much as shut down magic, but instead, you used your presence to reinforce the local definitions of everything within your scope of control.
Confused, Nero replied, Isn't that what I already said? Annoyed, Jennings replied, No, it's not. We've long since believed that higher tiers of existence are merely stronger realities that have more solidified planes. The idea came from the understanding that the higher level you are, the more solid your identity becomes. When you tier up to level 100, you are then logically forced into a different reality. If you haven't sufficiently prepared for the process, you become ripped apart. That's why gods exist as higher life forms restricted to their planes, which they build themselves.
It gets a little complicated, but I've come to realize that you prefer generalizations over accuracy.
Nero mentally smirked before replying, And I appreciate that. You know, the more I learn about this plane, the more I understand why you've been so hesitant to explain anything to me. A lot of what I've accomplished has been due to my unbiased investigations into how everything works here. I'm glad you're finally beginning to see reason, Jennings replied. Before Jennings could say anything else, Nero went off on a rant. I mean, I get it now, or at least I think I do. I've been looking at everything all wrong. You and Nick have been going on and on about science and how things work. Hell, there are research institutes funded by the government entirely dedicated to discovering how essence shapes reality. But I was misunderstanding the fundamental truth of this world. It's all relative. Magic is just the medium people use to affect reality.
It's not nearly as codified as I thought it was.
I've watched multiple people cast the same light spell, and each one of them doing it differently. Sure, there are similarities, but the fact that there are any differences at all should have told me something, he said, with some underlying anger slipping through. Interested, Jennings asked, And what exactly should that have told you? Turning away from his meal and allowing the entirety of his mind to focus on the conversation, Nero met Jennings's eyes and replied, It should have told me that none of you have any clue what you're talking about. In a world with magic, the concept of a unified theory of science isn't possible. There is no, this is how it works, or this is the way it is. Someone sufficiently strong would be able to rewrite reality however the hell they wanted. Honestly, have you ever considered how crazy it is that you have an identity panel imprinted into your very being?
Haven't you ever wondered if it was placed there by someone? It's a common trope in every fiction I've ever read, and the fact that I've been ignoring that pisses me off more than someone putting mayonnaise on my hot dog.
Offended, Jennings replied, Of course we've considered that, but to say that science is pointless is ridiculous. There are fundamental truths of reality that can be explored and proven, and to discount that entire concept as an up to interpretation is insulting. Shrugging of Jennings's expected and likely justified anger at what he'd said, Nero replied, Sure, man. You keep doing you. But keep in mind, aside from proving that the world we see around us is nothing more than a construct built by what the will of the world expects to be here, science here is kind of pointless. At best, I'd call science here
the arrangement of best practices rather than discoveries.
Hell, even your books say that each person has to interpret the spell forms in their own way for them to work.
That right there is proof that I'm right. Jennings, being caught in a logical recursion loop, sat silently in thought as he tried to work through what Nero had just said. Smiling to himself, Nero replaced his empty plate with a fresh one from his inventory and returned to his meal. Meanwhile, Angelton had stood up and taken over the debrief from his perspective, narrating his view of how the battle for the portal had progressed. Managing expectations. Although still physically present in the room, Jennings' mind was so busy it was as if he weren't actually there. Nero's words were currently rattling around in his head like hooligans, destroying any semblance of order. Have I spent my entire life looking at the world all wrong? He wondered. The concept of science has been and always will be sacred to him.
He believed in it the way zealots believed in their gods. So hearing an entirely different concept of reality from someone who seemed to see into the very truth of the ether around him, and having that someone claim that science could not accurately live up to its claims, shook Jennings to his very core. But that wasn't all. He'd also been putting off dealing with the repercussions of what Nero had done to the ether, and now he was running out of time. When Nero had frozen the essence in the ether, he'd isolated the entire area, and as a result, all the connections Jennings had established had been severed. The routes he'd created to connect him to Hennings, the various scries he'd constantly been maintaining, even his dedicated connection to his temporary lodgings in the Tower of Magic and his machines, they were all gone. Now he was under siege from people attempting to re-establish contact with him. He could feel Mathers forcefully reaching out to him from Hennings, the distance requiring his participation if he wanted to reinstate the connection. Yet the real trouble was his link. His link was practically overheating with how many connections it was being forced to process. The evaluators who'd been watching Nero demanded a moment of his time, while many others were sending over their requests for an explanation. He'd held off dealing with them because he hadn't yet decided what to tell them. He'd needed time to try and understand what Nero had done, and to see if he could recreate the phenomenon. But, even after an hour, he'd gotten nowhere. Now, after speaking with Nero, he realized he might never be able to accomplish what the young man had done. His perspective and preconceptions simply made it an impossibility for him. That is, if what Nero was claiming was true. Something he was increasingly beginning to believe was the case. After all, Nero's theories weren't too unfounded.
Annoyingly, they were perfectly in line with the scientific observations he'd witnessed throughout his long life. Up until now, he'd just assumed that there were answers to these discrepancies, waiting for dedicated researchers like him to eventually discover. Sighing to himself, he allowed part of his mind to reach out and solidify the connection request from Mathers in Hennings. Manipulating the essence around him, he allowed a scrying window to open up in front of him, Archmage Mathers' face appearing inside of it. "Jennings, thank the gods above. What happened? You and everyone else look fine now, but for a moment there, all our scries cut out. What happened to our connection? The communications array listed you as temporarily out of plane. Are you all right?" Mathers asked in a hurried voice, sounding uncharacteristically panicked. Jennings ignored the fact that the room around him had gone silent. "Calm down. Everything is fine." There was just a small disruption to the local essence. "There is nothing you need to worry about." Suddenly becoming furious, Mathers replied, "Nothing I need to worry about? Are you insane? The damn palace has sent over a formal request for our records. They want everything we managed to record about the event and are even sending populators over to ensure that we don't miss anything." Surprised at the palace's involvement, Jennings replied as if he were thinking out loud, "Oh, that's unexpected. Although I should have seen that coming.
After all, what occurred must have caught him off guard, possibly even shaken him a bit. Even his abilities won't be able to see what isn't there. Mather's expression twisted into a grimace, not liking the conclusions he was coming to. The him you're referring to wouldn't happen to be the him I'm thinking of, would it? Seeing Jennings offer only a shrug, Mather's voice boomed. You infuriating, blasted old fool!
What did you do? Jennings was about to reply when he felt Nero peeking over his shoulder. His tone amused, Nero asked, Who's this guy? Another one of you meddling mages sitting in their towers abusing their magic to watch people enjoying their lives from the shadows? Having realized that Mathers and everyone else must have assumed he'd been the one to disrupt the ether, Jennings ignored Nero and replied, It wasn't me. I didn't do anything. The localized disruption was caused by him. Gesturing with his head, he implicated Nero, whose self-satisfied face was hovering over his shoulder. After their little dispute over the nature of science and its place in reality, Nero felt Jennings close the connection. Glancing up from his food, Nero took another look at the old man. Despite Jennings's ironclad emotional control, Nero could tell that what they'd discussed had shaken him. It made sense, as anyone having their beliefs questioned couldn't help but have a reaction. And Jennings, being older than dirt, had probably been worshipping at the altar of science for most, if not all, of his adult life. Yet, Nero couldn't help but feel somewhat ambivalent about shattering the old man's reality. Since he'd arrived in this world, he'd been having his reality shattered daily. So it was about time someone else had to suffer through the process. Besides, eventually he'd probably thank him for the enlightenment. Probably. Ignoring him, Nero's attention returned to the room. The debrief was still going strong. Luckily, it seemed to be nearing its conclusion, as the current topic they were discussing was the arrival of the dwarves and the populators. Surprisingly, none of the army's leadership or the mages at the table looked to be focusing on what Nero had done to the portal. Instead, they were forcing both Angelton and Kathleen to continually repeat their perspectives of how they saw the dwarves fight, along with analyzing exactly what the populators had said when they'd arrived. While at first, Nero had thought the debrief had been arranged in this way due to them wanting just to cause him trouble, he was beginning to believe he'd only been half right. Considering how calm and reasonable Angelton and Kathleen were acting, Nero figured it was entirely possible that debriefs like this were more common than he'd expected them to be. Seeing as no one was objecting or making a fuss, he wouldn't be surprised if this were the somewhat standard way they handled things here. With the availability of memory engrams and delving, he could see how it might be beneficial for soldiers to review what they'd done in detail, so that they and others could learn from their mistakes. Looking closer, he could even see that the harsh and abrasive questioning happening seemed to lack the hostility he'd expected. If this technology had been available back home, politicians and backseat quarterbacks would have abused the hell out of it. For example, just think about the invention of the body camera and its widespread distribution across America. While body cams had saved countless innocents from police brutality, they'd also been the cause of many abuses of power over hard-working police officers who'd struggled daily under the mountain of prejudice and hatred that had become both acceptable and expected. Cops were forced to swallow their anger when someone flipped them off or spouted filth and hate as if they were begging for an arse-whooping. People in charge loved telling their subordinates that they needed to be better than the common citizenry, as if they weren't just people trying to do their jobs like everyone else. Hell, Nero himself had once participated in cop baiting when he'd been a bit drunk. He wasn't proud of it, but he'd done it. With the protection of a friend recording him, he'd felt a bit invincible at the time. Once again, he wondered if his cultural bias had affected him. Aside from the mages having tried to trick him, no one else seemed to be looking to accuse Kathleen or Angelton of anything in particular. Perhaps I was just projecting, he thought to himself.
Straining his senses, he tried to process what their essence fields were telling him. It was a bit difficult because he was quickly realizing the difference between what people were feeling and how they were acting. Some of the more professional army people were hiding their dislike of House Walker while simply going through the motions. Others, some of those who seemed to actually appreciate what House Walker had done, were actually the ones being the most brutal and unyielding with their questions.
Nero couldn't help but wonder whether or not there was any point in sensing how people were feeling, since it didn't seem to have any relevance in predicting their actions. Which, when he thought about it, made sense. People were, by their very nature, complicated. How people acted wasn't always based on emotion, especially in such a rigid profession like the army. On top of that, what he was sensing was the emotional projection from a person's body and soul. Their mind was what actually made the decisions, and he had no way of interpreting that through a person's essence field. Or at least, he didn't think it worked that way. "This is too complicated," he muttered to himself, while trying to recall everything he'd read about how essence fields actually worked. From out of nowhere, a golden window swirled into being in front of Jennings, the entire room suddenly going silent. Even the memory engram hovering over the table paused. Every head in the room turned to see what was happening.
"Jennings! Thank the gods above! What happened?" shouted some guy from the small window. While Jennings sat there and took the verbal abuse, many people in the room dropped their jaws in shock. Considering the angle of the little window, very few people were able to see who was talking. Nero, on the other hand, was able to lean back in his chair and catch the side profile of the man in the window. He looked older than Jennings, and much more rigid in his posture. His long, white beard was impeccably styled, giving him an air of nobility and grandeur. And if it weren't for his robes, Nero would have assumed he was some sort of administrator. But, based on what the man was saying, and the very magical room behind him, Nero guessed that he was another high-level mage, or even another archmage, like Jennings. Deducing that the window was probably a communications platform created through some form of scrying, Nero decided that it would be a laugh to include himself in the conversation. Slipping out of his chair, he popped up behind Jennings, leaning over his shoulder. "Who's this guy? Another one of you meddling mages sitting in their towers abusing their magic to watch people enjoying their lives from the shadows?" Nero asked, with as smarmy a smile as he could muster. Seeing the surprise on the other man's face, Nero heard Jennings add, "It wasn't me. I didn't do anything. The localized disruption was caused by him." Nero's smile widened even further while he offered the man in the window a wave, throwing his other hand around Jennings' shoulder like he was posing for a selfie. "The not-so-great and middlingly powerful Nero, middle name redacted, Walker, at your service. And who might you be? Or should I just address you as the little bearded man in the window?" Utterly shocked, Mather's mouth opened a few times before he mustered up the mental energy to formulate an actual reply.
"Why, I'm Archmage Cornelius Mathers, currently serving as the head of the Hennings Mage Council. You assume correctly that I know who you are. But, if you'd excuse us, I need to speak with Archmage Jennings for a moment." Waving his hand dismissively, Nero used his other to pull on Jennings' shoulder, ensuring that both their heads were in the frame for Mathers to see. "Nonsense, we're all friends here. Hell, you've probably watched me in the shower, you old so-and-so. We're practically family at this point. Now what's this I hear about some mysterious guy wanting to know what happened? Is this about the portal thing? Because as I've made it perfectly clear more than once, my ability to manipulate portals is the result of my unique abilities, and not something that can be studied or copied." Mather's expression of surprise slowly morphed into a furrowed brow to demonstrate how unhappy he was with Nero's shenanigans. Jennings was surprised to find himself enjoying seeing Mathers bearing the brunt of Nero's antics. Finally having proof that it wasn't just him that found Nero's demeanor difficult to deal with, He could feel the pressure he'd been feeling on his center lightening. There was stability to be found in shared suffering, and seeing a colleague like Mathers being led around like a dog on a leash was satisfying. It's not some guy, young man. It's the king, and this has nothing to do with your portal manipulations. While impressive and interesting, they pale in comparison to what recently happened in your area. The ether was isolated in a way that prevented all detection and delving. Your entire area momentarily disappeared from the plane. Turning his eyes to address Jennings, he demanded, "I need you to tell me what you did." Jennings' rueful smirk caused Mather's blood pressure to rise. The man's face began to turn a disturbingly bright shade of red.
Nero, suddenly making the mental connection between what he'd done and what Mathers was accusing Jennings of, smiled. "Oh, that wasn't him. That was me." Feeling Jennings turn his head to stare at him from barely an inch away from his cheek, Nero's face paled a bit before muttering, "I probably shouldn't have said that. But whatever, you already pinned it on me, and I'm willing to own up to it. Like a boss." Jennings scoffed in amusement before turning back to Mathers and saying, "It's nothing groundbreaking. I already told you it was him. You're just assuming he did something more interesting than what he did. To be clear, he merely figured out a way to temporarily isolate a small section of the ether. It's similar to a dissemblance technique." Mathers' face became thoughtful for a moment before he replied, "But then why is the palace interested?"
The king's ability to parse essence echoes shouldn't have been affected. With how physically close he was to Jennings, Nero could feel the man's concern radiating off him like waves of heat. Yet his voice was light as a feather, as if what he was saying was common sense. "It's likely due to the recent trauma the area is suffering due to the density shift. Essence in the area is undergoing a significant change, and it's only reasonable to assume there would be side effects. I doubt that it's anything to be concerned about. We were able to re-establish a connection quickly without any issues." Trying to keep his face blank, Nero's mind raced to understand the subtle undertones of the conversation going on between the two powerhouses. Whatever he'd done must have cut off the king's ability to see him, which apparently worked differently than scrying. And, from the subtext, he could assume that the king was able to typically keep an eye on everything, and being cut off had rattled him. Realizing that he now had yet another reason to avoid going to Hennings, Nero forced his smile to remain wide and confident while he released his hold on Jennings' shoulder. "I have no idea what you two are talking about, and, to be honest, it's a little boring to listen to you two old men nattering at each other. How about you two take this conversation outside so the rest of us can get on with our day?" Seeing the shock on Mathers' face at being dismissed like an intruding grandfather at a wedding party, Jennings quickly stood up, forcing Nero, due to his height, to remove his head from over his shoulder. "The young man is right. This isn't the place to discuss this. Give me a moment to find somewhere to talk, Mathers." Peeking around the side of Jennings' shoulder, Nero waved at the man in the window. "Bye now. I'll remember you when I'm taking a crap."
Enjoy your peeping, you old perv.
As Nero returned to his seat, he could hear Mathers' voice demanding, "What the hell is that young man talking about? What have you been telling him? Why does he think we're watching him in the bathroom? Honestly, Jennings, you're supposed to be representing the Tower of Magic. Why do you always have to mess with people? You're nearly 1,000 years old. When are you going to grow up?" Nero chuckled to himself while watching Jennings walk away with the scry window, following along as if tethered to his chest. Taking a moment to revel in the chaos he just caused for the old man, Nero began to mentally examine what he got from the part of his mind assigned to understanding how the magical little window worked. Turning his attention back to the table, he saw everyone now staring at him like he had a second head. "What?" he replied unashamedly, before waving his hand and demanding,
You can all return to what you were doing.
I believe the gentleman in the blue robe was asking about whether or not our dear battle leader considered asking the dwarves why they'd chosen to interfere in Dorchester's business.
Leaning over the table so he could lock eyes with Kathleen, he asked, "Aren't you going to reply to the idiot's question? He's waiting for an answer." Chapter 308. 90% the same, 10% entirely different. Standing at the table, Kathleen pointed to the memory being shown. At this point, I'd estimate around 30% of our forces were out of the battle. Between the shield mages being overstressed and our healers running out of center, the reappearance of Lord Walker and the arrival of the dwarves was well timed. Now, I think I'll turn the floor over to Knight Angelton for his analysis of the kobolds who came through the portal and how they're different from the ones we've been fighting, she finished tersely, before retaking her seat.
Feeling the control of the display hologram transferring to Knight Angelton, Kathleen internally sighed in relief. She'd never been much of a fan of debriefings like these. While she understood their importance and could even accept the need for them, she still didn't enjoy participating in them. In the North, debriefings were done in a much less formal setting, usually around a campfire or a hearth. And when about a battle, they were done in the field, with superiors given the opportunity to demonstrate their points with weapons in their hands. It was both more effective and logical than the way they did things here in the South. Bringing forward Lady Verena's active ping to the front of her mind, she said, "All right, now what was it you were saying?" Sounding somewhat impatient and annoyed, Vera Salvatore Verena replied, "How can you, as an accomplished warrior and battle leader, not have the ability to maintain multiple conversations in tandem?" How's that possible? Internally rolling her eyes, Kathleen replied, "I'm perfectly capable of managing multiple communication lines at once. What I'm not exceedingly skilled at is discussing multiple subjects while dealing with something else." Feeling Vera's confusion over the link, Kathleen explained, "It's an entirely different skill set. While you, as an administrator, may excel at having multiple conversations about multiple subjects, a warrior like me focuses on a singular subject. When I need to, I can coordinate multiple teams all working toward one goal: victory. As long as it's about what I'm doing, my mind is perfectly capable of handling as many streams of thought as I need it to. But when you interrupt me in a debriefing to talk about politics, it disrupts my equilibrium and everything grinds to a halt." By the time she was done talking, Kathleen had felt herself becoming adversarial. She was sure she was projecting her anger over the link, and took a moment to recollect herself before asking, "Now again, what was it you were trying to tell me?" Feeling amused, Vera replied, "It's about what you should expect when you leave the Undercity." Replying quickly, Kathleen recalled, "Yes, you mentioned something about a demonstration or something?" Vera replied, "Not so much a demonstration as a full-blown crowd event. As I'm sure you understand, when word was spread about the portal, people were eager to discover what happened, and as a result, when the memory engrams and posts Ms. Keening uploaded to the Thought Hub, they spread through the city like a brush fire. And that was before the religious district and the hunters got involved." Kathleen asked, "Hunters? What are you talking about? And what about the religious district? I don't understand. What do they have to do with anything?" Vera replied, "Apparently a respected scholar from the Religious District Center made the connection between Lord Walker's self-actualization and the historical accounts of planar appearances by the gods of Acturus." It took a moment for Kathleen to recall the reference. "Wait, you mean those planar lords that failed to preemptively attain godhood and started those cults in Acturus? That was like over thousands of years ago, wasn't it?" Kathleen asked in confusion. Vera replied, "Yes, and those events are still responsible for almost all of our knowledge concerning the higher planes. Without those gods, we wouldn't have been able to physically visit the higher planes,
Or at least, I don't think we could. Who knows what some of the more advanced cities have gotten up to? Suddenly, Kathleen understood the problem. Records for the religious district were typically limited to historical accounts and descriptions. There are a lot of references to be found without the corresponding scientific knowledge, which is restricted in the archives. It's not uncommon to find references to advancements in the religious district that spark questions among the scientific community. All right, but what are they thinking then? Are they interested in formally starting a religion for Lord Walker or something? Is that even legal? The cults broke apart on their own, if I remember correctly. Or am I missing something? Kathleen asked in confusion. Vera replied, No, not as such. Truthfully, at this point, I don't think anyone knows what they want. They're all just happy to be alive and out of danger. The coincidence merely helped spread the word about House Walker's accomplishment. And as a result, half the Hells-be-damned city is waiting for Lord Walker to make an appearance. Her face paling, Kathleen immediately began planning how to handle the complications they'd face upon their return to the city. After Archmage Jennings left the room, Nero had thought that the people on the other side of the table would have seized the opportunity to push whatever secret agendas they might have had. He had been ready for it. In fact, he'd been just waiting for the opportunity to abuse his newfound mental prowess to dismantle their questions and expose their intentions while humiliating them. Unfortunately, he never got the chance. Instead of receiving cleverly worded implications couched in politeness, all he saw was them focusing on how the dwarves had fought and what it had been like to meet the populators. If it hadn't been for their serious expressions and controlled tones, he'd have thought they were fangirling. But that hadn't even been the weirdest thing about their questions. It had caught him completely off guard when they'd chosen to completely skip over the fact that he'd basically brought himself back from death by sheer willpower and awesomeness alone. Instead of making a big deal out of it, or even questioning it, they merely noted it in their files before quickly moving on. Even the mages that were present in the room hadn't tried to push for an explanation. Luckily, Nero's increased ability to interpret events due to his new big brain power had allowed him to speculate a few reasons for what was happening. It wasn't that they weren't interested or wanted to know how he did it. It was that none of the people present had any basis for understanding anything at all about what happened, or even exactly what it was that he did. So, they had universally decided to take Archmage Jennings' report at face value and move on. His resurrection was so outside of their experience that they felt decidedly uncomfortable even discussing it. They simply had no frame of reference from which to expand on. Then, as if it had been some sort of retaliation over how preposterous what he'd done was, they'd begun focusing their questions intensely on the decisions Angelton and Kathleen had made after Nero had been removed from the chain of command by the Archmage, via what everyone agreed was a perfectly justifiable kidnapping. Why didn't you return immediately? How long did it take for your healers to see to the injured? At this point, how were your supplies? And did that have any bearing on your decisions? After that, Nero had quickly lost interest in their discussions. It was like each of them was more interested in convincing everyone else in the room that they knew what they were doing than finding anything specific out. Even Kathleen and Angelton had gotten rather into the debate, seemingly treating the debrief as a round-table discussion on the optimal use of resources after a difficult mission. It had been as if any hostility on the other side of the table had been completely forgotten, and everyone had instead begun to sound more like professors at a conference discussing resource allocations than a military tribunal. Regardless, looking back on it, as far as Nero was concerned, nothing all that interesting happened after Jennings left. And the whole thing wrapped up with them dismissing House Walker with the thanks of the Dorchester military for all that they had done for their great city. On the way out of the room, Nero even overheard some quiet discussions on how they might be able to finagle the laws to allow for some military honors to be publicly handed out. They weren't even hiding the fact that they were trying to make it clear to the public that the military had been deeply involved in the operation and had furthermore been instrumental in every aspect of House Walker's success.
However, on the plus side, over the course of the debrief, Nero had been able to make more than a few trips to the buffet table to acquire more food for his personal space.
It's astonishing what people will put up with for free food, Nero thought to himself.
But now the pain was finally over, and they were finally free to return to the city. Walking quickly to keep pace with Angelton, Nero asked,
"Hey, why were you two trying to ping me during the debrief? And then why did you both stop? For the record, I wasn't ignoring you. I was just busy."
As Nero asked his question, they were currently heading out of the front of the command building, which Nero still mentally refused to call the command tent. Meanwhile, Kathleen and a few of the team leaders had already gone off to collect the wackos who'd been spreading out over the encampment, mingling with the soldiers. And while she was busy doing that, Angelton had, not so subtly, been put in charge of Nero wrangling.
And although it would have been in character for Nero to have been pissed off by that, for some reason he instead just found it funny. Sounding somewhat tired, Angelton replied, "While I can't speak for Battle Leader Averitt, I was trying to contact you in order to be able to warn you of any dangers."
Mildly interested, Nero replied,
"What dangers?"
As they both came to a stop in front of the tunnel they'd be using to reach the Undercity's main entrance, Angelton glanced down at Nero and replied,
"Nothing specific."
Seeing that Nero wasn't willing to accept his vague response, Angelton continued,
"Debriefings are common. Their format is universal. Whenever a troop returns from battle, a science team finishes a project, or even when a trade caravan returns, there are debriefings. From the bottom to the top of the chain of command, each level discusses their experiences with their superiors.
It's a universally recognized aid to leveling, and an accepted way to increase performance over time."
Nero was a little annoyed at the detailed but thoroughly uninteresting reply.
"Uh-huh. So, dangers?"
Ignoring Nero's tone, Angelton continued as if Nero hadn't said anything.
"Typically, people outside your direct chain of command are rarely included in these debriefings."
Pausing, he turned to look down at Nero and asked,
"Do you remember the debriefings you participated in after the battle for the tunnel on the mountain?"
Nero took a moment to think before replying. "Not really. I'm sure I talked to a few people about it, but I don't remember who. And I don't think it was very formal or anything like what we just went through." Nodding, Angelton said,
"That's understandable. A good debriefing feels more like a conversation. It's important for a person to be able to objectively analyze their actions and understand how they could do better in similar situations in the future.
The role superiors play in these debriefings is that of a mentor or a guide." Looking over his shoulder at the command building, Angelton lowered his voice unconsciously, as if he didn't want to be overheard.
What we just went through wasn't a common debriefing. Right from the start, it was clear that the military was treating us as outsiders. Many people in the room shouldn't have been there, and were clearly only interested in being on record as having been involved in our mission to close the portal.
Nero shrugged, not nearly as surprised as Angelton likely expected him to be. Slightly frowning at Nero's attitude, Angelton continued,
"My point is, right from the start, Battle Leader Averitt and I knew something was wrong. We just didn't know what."
"So, understandably, we were worried about what they might trick you into saying."
Nero noted, "Aside from that one group of mages that tried to get me into a lab to study my portal manipulation, I didn't see anyone being all that confrontational." Angelton instantly replied, "That was due to the Archmage. His presence and quickly filed report made it clear he was backing you, or rather, House Walker." Nero guessed, "So if it weren't for him being there, that could have gone a lot differently?" Angelton shrugged. "I have no idea. I can only speculate.
Maybe they were just interested in making it look like the military was more involved than they were. Or maybe they were looking for evidence of misappropriation of military resources, or instances of illegal noble involvement in the chain of command. Or maybe they really were just interested in debriefing us. Suddenly, Nero had a thought. From what he knew, there were plenty of laws that ensured that the nobles couldn't control the military directly. Sure, it would have been on a technicality, but it was entirely possible that House Walker could have been accused of ordering the encampment commanders around. Seeing Nero's expression, Angleton said, "You don't have to worry. Overall, they treated the debrief as a standard interaction, as if we were members of the military. There is no reason to suspect they have any intention of filing charges." Nero couldn't help but be impressed by how easygoing Angleton seemed. "You don't feel annoyed at having to justify your decisions to those people?" "Not at all," Nero asked. Angleton replied with some confusion in his tone. "No? Why? Should I? They are all commanders with decades of experience behind them. Any insight they chose to share would be for my benefit, not theirs."
While the debrief could have gone another way, I'm actually glad to have had the opportunity to hear their opinions. Nero narrowed his eyes. "Yeah, that's freaking weird." Turning his head to look down at Nero in confusion, Angleton replied, "Weird?" Scoffing, Nero replied, "Well, yeah. I mean, it's weird that you don't care. Have some pride, man. They were second-guessing every damn decision you made. How can that not piss you off?" From behind him, Nero heard Blackwood speak up. "My lord, I think you might be misunderstanding something." Glancing over his shoulder at Blackwood, Nero raised his eyebrows in surprise. "When did you get here?" he asked, before looking around at the group of wackos who'd been standing behind him. Angleton turned around, raising his voice so that everyone could hear him. "Having your actions questioned isn't a bad thing. A core principle of growth is reflection."
When you are in a position of authority, it is your responsibility to help guide those below you into refining their thought processes so that they can achieve the maximum benefits of their experiences. Nero watched as everyone nodded in agreement, no one apparently disagreeing with what Angleton said. Whether it was due to Nero's newly empowered mental processing power or just a result of his slowly advancing maturity, but Nero's mind was chewing through the concept at a startling pace. The very idea that people in positions of power were interested in teaching their subordinates how to do their job better, rather than discussing what they'd done wrong, was difficult for him to process. Sure, he understood the idea, but he'd never actually considered it being put into practice. That simply wasn't how the boss-subordinate dynamic worked, at least not in his experience.
Helpful conversations like what they were describing were supposed to happen behind closed doors, between a mentor and mentee, hidden from everyone so no one would get jealous. They were not supposed to happen in formal settings in front of people. And when formalities are involved and records are taken, someone is supposed to be getting fired. Yet, when his mind was analyzing the concept, he found it completely logical. Their entire society was based on leveling, and anything that benefited that goal would be given priority. It was counter to the responsibility mindset that he was used to. Back on Earth, success was rewarded with more work. The point of any job being to advance in the hierarchy until you screwed up enough that you weren't able to go any higher. There was never any focus on refining one's abilities or skills. That simply wasn't worth the time it would take from an efficiency standpoint. For a meeting to be called, there needed to be a reason. Someone screwed up, or there was a problem, and they needed to get to the bottom of it so it wouldn't happen again. Meetings like debriefings were originally created to streamline efficiency and assign responsibility. Over time, they were perverted into what he'd become used to. They were now vehicles to assign blame and tear down competitors in the corporate advancement race. Whether it was in a boardroom or a donut shop,
Everyone wanted a promotion. But here, in this society, there was another factor that influenced the social perception of meetings and advancement, namely, levels. Sure, it would be nice to move up the corporate ladder, but that wasn't the driving force behind their employees. Primarily, employees wanted to advance themselves. They wanted to level. Instead of being promoted to the level where you began to suck at your job and therefore could no longer be promoted, people here stayed in their jobs until they mastered them.
Their yearning for experience and growth demanded it. And while being promoted was great, there was a subtle expectation that newly promoted people would not be very good at their jobs. Nero's mind pieced all this together from context clues that he'd been ignoring since he'd arrived, his memory working overtime to provide him examples. His mind was blown by the idea that their entire foundation and understanding of the workplace dynamic was completely opposite to what he was used to. Being assigned blame for something here was a good thing? An opportunity to learn something new and expand a person's skill set. With that in mind, he was looking over his recent experiences in the command building with seemingly new eyes. So many of the unspoken motivations were the same, but with this new information, the entire dynamic had changed. Muttering to himself, Nero said, "That's so logical." It's obvious in a way that kind of pisses me off, if I'm going to be honest.
Leaning forward, Blackwood asked, "I'm sorry, my lord. What did you say?" Pulled out of his thoughts by Blackwood's question, Nero looked up at him in surprise. "Huh? Oh, nothing. I was just thinking about how crazy you all are and got distracted." Confused, Blackwood nodded with an uncomfortable look on his face. Angleton changed the subject by saying, "We'll be moving out soon." Raising his voice and taking on the tone of a commander, he added, "And when we get to the city, be sure to stay in the ranks. I don't want to see anyone pulled into the crowd. Also, remember, no interviews or uploads to the Thought Hub without first running it by Ms. Keening. House Walker's matters are not to be disseminated to the public without authorization." Seeing everyone nodding in agreement while promising their understanding, Nero frowned in confusion before asking, "What crowd?" Chapter 309. What's a plainer lord?
No! We can't form a religion for him. Did you not even read the material you got from the archives? Nicholas practically shouted across the table. Vera, to his immediate right, was reclining comfortably in her chair at the head of the table, thoroughly enjoying seeing her man so worked up. His love of science, which almost reached the level of obsession or self-destruction, manifested itself in many ways that never failed to amuse her. Like now, his need for accuracy in the presented research he was hearing resonated with her own pillar of precision. Across from him, to her right, were the team members she'd sent to the archives to investigate what plainer lords actually were, and whether or not there was any truth to what that instigator from the religious district claimed. Clearly angry at Nicholas's tone, the team leader replied, "Why can't we form a religion?" It's obviously what the citizenry is demanding.
Practically pulling his hair out, Nicholas screeched,
Because he's not a god! A religion requires a god. How can you not grasp that irrefutable fact, you utter and disappointing moron?
Seeing as the team leader, Mr. Sanders, was about to say something he might regret, his subordinate, seated next to him, placed a hand on his arm to stop him. Leaning forward to attract attention away from her superior, she said,
"Well, a cult, then. How about we form a cult?"
Vera's expression almost broke, her amusement becoming too much for her to hide. The look on Nicholas's face was too priceless. She watched as his eyes darted across the table, judging the seriousness in each of their eyes.
It was clear to her that he was in a state of bewilderment at hearing their proposal.
Undoubtedly, the poor man was about to explode into a tirade of insults that would both demonstrate his intellectual superiority and forever tarnish his reputation in her employees' eyes.
Sitting up in her chair, Vera's voice cut through the tension in the room. "Let's all take a moment to calm down," she said, before turning to Nicholas and asking, "Dear, why don't you start from the beginning and explain why you are so worked up over what Mr. Sanders and his associates found in the archives?" Recognizing what she was doing, Nicholas rolled his eyes before standing up and beginning to pace along his side of the table. "First of all, that respected scholar everyone is talking about has no idea what he's saying. He's clearly basing his findings on historical records from the religions. Instead of cross-referencing and checking his theories against the archives, he's simply spouting nonsense," Nicholas declared boldly, not even attempting to hide his disdain for the man. Before Mr.
Sanders could speak up, Nicholas rounded on him, pointing an accusing finger at him to shut him up. "And you should have realized that after reading what you found in the archives." Affronted, and no longer willing to sit there quietly and be insulted, Mr. Sanders replied, "We've only just returned from the archives and haven't had a chance to go through everything we've found. Our findings are based on a preliminary evaluation of the summaries we've been able to read so far. If you have knowledge that contradicts the theory that Lord Walker is a budding plainer lord, then how about you stop insulting us and share with the room what you know?" Unable to stop herself from slightly smirking, Vera added, "Mr. Sanders has a point, my dear. How about you tell us what you know about plainer lords?" Huffing in annoyance, Nicholas spent a moment to realign his robes before calming down. After taking a deep breath, he said, "My apologies. It's just that when—" Vera's voice sliced like a knife through the room, cutting him off. "Nicholas!" After another huff, Nicholas held up his hands in defeat. "Right. Sorry. The point is, despite how low-level our city is, and how little our archives have on plainer lords, we do have access to plenty of information which any idiot can see disproves the theories that idiot is peddling." Vera offered Nicholas her most impatient stare, silently demanding that he stop being difficult and instead begin getting to his point. After coughing lightly into his hand to buy a moment to organize his thoughts, Nick began one of his lectures. The references the respected scholar from the religious district based his theories on were about the plainer lords of Acturus. They were a group of mages who studied plainer magic, eventually attempting to find a way to ascend to godhood without having to reach level 100 and survive their ascension. In truth, they were all brilliant, and what they accomplished has been the cornerstone of planar research across the kingdom to this day. The repercussions of their experiments, despite what the religions claim, were not entirely their fault or an attempt to bypass the accords governing their various religions, he said while resuming his pacing. The cults that were formed around them weren't as big a deal as the religions make them out to be. In fact, plainer lords can't give out blessings or create any type of afterlife for their followers. Or, at least, not really, he said, before pausing for a moment. Quickly retaking his seat, he leaned over the table and held out his hands as if he were begging them to listen closely to what he was saying. You see, in order to understand how the cults were formed and the subsequent laws that validated them, you have to first understand what it was exactly that the plainer lords did. And more importantly, how that affected the scientific community at the time. As I said, the plainer lords of Acturus started out as mages. They were working under the various towers of magic in the region, communicating through a relay they had set up in secret. Technically, they were violating the isolationist doctrine between cities, and they only got away with it because they never shared what they discovered with the cities they served. Everything they did was held in the strictest of confidences. Working together, they created spells and rituals that allowed them to search the various planes closest to our own
discovering and mapping the planar spectrum. At that time, planar travel was a restricted subject due to the multiple planar wars that were being waged. Their original intention, and the reason their group was initially formed, was to find a way to seal off our plane, or at least gain more control over the planar walls.
If they could succeed in finding a way for us to exert that control, then the threat of planar invasions would become a thing of the past.
It was a noble and brilliant endeavor, he stated emphatically. Fed up, Mr. Sanders practically shouted, "What does any of that have to do with anything?" Frowning, Nicholas immediately replied, "I'm getting to that." Muttering under her breath, Vera whispered, "Try and get there a little quicker, my dear." Standing up to resume his pacing, Nicholas said, "So, there they were, working for the benefit of all when they discovered something unbelievable. They discovered a way to interact with the upper planes. Now, at first, they couldn't travel there. As you know, material reality doesn't exist there in the same way it does here. But they persevered, starting with some of the abandoned planes that no longer had an active presence controlling them. They—" Interrupting him, Mr.
Sanders' subordinate asked, "How can there be an upper plane without anyone controlling it? I thought they were synonymous with the gods that created them."
Nodding, Nicholas replied, "That's true, in a way. Gods create their planes when they ascend. It's through their own will and center that their planes are formed. But, over time, without any infusion of essence, the will behind the god can dissipate. In a way, it's the life cycle of the gods. Now remember, all of what I'm telling you is just the basics. The details of their research are beyond us, and the archives here are severely limited in their explanations." Seeing as the subordinate was busy processing what he'd just said, Nicholas moved on. Now, each of these mages found their own abandoned planes to experiment with, and by using their own centers, they slowly began interacting with them. While it took them each a little over a century of hard work, they eventually succeeded in binding themselves to them.
And the result was beyond their wildest expectations. Their centers expanded dramatically, limited only by the scope of their planes. Essentially, they'd found a way to become inexhaustible, borrowing the collected essence of the planes to do with what they wanted. Their perception of reality expanded, and they gained multiple abilities that defied our understanding at that time. Rubbing his hands together, he continued, "And this is where it gets interesting. They knew that this wasn't a secret they could keep, so they immediately began publishing their findings. As you can expect, it set off a storm of interest in the capital and beyond. Researchers from all over flocked to the cities, each planar lord being treated as both an oddity and a master whom they could learn from. And learn they did. With access to their methods, for the first time, mages were able to study the upper planes. At first, even the religions were happy. They could now verify their afterlives, seeing with their own eyes what happens after they die. Our entire understanding of reality was reshaped, answering questions that had been asked since the beginning of our recorded history. It was a time of scientific miracles. Planar studies advanced rapidly, and our understanding of the interplay between the material and the ethereal became more coherent every day. And then, that's when the cults began. You see, while everyone could look for their own plane to take over, it was much easier to tie themselves to one of the planar lords through a binding. And from what I understand, the ritual schematic they used was based on the ones the religions used to bind their followers. Needless to say, the cult spread rapidly. Instead of being limited in their scope, the undefined essence the cults now had access to gave them unprecedented power. And as a result, legislation was quickly created to organize and ratify what they were doing. At that time, no one knew what consequences there would be to what they were doing, he said ominously. Unable to stop himself, Mr. Sanders asked, "Consequences?
I didn't see anything about consequences. The summaries I read all stated that the planar lords disappeared, while the cults were forced to disband under pressure from the local religions. The laws governing the creation and management of cults still exist, as far as I can tell, that is. Nodding easily, Nicholas replied, I'm sure they do. No one would have wasted the time to remove them. However, I doubt anyone would actually create one. Not unless they're looking to kill themselves in the dumbest and slowest way possible, that is. Interested, Vera asked, How do you mean? The consequences that I mentioned. What no one knew at the time was how damaging it was to a person's leveling speed it was to tie themselves to another person's plane. You see, what they did was trade their future potential for immediate power.
Everyone who accepted the planar bindings to the planar lords could no longer level. At least, not at a pace that would overcome age creep. Their entire identity became intertwined with the plane lord they were following, severely and permanently limiting their growth. That was, in fact, what caused the planar lords themselves to disappear. In a way, they ended up getting their wish. They became gods, of a sort. What I mean is that they became so infused with the essence of their followers that their identity on this plane became unstable. They could only exist on their plane. However, without knowing the details, I can't say for sure exactly what happened. All I know is that their bodies withered and died, while the records mention that they somehow became trapped on their own planes, utterly powerless and alone. I remember studying the subject intensely, because the archives here in the city didn't explain what actually happened to them. Although every record I did find made it sound like whatever had happened, it hadn't been good. To this day, not knowing still bothers me, he said while rubbing his chin and staring down at the floor in thought. Mr. Sanders, ever the pragmatist, asked, But what does any of this have to do with Lord Walker? Startled out of his ruminations, Nicholas raised his eyes to meet Mr. Sanders before answering his question. Well, for one thing, the recorded abilities that the planar lords had included the ability to resuscitate themselves, at least according to legend. On at least 2 occasions, their members were assassinated. Witnesses who were present at the time reported seeing the planar lords come back from the dead without anyone's aid. It was one of their most interesting abilities, and likely the reason they were supported so completely by the governing bodies who monitored them. I also believe that that is what confused that charlatan from the religious district. He likely equated what Lord Walker did to what the planar lords of Acturus could do. Quite incorrectly, I might add. Vera's response was as curious as it was pointed. But there is no doubt that Lord Walker did revive himself. There is evidence of at least 2 occasions that I know of which prove it. Nicholas didn't deny it. Yes, but not in the same manner in which the planar lords could do it. Well, maybe the first time. But the only witness to that event was a delving recorded by Archmage Jennings, and I personally couldn't understand half of what I was seeing when I watched it. The point is, Lord Walker did something entirely different when he rebuilt his own body. He didn't resuscitate himself. He self-actualized, which is a totally different theoretical phenomenon, he declared sternly. Scoffing, Mr. Sanders' subordinate muttered, It's not all that theoretical when there are multiple memory engrams of people seeing him do it. Blushing, Nicholas replied, Yes, well, I meant that it was as yet a theoretical phenomenon. It was something the scientific community theorized to be possible, but had never been proven to be a reality. Up until now, that is. Vera asked quietly, And that is why the people from the capital are so interested in Lord Walker. It's not about his portal manipulation abilities at all, is it? Nodding, Nicholas replied, That's right, or at least I believe so. Mr. Sanders, wanting to get back to the point, asked, So, if Lord Walker isn't a planar lord, then how did he do it? Blinking rapidly, Nicholas replied, I have no idea.
The room waited in silence to see if he had anything else to add. After an uncomfortable few seconds, Nicholas continued. Look, no one has any idea how he did it. All I can tell you is that he is not a planar lord.
He never linked himself to another plane.
Conceivably, he might be building his own, but that is purely conjecture at this point.
Mr. Sanders, looking confused, asked, I thought you said only gods could do that.
Nicholas replied, Yes, that's true. As far as we know. Cocking his head slightly to the side, Mr. Sanders then asked, So then, why can't we start a religion for Lord Walker to appease the people who are demanding it? After a second or two to process the question, Nicholas erupted in anger. Waving his hands around like a lunatic, he declared, Because he's not a god, you simpleton! He has a body. He's on this plane. His center is contained. Someone as oblivious as you must have been blessed by all the gods above to have survived this long without accidentally killing yourself with your stupidity. After snorting in amusement at Nicholas's insult, Vera forced her expression back to its normal stoicism. That's enough, my dear.
We're just exploring our options. Loudly harumphing, Nicholas plopped himself back into his chair, pouting like a child having been scolded by his mother. Or, equally accurately, like a husband having been reprimanded by his overbearing wife. Chapter 310. Consequences of Awesomeness. While Nero stood slack-jawed, his entire mind was busy working in unison to understand what Angelton was telling him. So, between the guard and the army, they should likely be able to keep things from getting too out of hand. But you should keep in mind, their goal will be to maintain order, while ours will be to get you to the estate without any incidents, Angelton stated firmly. Pausing for a moment, Angelton then added somewhat hesitatingly, Until you and the rest of House Walker's leadership, in particular Lady Verena, decide how to respond to this development, I recommend you not engage with anyone trying to get you to publicly respond to them. Dumbfounded by the idea that a crowd of people was waiting for them to return to the city, Nero nodded somewhat numbly in agreement with what Angelton was saying. So, in short, what you're telling me is that several thousand religious nutjobs are waiting for me to appear so that I can formally announce my status. As a planar lord or a god or something, Nero asked somewhat awkwardly while looking up at the large and intimidating knight, who'd for some reason chosen to follow him. Not exactly, my lord. Many of them are likely just there to celebrate our victory over the kobolds. However, they're not the ones you have to worry about. Angelton continued his explanation, this time in more detail. When Nero's mind began to function again, he split his focus to take advantage of his newfound ability to appropriate his available brain power. After setting aside a portion of his attention to remain on his conversation with Angelton, another part of his mind reached out to his link to check on the various updates from Vera and the others that he'd been ignoring. Meanwhile, the central part of his consciousness took a metaphorical step back to monitor and coordinate everything. The sensation was interesting, to say the least, and he immediately began to notice a few things that caused his current understanding of reality to expand like a balloon filled with mind-altering happy gas. Firstly, his previous experience of allowing his mind to slip into the thought hub through the link wasn't currently possible. And no matter how deeply he focused on the thought hub, his access remained limited. It seemed that without his central consciousness being involved, all he was able to do was use the link's basic interface, much in the same way that he'd been able to since the first time he'd begun messing with it. Despite having earlier learned how to increase his presence in the virtual space, apparently how he was currently using it didn't allow for any type of subconscious communication or understanding with the thought hub's equivalent of a central processing unit. Instead of experiencing a sense of joining, all he was able to accomplish was a conversation.
a disappointingly average one at metaphorical arm's length at that. This interesting little factoid allowed him to finally theorize a few conclusions that, up until now, he'd been missing. Namely, how exactly his mind and soul actually worked together to create his consciousness. A lot of what he'd read, but not fully understood, finally became relevant.
He'd already been aware of the theoretical interplay between the mind and soul. But with this new information, he was beginning to actually conceptualize how it all came together. His updated and current theory was that his soul, being the core of who he is, runs the entire show from the background. Meanwhile, his mind operates in the real world and is a fabrication of the brain itself. His central consciousness is the mind behind the mind, and the brain power available to him increases with how developed his brain and body become, likely being a result of his levels and stats. Specifically, the mind stat is likely tracking the development of his soul's ability to successfully interact with his body. Meanwhile, his body is likely the representation of his soul on this plane. All his stats work together in hopeful harmony, bound by his confluence stat, in order to ultimately reach unity, or whatever Jennings had called it. And yet, it all came back to the soul. That's where it all starts. Even as his mind worked its ass off on this new theory of existence, that wasn't all he was figuring out. His second major discovery was proving equally important and mind-blowing. Namely, that his skills were infinitely more useful than he thought they were. That said, he still had no intention of tracking them, but he was beginning to understand that no matter how high his level got, he'd continue to be limited by his skill levels. His mind had likely been strong enough to do what he'd currently been doing for a while, but he'd just been too unskilled to take advantage of all that potential. This new understanding came from the fact that he wasn't struggling at all with the multiple threads of consciousness he was currently maintaining. Surprisingly, he had no issue listening to Angleton's explanation while also flipping through the updates that Vera and others had sent him. That feeling he'd had of growing into his level made a lot more sense when he took into account the inclusion of skill levels into the equation. As all this was rumbling around inside his brain pan, the various ideas were being chewed over and digested by his central mind. Meanwhile, his body remained functional and alert, basically running on autopilot. By the time the wackos were all back together and moving out, Nero was still blankly staring at Angleton, while the man continued his explanation of what he expected they were walking into. Yet, in the background, another part of his mind was busy absorbing and interpreting the information that Vera and Nick had sent him. While the pings he was reading from Vera focused on the political ramifications of the rumors surrounding him, the ones from Nick were a great deal more informative. His friend, the adorable nerd lord that he was, had sent over multiple summaries of research papers, along with the referenced material, on the subject of planar lords and gods. Each of these had been cross-referenced with Nero's situation, explaining in detail where there were similarities and highlighting the numerous differences. With the part of his mind wholly focused on what he was reading, Nero got through a great deal of information before his central consciousness even had a chance to incorporate any of it into his understanding. When his central consciousness eventually got around to reviewing everything he'd read, Nero could sort of understand how the religious folks had come to believe that he was a planar lord. At times, even Nick seemed to agree with a lot of what was being said by them over the thought hub by the experts from the religious district. But while Nick remained incensed by their faulty conclusions, Nero was busy incorporating all this new information into what he'd already discovered about himself. One after another, pieces of information slotted into place, coming together into a unified theory of existence that stretched itself hard to avoid any contradictions with what was considered established fact.
While previously he'd thought of his soul space as something that existed only inside himself, now he was wondering if, in fact, he had somehow created his own plane by accident. Just because Nick says it's impossible doesn't mean it actually is, thought Nero. If the conclusions he was coming to prove true, then maybe he was like a demigod or something. The term itself doesn't necessarily matter, as his understanding of what a god was already stretching the bounds of similarity to what he'd believed before he'd arrived here, and how the locals viewed their deities.
After all, the translation magic at work created an understanding between two people who were offering their own perspectives. But it was by no means all-encompassing. There was still likely plenty of room for misinterpretation. On more than one occasion that he could remember, he'd missed nuances of what people had been saying. Those nuances were important. Understanding them would prove pivotal in his efforts to wrap his head around the relationship between gods and their followers, cults and their planar lords, and what exactly those people waiting for him outside the mountain might expect from him. And, unless he was willing to just sit back and let everyone else dictate how he was going to handle things, he needed to truly adapt to this world's way of looking at things. He'd recently promised himself to be better about things like this, and he had no intention of forgetting that solemn oath. With his resolve hardened, he slipped his main consciousness back into the part of his mind that had been running his body. Angelton was still talking, and the wackos had already moved out. He and the rest of the formation had already begun exiting the tunnels attached to the central corridor leading out of the mountain. Now, at the home stretch, all that was left was making their way back to the entrance of the mountain and getting themselves back out into the fresh air. Looking around, he could tell that nothing much had changed since the last time he'd been here. The place was still massive, and it still reminded him of the wide-ass highways that used to cut through the mountains back home. Although the defensive emplacements looked to have been updated slightly, and there were now more shield emplacements glowing like waves of force hovering over bunkers and walls throughout the tunnel.
Well, interesting, he knew that details like these weren't what he should be focusing on right now. Even from where they were in the depths of the mountain, he could hear the sound of the people at the end echoing down the tunnel. Luckily, there still seemed to be plenty of time to prepare himself before they reached the exit. Looking up at Angelton, he interrupted the man's ongoing discussion on the distribution of their forces and the specifics of their orders to maintain the perimeter. His tone light, Nero asked, "Hey, real quick, you read all the stuff Vera and Nick sent us about me not actually being a planar lord, right?" Angelton, who was currently walking alongside him, replied, "Yes." Nero waited patiently for him to say something more, but was quickly disappointed by the stoic look on the man's face that he received in response to his silent inquiry. Uncertain how to broach what he really wanted to ask, Nero scratched his head and asked, So, what do you think about it?" Knight Angelton didn't immediately respond. Instead, he turned his head to look out over the front of the formation, off toward the exit of the tunnel they were headed toward. Nero could see that the man was taking his time, preparing and choosing his words carefully. "I don't have any particular feelings about what they're saying. I've never been much of a believer in the gods, and I'm not one to rely on borrowed power. When I die, I am perfectly happy to allow myself to join the world rather than the upper planes. My soul will live on in another incarnation, and I will become one with our plane. I have no desire to linger on in an afterlife, regardless of how wonderful an experience it might be," Angelton stated plainly. Nero frowned, not all that happy with the man's answer. While informative, that wasn't what he'd asked him, and now that he'd heard the man's reply, he couldn't help but focus on what he'd said. "I really don't have time for this, but I gotta ask. We'll get to my nonsense after I clarify some things," Nero promised himself. "Okay, so tell me if I'm understanding this right. When people die,
Their souls are sucked into the reincarnation cycle, but their minds are incorporated into the ether of the world. However, if they are followers of a faith, then their minds are preserved in their God's plane as a reward for their devotion. But either way, the souls themselves are wiped clean and then reborn, right? Nero asked, trying to simplify the explanation of the process in his head. Nodding, Angelton replied, "Yes, that's basically how it works, as far as I know. The essence transfer between gods and their followers has been well documented." While Nero paused in thought, Angelton's tone dropped. Cautiously, he asked, "Do you intend to request your followers to pledge their afterlives to you as well?" Surprised, Nero whipped his head around to stare up at the man. "You mean like the plane our lords did? I thought we already established that I'm not one of them." Angelton, not reacting to Nero's denial, replied, "I never said you were. However, I believe you are something different. What that is, I don't claim to know. However, what you can do, no one else can. It's not unreasonable to assume that you could possibly figure out a way to create a plane of your own." Confused, Nero could only stare at the man in shock. Continuing in a tone filled with what sounded like discomfort or possibly uncertainty, Angelton said, "I did read through the material provided by Lord Verena, and he posits that in the future your soul might develop a plane of your own. While I didn't necessarily understand everything that he'd said, I believe I've understood enough. You have an overly powerful soul, one that interacts with our plane in its own unique way. Whether or not you meet the technical requirements for a planar lord is immaterial to your potential. In many ways, you've already begun to create your own religion. You have a guiding principle, an ethos, adventure. Rather than follow your material desires, many of House Walker's followers are already dedicating themselves to your beliefs. And if and when you figure out how to create your own plane, I can see you becoming the first god who can physically interact with the one we all live on." Somewhat shocked, Nero took a moment to gauge how Angelton's essence field was doing. But, from what he could tell, the man felt resigned and sturdy, much like he always did. Awkwardly, Nero said, "You know, you're like really smart for a huge armor-clad badass. I'm still trying to understand half of what Nick figured out, and here you are making it sound so simple." Shrugging as if it weren't that big of a deal, Angelton replied, "All I did was read the summaries. Lord Verena's claims were relatively straightforward. From there, all it took was comparing how your followers have been acting to how I recall the clerics of the faiths acting when I worked with them. The similarities are obvious when you look for them." "You really think I can be some kind of god or something?" Nero asked, sounding both somewhat proud and incredulous. "I've seen you do much more inconceivable things. Gods exist. They've existed for eons. The process of their creation is well documented and understood. But if you recall, you rebuilt your body from raw essence with nothing but the will of your soul. I've never heard of anything like that. And compared to that, what's one more incomprehensible achievement?" Angelton asked ruefully. Unfortunately, the conversation was being forced to come to an end by circumstance, as they were nearing the exit of the tunnel. The sound echoing off the walls was becoming too loud for them to ignore, not to mention the both proverbial and literal light at the end of the tunnel, which was approaching. And with it, the crowd that was waiting for them. "Keep close, my lord, and remember, don't engage with anyone. Say nothing. Don't even wave. It will only embolden them," Angelton advised, his tone full of warning. The formation, which had been making its way in a winding line between the various defensive emplacements, began to herd together. When they got to the edge of the entrance, they arranged themselves in a defensive pattern, with the shield-bearers circling around them. Feeling a tap on the forgotten part of his mind which had been maintaining his connection to the command line,
Nero allowed his attention to turn to what was being said over it.
Gather! Watch out for one another. Do not allow yourselves to be interviewed or pulled away from the formation. Regardless of what anyone promises you, I don't want to see anyone abandoning the formation. You are the wackos of House Walker, not some household guards whose loyalty can be bought. Angelton's voice shouted over the command line. Turning his head to look up at the knight, Nero could see the tension around Angelton's eyes. The man looked more worried now than he had when they'd been facing the hordes of kobolds who'd been trying to kill them. When they finally moved out, Nero found out why. The expansive area in front of the entrance to the mountain looked entirely different than what he'd remembered when they'd went in. Gone were the open areas where soldiers and teams could muster. Even the few buildings that were still there were overrun. The entire area was filled to the brim with cheering and shouting people, being held back by parallel lines 3 deep of soldiers. To the left and the right, everywhere he looked, he could see the people of Dorchester jumping up and down like they were at a Taylor Swift concert. It was absolutely ridiculous. What was even more ridiculous was what was happening in the ether. It was like an all-consuming cloud of positivity that was reinforcing itself. Everyone was connected, feeding their excitement into the greater whole and reveling in the experience of its backlash. Unsurprisingly, even a few soldiers were beginning to be affected. Nero couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of fellow soldiers holding them back and snapping them out of their haze with a slap to the back of the head. Among the crowd, he could see multiple flags of House Walker being held up, along with children on people's shoulders holding up what looked like wooden plaques carrying his house's sigil. Cheers and thanks were shouted in equal measure, along with pledges of service and promises of dedication and prayer.
Weirdly, Nero could feel his center being bombarded by the essence in the air, like it was trying to worm its way inside him. Keeping his head down, he rushed along the small open area the soldiers had prepared for them, the formation keeping tight around him. Oddly, he could feel the ironclad resolve of the wackos, their intense desire to stay together and to remain strong in the face of what they were facing. Their combined essence field was like a bulwark, one which both reassured him and pressed down on him in equal measure. As a result, Nero could feel his wackos' expectations and beliefs attempting to influence him. It wasn't so much a conscious decision on their part, but it was more like their peer pressure taken to its spiritual extreme. Once again, this world takes a bullshit metaphor and makes it a reality. It almost makes me wonder what would happen if I allowed myself to believe I could live up to their expectations.
Maybe I'd get a god buff or something, he thought to himself with a chuckle. Trying his best to focus on his footing, he was forced to abandon his efforts to catch up on his reading over the link. It simply took too much of his focus to remain centered while all of this was going on around him. Yet with his mind completely unified, his center felt like a bunker in the middle of a storm. No matter how much essence blasted away at its exterior, the core of who he was remained inviolate. Luckily, they eventually made it to the building they were being guided toward without issue, and within its walls, he felt the pressure he'd been under lighten. When he and the rest of the wackos finally came to a stop, Nero could hear them congratulating each other on having endured the spiritual assault. He could feel their satisfaction with themselves in the ether, resonating with one another.
The feeling of brotherhood and combined success filled the room like a cloud of skunkweed, calming everyone down.
Feeling a pat on his shoulder, Nero looked over to see the smiling face of Blackwood grinning down at him. "That was really something, huh?" he asked sarcastically. Nero couldn't help but think, how in the hell was that more frightening than a cavern full of man-eating bipedal lizards with weapons? Over the command link, he heard Kathleen's voice call out, "All right, everyone, break into your teams and get ready to make your way through Astra Teleporter. Team leaders, wait for your name to be called and prepare." Looking around, Nero tried to locate Kathleen. It took him spreading out his senses with his perception field before he finally found her. Near the front of the formation, she was standing next to the Astra platform, already ushering teams through the teleporter. Referring to the room they were in as big would be an understatement.
With his senses spread out, he could see that it was more than large enough to serve as a mustering area for soldiers who were coming through the teleporter before heading into the mountain. This must be how they move their army around the city, he thought to himself. "Are you ready to go home, my lord?" asked Angelton, his voice loud enough to overcome the excited conversations going on all around them. Nero looked up at the man, still seeing the shadow of the conversation about his possible divinity behind the man's eyes. Unsure what exactly was bothering him, he could at least empathize with how uncomfortable it made him. If he were honest, it freaked him out as well. "Yeah, I could use a shower and a good long nap before dealing with this shit," Nero replied wearily. Behind him, Nero heard Blackwood say, "Never fear, my lord, we're with you."
The wackos of House Walker will be the core of your faithful if you wish us to be.
Suppressing the wince he felt all the way down in his center, Nero turned to the man and replied, Thanks, I guess." Based on the historical knowledge he'd gained over his long life from the internet and web novels, Nero's opinion of religions was, at best, guarded. He knew that zealots had been responsible for most of the big atrocities Earth had suffered over the years, but he also was aware that there were economic and cultural factors behind each and every one of those horrific times of madness that had truly been responsible. As such, he knew that he needed to remember to keep his objectivity in mind. Also, religions here weren't the same as they were back home, and even more, the transactional nature of faith and its reward here made any comparison to what he might expect inherently flawed. Could there even be the kind of faith-driven zealotry he feared, when the people knew what they were getting when they went to their churches? Recalling the down-to-earth and non-crazy cleric, and the other few religious people he'd met out in the wilds, Nero did his best to focus on the positives. Well, if I do turn out to be some type of demigod, hopefully I'll get some really good tax breaks or something. Maybe I could institute a tithe and retire, he thought to himself as he followed Angelton up onto the Astra platform. Feeling the teleporter activate, Nero's last thoughts were about what Jennings was going to have to say about this nonsense. Likely, it wouldn't be anything he'd enjoy hearing. Chapter 311. Peace at last. Quincy sat confidently, radiating authority like a true leader in front of his comrades, doing his best to exude a sense of strength and competence.
While they weren't exactly panicking yet, it was clear that events over the past few hours were beginning to overwhelm them. Not that he could blame them. He himself was feeling uncentered by the recent news they'd been hearing.
"None of this changes anything. The Walker was already planning to leave the city. Altering our plans now would be pointless," hissed Idris, her eyes glaring across the table in challenge. Yarborough, replying in an equally scathing tone, hissed right back, "Are you mad? They're marching in the streets. The nobles will have no choice but to act, not to mention the capital. I wouldn't be surprised if they already have a squad of populators on the way to their Asta teleporter. We need to get him out of the city before it's too late." Idris, trying to maintain her air of superiority, replied, "As usual, you're overreacting."
Granted, having the populace demanding the local council of leadership and the faiths to recognize Lord Walker's ascension is not ideal. But it's also not something that can't be dealt with if we keep calm and focus on guiding the situation to our advantage. Quincy, looking across the table at Vaxus, noted that the man still seemed lost in thought. Likely he was still going over what he recovered from his trip to the local archives, comparing what he'd found there with what he remembered from his time in the Royal Academy. While Dorchester's archives wouldn't be that complete, they would at least have enough information to jog his memory. Setting aside Vaxus's scholarly perspective for the moment,
Quincy chose to pause the argument between Idris and Yarborough by holding up his hand and declaring, "Before we decide on anything, I would prefer for us to wait for Mortem to return."
Although we've already received his preliminary report, I'd still like to hear what he has to say. As if just mentioning his name was enough to summon him, Mortem pushed open the doors to the basement they were using for their impromptu meeting. Pausing at the threshold, his eyes darted around quickly, noting that everyone was present before he hurried over to the table. Without offering a greeting, he took his seat alongside them as he began speaking. "Nothing. I found nothing. This movement to support a faith in the service of Lord Walker seems to be genuine. I checked the Thought Hub logs personally, touched base with many of our contacts in the Faith District, and even questioned the faith scholar who started all this. As far as I can tell, there is no plot or scheme behind any of it. Or at least, not one I can find any evidence of," he stated firmly. Yarborough replied angrily, "How is that possible? Clearly someone is pushing this as their agenda.
It's grown too quickly and too widely for it to have just sprung up out of nowhere on its own." Quincy, already having suspected that this wasn't the result of some conspiracy they'd missed, noted, "It's not inconceivable. We can all agree that the Walker has accomplished more than his fair share of great and legendary feats. And with how active House Walker's Thought Hub is, the entire city surely knows about them, with even the excuse of him being a unique not enough to dim his growing reputation." Still not convinced, Yarborough replied, "But reverence and worship are two entirely different things. The adventure society we've been building is proof enough that people are willing to follow him. Yet I can't see people coming to believe he's a god without someone manipulating them into it." Speaking up, Idris added reluctantly, "She's not wrong. In less than 4 hours, half the city seems to have heard the theory that Lord Walker may be more than a mortal, whether it's the scholars leaning toward him being a planar lord, or the faithful believing he is a god bound to the material plane. The generalized belief of his exceptional status is becoming ubiquitous. That kind of social coverage is unlikely to just happen." Vaxus, who'd up until now had been quiet, spoke up. "The real issue is that we've already inadvertently laid the groundwork for something like this to happen ourselves." Quincy, not following, replied, "Oh, how do you mean?" Everyone in the room looked over at him in confusion. While each of them was worried about the situation in their own unique way, none of them believed they could possibly be the ones at fault. Speaking slowly, Vaxus stated clearly, "We've always believed he would one day ascend to godhood. It's one of the reasons we're here, after all. None of you can deny that from the beginning we've practically considered it an inevitability. And when looked at through a lens of faith, the book of adventure we've been spreading could easily be considered his Bible. All it took was a spark, and the following we've built for him was co-opted by the idea that he's already achieved divinity, pseudo or not. Honestly, whether he's simply a planar lord or something more, people who've been idolizing him would find comfort in believing that he is more than just a man to have accomplished all that he has. Otherwise, how could they hope to emulate him without feeling inferior?" Vaxus's words filled the room like a weight, pressing down on each of them with how obvious his point was. Even Quincy's iron resolve buckled under the implied responsibility for their part in this madness. Almost in a whisper, Idris asked the room, "So, what do we do now?" While Angelton and Kathleen were directing the returning wackos, sending them off to wherever it was they went when they weren't being actively called to duty, the rest of the household staff was staring at him like he was being kind enough to grace them with his presence. Without any other choice, Nero could only grit his teeth and suffer through their silent adoration while making his way across the courtyard. As he headed toward the front door, he did his best to ignore how many people had opted to stop what they were doing, all so they could watch him pass without being distracted by their mundane reality. "I thought my rep before I left was overhyped, but this is just getting ridiculous," he thought to himself with a grimace.
Right next to the entrance, he saw the tricky trio who ran the estate standing there patiently waiting to receive him. Locking eyes with the man in front, Mr.
Cochrane, his butler, Nero, offered the man a half-hearted wave while sauntering up to the group. "Hey there, Jeeves. Always good to see you." Frowning at his lord's choice of address, Mr. Cochrane replied, "We're all heartened to see you return safely to us as well, my lord." Next to him, Mrs. Warren, the estate manager, took a step forward before speaking up.
"Lord Walker, would you like to hear the estate's status report now, or would you prefer to wait until after your shower and repaste?"
Nero nearly tripped over his own feet in shock, pausing a few feet from them. "How did you know I wanted a shower?" he asked, in genuine confusion. Ms. Davis, who Nero thought he remembered being the head maid, replied,
"My lord, obviously you'd be wanting a fresh change of clothes and some real food."
"You've been in the field, and cleaning spells and rations are notoriously insufficient for one of your station." Nero supposed that made sense, although their guessing what he was planning on doing reminded him of how suspicious he'd become concerning their unparalleled job skills. If he didn't know better, he'd have thought they had some kind of mind-reading ability, what with how accurately they predicted his wants and needs. Shaking his head in defeat, Nero decided he currently didn't care enough about how they knew what they knew to worry about it, and instead decided to just walk past them toward the door, saying, "Whatever. You can brief me on what you want me to know while we walk. But try to keep it simple. You know I'm not one for details." Filing in around him, Mr. Cochrane took up his place behind him, while Mrs. Warren and Ms. Davis took the opportunity to flank him. Holding back a snort at how important he suddenly felt, surrounded by his crew, Nero made his way through the front doors into his estate, once again marveling at how opulent the home he'd somehow lucked into truly was. The shining marble floors and wooden accents glowed as if they'd been polished by hand. Even the lighting seemed to have been purposefully planned to accentuate the first impression visitors would have when they arrived. All things being equal, he couldn't recall ever having seen an entryway so spectacular in all his life. Either of his lives, for that matter. Yet, almost as if they'd purposefully intended to ruin the moment, several servants chose to pause what they were doing and bow to him in what he could only assume was a practiced greeting. And while their coordination was impressive, the entire display made Nero's skin crawl. So, in response, Nero immediately rushed away toward his room, referencing his link on how to get there as quickly as possible. Not that his haste in any way impeded his entourage from doing their duty, by following along right beside him. "Very good, my lord," Mrs. Warren replied happily while beginning her report. "First off, you'll be glad to hear that the staff has finally reached full capacity, with Lady Verena personally approving all the recent hires. Also, construction has been completed for the bunkhouses, and your wackos accommodations are ready to be distributed. Although, in order to finish the training grounds, the construction crews will unfortunately still need another week at the minimum." Shrugging, Nero didn't much have an opinion on anything she'd just said, so he instead chose to say nothing. Seeing as he wasn't particularly interested in those topics, she moved on. "Next, your personal guard has been chosen, and the estate's guardhouse is now fully manned. Defenses have been updated to the standards Battle Leader Averett requested, and Essence Crystal procurement contracts have been signed to ensure they stay that way. The wards are at full strength, and supplies for an extended siege have been put into stasis just in case. If I might be so blunt, not since the founding of Dorchester has the estate been so well protected." Even though he was interested in whatever they were using to accomplish said stasis, and really interested in how the wards actually worked, he couldn't help but notice how proud she sounded. So instead of questioning her, he replied as warmly as he could, "Well done." Unfortunately, the moment he opened his mouth, he could tell that his false enthusiasm was easily seen through by the crafty old woman.
hearing her sniff regally in the air like she'd just been insulted by a plebeian who didn't know better. Nero couldn't help but wince. Luckily, like the professional she was, she quickly chose to change the subject.
You should also be aware that with your business managers finally hired, their oaths having been received and registered with the Tower of Law, all of them, along with their immediate families, have taken up residence in their assigned wing. Daily or weekly briefings are available whenever you want them. Just be sure to let them know what your preferences are, she said before adding, currently, the most important subject you have to deal with is the chapel. Confused, Nero slowed his walk through the halls, asking, "The chapel? There's a chapel here? I mean, I have a chapel? A chapel to what? Or, I guess, who?" To his left, Ms. Davis spoke up, providing him with what she believed was much-needed background information. If you recall, this estate used to belong to the former House Dorchin, yet it was originally built by House Ausley. The Dorchins acquired it through a noble war after removing the Ausleys from Dorchester's nobility by force. Before that, the chapel in question was built by Lord Eric Ausley due to his fervent faith in... She paused, as if she couldn't quite remember who exactly the Lord had chosen to follow. Behind him, Nero heard Mr. Cochrane say quietly, "Raelith, my lord." The former lord built the chapel, dedicating it to Raelith. One of the Dorchin descendants at some point converted it to the faith of Serene. Nodding happily, Ms. Davis continued, "Right, anyway, the chapel hasn't been in use for years. The recent Dorchins never were much for following the faiths, but the iconography and rituals are all still prepared for worship of the goddess Serene." Sounding somewhat annoyed at what she obviously believed was a pointless interruption, Mrs. Warren said, "Be that as it may, my lord, the question is whether or not you wish to put the chapel back into service." Nero, not understanding what could possibly make her think he would choose to have a full-size chapel in his home dedicated to anyone, he replied, No, thank you. I don't follow any particular faith at the moment." Suddenly feeling the ether tense around him, Nero looked over Mrs. Warren in confusion. Coughing lightly into her hand, she replied, "Forgive me, my lord, but what I meant was, did you want to convert the chapel into a center of faith dedicated to yourself? For the household staff and your followers, that is." Utterly flabbergasted, Nero replied, "Huh?" Ever the helpful explainer, Ms. Davis chimed in, "We've all seen what's been going on throughout the Thought Hub. Congratulations on your ascension, by the way. What Mrs. Warren is asking is whether or not you're going to be needing the chapel converted in a specific manner." We here in Dorchester aren't all that familiar with cults, so if you being a plainer lord or whatever requires certain considerations for your followers, she needs to know. However, if you're in fact a newborn god, then everything will be much easier. The standardized rituals already in place just need to be modified. Nodding along, Mrs. Warren seemed to ease some tension out of her shoulders at having her question now out in the open. Nero, on the other hand, was utterly baffled. Sure, he'd already been briefed on how widespread the misunderstanding was getting with the idiots in the city, but he hadn't thought to consider that his own household would have been infected with this sort of stupidity. But, listening to what she just said, it was clear that very few people in Dorchester, his staff included, actually understood the mechanics of divinity, not to mention the difference between a plainer lord and a god. Not that he understood either of those things all that well either, but from what he did know, he was in fact neither of those things. Probably. Not knowing how to handle the pressure of their combined interest, Nero replied awkwardly, I'll have to get back to you on that. For the time being, let's just put a pin in that, shall we?" Feeling them all processing what he just said, translation magic, FTW, Nero added, "Now, I'll just be taking some time to myself in my room.
or my chambers, if it's all the same to you. No need to worry about any of that faith stuff until we hear back from the professionals. Let's just focus on the here and now for the time being. I'll be taking a shower and then having some food, so no need to fuss over me. You all can just go about your business.
But if you need anything, I'm sure either Kathleen or Harry, Knight Angelton, will be more than happy to help you with whatever issue you're having. Without waiting for a reply, Nero quick-stepped while walking backward, waving at them to stay where they were so he could move on without them. After achieving some distance, he turned away from them like he was fleeing from an overweight clown at carnival, rushing down the hall while stifling a full-body shiver at the thought of building an actual temple to himself in his living room. I really need to talk to Jennings, like, right now, he muttered to himself. That said, by the time he got to his chambers, he'd already decided that he'd rather just take a shower and hide from his problems like an adult. His talk with Jennings could wait. Making sure to lock his door, Nero took the extra precaution of sliding one of the couches up against it to ensure that no one would bother him. The last thing he needed was another experience suffering through a meal while having them stand around watching him eat. Sighing in relief at the feeling of finally being alone, he slowly made his way across his large living area toward his bathroom, shedding his clothes, armor, and accessories as he went. Trudging through the door, he nearly collapsed in happiness at seeing all the amenities he'd been missing. Like he was walking into a commercial, the smell of flower-scented soaps and moisturizing oils filled the room with a sense of comfort that Nero could feel all the way into the ether. Everything about the room just radiated comfort, and whether or not it was due to how much he'd been missing a shower or something more magical, he could already feel himself relaxing. Although he did need to take a moment to drop off the proverbial kids at the pool. Nevertheless, his eyes never left the shower area that had been patiently waiting for him to come home. When he did finally make it into the rain shower, he walked right into the middle before pulling out his favorite stump. He wasn't sure why, but he'd come to believe that despite it being nothing more than a discarded piece of dead tree he'd picked up in the wilds, he was beginning to think it might be the most comfortable chair that he'd ever owned. Naked as the day he was born, he sank into the stump and closed his eyes, reveling in the feeling of the hot water filling the shower with steam. The feeling was so glorious, he raised his hands to the air and tilted his head back while opening his mouth like he was receiving a blessing from the sky. For just a moment, he felt like he was in the Bahamas or Hawaii, enjoying a warm vacation rain while staying at an oceanside resort. Possibly as a reflex, he opened his identity, hoping to check in on his progress and recalibrate his sense of self. This is probably this world's equivalent of centering oneself, he thought to himself, before darkly adding, I wonder if therapy here can be done by correspondence with a multiple-choice selection form. Name, Nero Walker. Level, 27. Race, human. Growth rate, 38%. Tier, 1. Condition, 100%. Age, 14. Center, 100%. Core attributes. Body, 4. Mind, 5. Soul, 3. Confluence, 20. Stars, 0. Pillars, 4/1. Body attributes, level 4. Presence base, 22. Operative, 39.6. Level stress, 6.1. Durability base, 26. Operative, 46.8. Level stress, 0. Recovery base, 47. Operative, 84.6. Level stress, 0.7. Speed base, 25. Operative, 45. Level stress, 1. Adaptability base, 47. Operative, 84.6. Level stress, 0. Power base, 24. Operative,
43.2. Level stress, 0. Mind attributes, level 5. Weight base, 32. Operative, 64. Level stress, 11.3. Control base, 39. Operative, 78. Level stress, 8.1. Field base, 36. Operative, 72. Level stress, 9.3. Precision base, 55. Operative, 110. Level stress, 2.1. Endurance base, 65. Operative, 130. Level stress,
3.3. Focus base, 61. Operative, 122. Level stress, 1.8. Soul attributes, level 3. Size base, 29. Operative, 46.4. Level stress, 50. Density base, 101. Operative, 161.6. Level stress, 50. Intensity base, 76. Operative, 121.6. Level stress, 50. Pressure base, 27. Operative, 43.2. Level stress, 50. Harmony base, 24. Operative, 38.4. Level stress, 6.9. Adaptability base, 270. Operative, 432. Level stress, 50. As the tension bled from his shoulders, his mind took stock of the numbers that represented how the world saw him. Aside from his poor showing for his body, everything looked about what he expected it to, especially his soul, which he can practically now confirm was basically as stressed as it could be, and more than ready for a star infusion. Next level, I really need to deal with that, he reminded himself, while also lamenting his inability to understand how soul harmony worked. While he could take this opportunity to sink into his soul space and incorporate some experience, possibly even gaining another level, he instead decided to temporarily forget about his growth and just enjoy his shower. Although he couldn't deny that the grind was eternal, so was his preference for procrastination. Chapter 312. Downtime. For Vera, participating in a conversation with this many people through a singular ping wasn't something all that new or unfamiliar to her. As the head of precision shipping, she'd often found herself in meetings through the use of the Thought Hub rather than being there in person. And realistically, considering how often her subordinates were forced to attend to matters throughout the city, it was simply a matter of practicality to manage her people that way. But for the others currently on the ping, they were obviously struggling to handle so many different presences within their minds. She could feel many of them instinctively retreating into themselves, opting to listen in silence rather than participate as the stronger minds took over the conversation. Whether or not the citizenry can convince the Council of Faith to act, the damage has already been done, her husband Nicholas stated again, having repeated this point multiple times before. She couldn't help but be impressed by the strength he was projecting. His mind stood out like a pillar of competence in the face of the powerhouses who have somehow become entangled with House Walker. Unlike her, he didn't seem the least bit intimidated. The largest presence by far, the Archmage, replied, "As I've said before, I'm not disagreeing with you. What I am saying is that you are overreacting. There is no possibility of a cult or religion dedicated to him being ratified by the kingdom. It simply won't happen. Besides, once he leaves the city, none of this will matter." Vera, attempting to wrangle the conversation back into a productive direction, interjected. "While I'm sure you both might be correct, what we currently need to be concerned about is the perception of Lord Walker in the city, and the likely retaliation by the Council of Leadership and the nobles."
Nicholas replied. And I've already told you, nothing they do will matter. In that regard, at least, the Archmage is correct. Unable to hide her frustration with the lovable but stubborn man, she replied, And I've told you that you're being naive. Steering public perception on an issue like this can result in any number of problems.
Whether we're the ones doing the steering, or someone else, we'll be the ones having to deal with where we end up.
Smugly, Nicholas replied, Problems more serious than envoys from the capital coming to collect Lord Walker like a prize. Quincy, the former evaluator and current head of what could be called House Walker's clandestine services, interrupted their byplay by saying, Perception or reality, neither of them affects the core issue that the Archmage has already recognized. We've lost control of the growing legend, and from here we can only guess what will happen. How will the people react when the faiths confirm that Lord Walker is neither a plainer lord nor a god, and that he is instead just a man? While House Walker, by virtue of its lord being a unique, doesn't rely on the local ladders, House Verina's surely does.
And as his local representative, receiving an overwhelmingly negative rating by the citizenry will cause serious economic repercussions that might take both them and House Walker a very long time to recover from. And we should all keep in mind that while Lord Walker likely should leave the city to avoid entanglements with the capital, doing so could prove disastrous for his growing power base. Sounding more than a little annoyed, the Archmage replied,
Power base? In Dorchester? The fact that you've put so much effort into growing anything here is both a waste of your time and your effort. What we need to do is get him and his wackos out of the city and engaged in some quests from some of the larger cities. Those are the type of entanglements that will force those leeches in the capital to back down. Furthermore, by doing so, we will both distance him from these religious issues and give the relevant local authorities time to calm everyone down.
In the short term, maybe the next few years or so, there might be some issues. But I believe Lady Verena and whoever is left behind will be more than capable of handling them. Surprisingly, Kathleen chose to voice her support for the Archmage's plan.
I agree with the Archmage. The issue of Lord Walker's divinity is a distraction we don't need. Whether he is already a god or will eventually become one isn't worth worrying about. What he needs to be doing is growing, and the best way for him to do that is to find foes worth facing and challenges for him to overcome. Being ensnared in these petty political concerns is beneath someone like him. Vera replied with some heat in her voice. These petty political concerns are how House Walker will be able to pay for the wars you wish to wage. If you intend to travel to other cities, it will cost money. Currently, the entirety of House Walker's income will be coming from its sole vassal, House Verena.
And if we don't handle this issue with the citizenry and the local council of leadership, we'll be at the bottom of the ladder, paying exorbitant taxes that will cripple our growth. We'll go from a rapidly expanding house to one in decline. And considering the house was just founded, that could very well end up with us being forced to sell off the businesses we just opened. Her unvarnished opinion was met with harsh rebukes from all sides. Archmage Jennings believed that she was being overly concerned with her house's growth, essentially putting her interests above the greater good of House Walker. While Kathleen and Knight Angelton both agreed with him, although each for their own reasons. And as for the former evaluators, they simply stated that she should already begin planning around that outcome, as if it were an inevitability. Unwilling to argue with them, she remained silent. Yet the longer this conversation went on, the more she was beginning to regret having agreed to tie herself to House Walker. Not because she didn't believe in young Miro's potential, but because the people around him all were incapable of thinking of anything other than their own agendas. It hadn't been clear until recently, but she'd come to understand that the Archmage was only interested in watching Lord Walker grow
as if he were nothing more than an experiment to be observed. Meanwhile, Kathleen and the more combat-centric types were only concerned with how powerful he'd become and what kind of legend he'd forge for them all to participate in. Lastly, there were the former evaluators, who'd been secretly spreading their influence on his behalf, forming a movement dedicated to adventure, with what she assumed was the intention of creating a tower dedicated to the idea.
She could only guess at their motivations, but she assumed they intended to become its founders and gain a reputation on par with the founders of the Hall of Hunters. In her opinion, none of them had Nero's best interests in mind. They were all just pushing their own agendas while relying on him to advance them. While she was lost in thought, the former evaluator, Voxus, silenced everyone with a single question. What I would like to know is why you are all assuming that this recent religious issue will result in a loss of reputation for Lord Walker. Nicholas was the first to reply. Because, obviously, when the faiths make it clear that he is neither a god nor a plainer lord, then the citizenry will feel duped. Even if we make a statement that contradicts the growing narrative, and we have, they will still feel as if they'd been lied to. Vaxus, in a tone devoid of emotion, replied, Has anyone bothered to consider that he might be something we haven't seen before? Neither a god nor a plainer lord, but instead something else? His presence projecting interest, Archmage Jennings asked, Are you implying that you've discovered something that we've missed? His tone still subdued, Vaxus replied, While you were all scheming, I did my due diligence and ran some experiments. The rituals are all common knowledge, and any one of you could have done the same. Nicholas, sounding more than a little insulted, replied, You assume that we haven't? I looked up the rituals of binding for a servant of a plainer lord and tested them myself. There were no successful connections or linkages. I then personally set up and tested the standard rituals of faith, and the results were the same. No successful linkages, confirming that he is not a god. In fact, the religious rituals didn't even activate. I even went so far as to use a supported power source, fueled by multiple essence crystals. And still, there was no connection to be made. The Archmage, now sounding annoyed at the former evaluator having gotten his hopes up, added, If you are through wasting our time, then please remain quiet while those of us more capable finish discussing what our next steps should be. Still unemotional, Vaxus replied, I'll keep that in mind, Archmage. But for my peace of mind, would you mind at least telling me if either of you bothered to attempt to locate his plane? After a few seconds of silence, Vera couldn't help but ask, You're implying that Lord Walker does, in fact, have ties to a plane? What makes you believe so? And if he does, is he or is he not a planar lord? Vaxus immediately replied, No, I don't believe he is. Just like Lord Verena, none of the binding rituals I found succeeded. But what I did note was that they did successfully activate, which in itself is evidence of something happening. However, I'm not skilled enough in the planar sciences to find what they were attempting to connect to, only that the attempt wasn't a complete failure. That alone led me to conclude that Lord Walker's identity, Nero Walker, resonates within the planes. However, I'm not certain what that means, and I was hoping that either the respected Archmage or our local prodigy would have an explanation for me. For just a moment, the connection they were all using on the Thought Hub was overwhelmed with the Archmage's presence. It was as if their individual minds were nothing more than flashlights in a dark room when someone decided to be inconsiderate and turn on the lights. Feeling as if her mind were being drowned out, Vera's mind completely blanked, but just as quickly as it began, it was already over, leaving her to wonder if she'd only imagined it. With his presence once again restrained and his tone as cold as ice in the depths of winter, Archmage Jennings said, I'll have to get back to you, before disappearing from the link.
Vera wasn't surprised when she felt her husband Nicholas's presence vanish almost immediately after the Archmage was gone. He'd likely be unreachable in his lab for the foreseeable future. Somewhere between amused and annoyed, Vera retook control of the conversation, along with those who were left, by saying, "Well, now that the sole assumption we've been basing our discussion on has been called into question, can we now discuss some of our strategies to handle the public fallout of this misinformation campaign which has been going on against us?"
According to reports, the dwarves will be here by tomorrow. And we, at the very least, need to have compiled one decisive action plan for Lord Walker to review before he meets with them. By the time he was done with his shower, Nero was again back to feeling more like himself. He'd decided that, regardless of what kind of nonsense the little magic panel in his mind was telling him, he was perfectly capable of accurately engaging in self-reflection without any metaphysical crutches to lean on. As far as he was concerned, he didn't need the world or anyone else telling him who or what he was. That's what internet quizzes are for, he thought to himself with a chuckle. It was the kind of self-confident belief in himself that could only be achieved by enjoying some me time in the shower, all by his lonesome. Although it was reassuring on some level that his hormones and bodily functions were all just as easily handled now as they were the last time he'd been a teenager, he did wonder whether or not being a manifestation of magic would help him avoid getting pimples in the future. Looking at himself in the mirror, he smirked at the thought of some things never changing, regardless of what world he was in. Using a few of the unfamiliar products near the sink, each of which he thought smelled nice, he spent some time messing with his hair. And even while looking like an anime protagonist, one in desperate need of a haircut, it was enjoyable to go through the ritual of making himself look oh so effortlessly put together. "It takes a lot of work to look this laid back and carefree," he noted to himself, with a nod, before tossing his wet towel at what he'd been assuming was the hamper. Luckily for him, he had plenty of spare clothes in his personal space. Which, by the way, had once again grown larger since the last time he'd checked on it. Idly noting that interesting fact for later consideration and reflection, he carefully selected a comfortable robe, along with some shower sandals he'd appropriated from his time with the elites. Since he had nowhere to be, he opted for comfort over style, while ensuring that he still looked relatively well put together. When he was ready, he gave himself a final check in the mirror. He was about to head out, when his eyes drifted back toward the numerous little bottles and jars on the shelves near the sink. Rubbing his chin in thought, he wondered why he suddenly felt the desire to put a few of them in his personal space. Wouldn't he just be stealing from himself? Just because this place felt like a hotel doesn't mean it was one, right? Screw it. I want them, and I'm sure at some point they'll come in handy. Ho, this one smells like pine cones.
Nice, he thought to himself with a smile, while infusing them with his center and tossing them into his personal space. Now finally ready, he slowly poked his head out of the bathroom door, fearful of what or whom might be waiting for him. He knew he'd been in the bathroom long enough for his legion of followers to organize one hell of a reception for him. It wouldn't surprise him in the least to have them all lined up, waiting for their turn to ruin the remainder of his day. Looking around the large chamber, Nero dropped his jaw in shock at the sight of the clothes he'd shed still lying haphazardly along the floor. Even the couch he'd propped up against the door hadn't been moved, making it seem likely that no one had even attempted to bother him. Throwing open the door, Nero strolled into the room with a wide grin on his face. He gingerly stepped over the clothes and armor, ignoring them as if he were perfectly happy leaving them where they were. Muttering under his breath to himself, he said, "I'm gonna need to remember to write down whatever it was I said to them to get them to actually leave me alone." Plopping himself down on one of the couches, Nero took a moment to relax his weary back further into the cushions. For the first time in a while, he was in a nice room, with fresh air, wearing clean clothes, and sitting in comfort.
Unsurprisingly, he was bored out of his mind in seconds. His mind completely unable to stop thinking its ass off. Tapping his finger on the armrest of the couch, he looked around reflexively, looking for something interesting to do. No television or radio, but if he really wanted to, he supposed he could stare at some of the paintings for a while. "Yeah, I'm never going to be much of an art lover," he admitted to himself, before mentally moving on.
With his senses, he could barely feel his connection to his link, which was still in the pocket of his armored pants that were lying on the floor a few feet away from him.
Groaning in annoyance, he rolled himself to his feet, stomping over as if the effort involved was nearly more than he could take. While slipping the link into one of his robe's pockets, Nero uncaringly dropped the armored pants back on the floor. Figuring that while he was up, he should be productive, he looked around for one of the coffee carts that always seemed to be around. But aside from an empty pitcher, which he presumed would be for water, he found nothing. Glancing at the door, which was still barricaded by the couch, he muttered, "Right, consequences of putting a Do Not Disturb sign on the door." He was about to return to the couch without anything to drink when he heard a gentle but firm knock on the door. Raising his eyebrow in surprise, he wondered if the staff here really could read his mind.
But, considering that he actually did kind of want to ask them for some coffee, he surprisingly wasn't all that creeped out by the idea. Instead, he felt a weird desire to try and investigate the possibility, like he was performing an experiment or something equally juvenile and ridiculous. Calling out loudly that he was on his way, he quick-stepped over to the couch and slid it out of the way. He then took a moment to smooth out his fresh robes and double-check his meticulously tousled hair before opening the door a few inches and poking his head out into the hallway. "Yes?" he asked, while his eyes darted around to see if someone had indeed brought him coffee. Ms. Davis stood there, with a smile bordering on a smirk, her hands in front of her waist as if she were the picture of a high-class service professional. "My lord, apologies for disturbing you, but I wondered if you might have changed your mind." The kitchen staff has an excellent roast chicken recipe they would love to get your opinion on now that you've returned home. "Are you sure they can't make you something?" she asked, hopefully. Nero, narrowing his eyes, stuck his head out into the hall a little further. Looking up and down the hallway, he didn't see anyone else, nor did he see the coffee cart he expected. Locking eyes with her, he replied calmly, but suspiciously, "No, I'm not hungry at the moment." Almost as if she knew what he was thinking, and that she thought she knew that he knew what she was thinking, her smile widened. "Perhaps you'd like something else? The kitchen has just brewed a fresh pot of coffee, if you're interested." Nero froze, his eyes drilling into her, searching for a hint of weakness, a crack in her professional armor. Sure, he could just ask her, but would she deny it? And if she did deny it, would he believe her? Was this a conspiracy at work, or just a coincidence? Maybe it was a combination of factors, including some form of household magic that he hadn't been made aware of. There could be any number of reasons why she chose this exact moment to offer him coffee. Or could it be, she's just that good? "That would be wonderful, Ms. Davis. Thank you," he said woodenly, unwilling to be the one to break. Still smiling, she offered a short bow while saying, "I'll go fetch it now, my lord." Still half hiding behind the door, Nero watched her walk away. She neither hurried nor tarried, maintaining her professional demeanor until he lost sight of her around the corner. Closing the door, Nero's expanded mind continued to race. The simple, stupid, pointless question of whether or not his household staff had the ability to read his mind in order to better serve him played out across multiple subminds. Each considered possibilities more unlikely than the last, until he noticed at one point one of them contemplating the likelihood
that he'd been implanted with a subdermal mind-reading chip during the first night he'd slept here. Face-palming hard, Nero's mind immediately slammed to a halt. Embarrassed, he walked back over toward what was becoming his preferred couch, while thinking to himself, I really need to get a handle on this new brain power. I can no longer afford to let my mind run wild. The consequences could be disastrous. He'd gotten used to being behind enemy lines with multiple things of importance that needed to be kept track of going on all around him. But now that he was back somewhere safe, his mind was desperately looking for things to analyze, causing his normally conspiracy-inclined mind to take advantage of the peaceful atmosphere while doing its damnedest to drive him crazy. What he instead should be doing is practicing his ability to focus and increasing his relevant skill levels.
Maybe there is a training program or something online I can sign up for, he thought to himself, before remembering that the internet wasn't a thing here. Not technically. Pulling out his link while allowing his arse to drop back down onto the couch, he held it up in front of his face and stared at it. The little piece of magical metal in his hand was so much like a cell phone that he had a moment of nostalgia. More than a few times back on Earth, he'd caught himself staring at his phone, lamenting the fact that he spent so much time screwing around on Reddit when he could be using it for its intended purpose. From what he understood, the internet was supposed to have been a source of shared knowledge in service of humanity's advancement, but instead, it became a source of carefully distributed propaganda, Gilmore Girls fanfictions, and cat videos. Not to mention porn. Lots and lots of porn. And I've been using this to do the same type of pointless crap here, he admitted to himself quietly. Hearing a knock at the door, he turned his head to see Ms. Davis leading in a pair of servants, both carrying in trays of coffee and what looked like finger sandwiches. He hadn't realized he'd been staring at the link for long enough for her to have returned, but apparently he had. While the servants placed the trays on the table in front of him, Ms. Davis asked, "Is there anything else you require, my lord?" before adding with a smirk, "Perhaps something from the library? Or would you prefer to look through it over the estate's thought hub?" Whipping his head around to stare at her, he narrowed his eyes at her in accusation of her not-so-subtle implication that she knew what he'd just been thinking about. This bitch has to be fucking with me, he thought to himself while gritting his teeth in frustration. Chapter 313. The wrong way to broach a topic. Well, he could have confronted her, addressing his suspicions logically and maturely. Nero instead opted to sit in silence and enjoy his coffee. Although some might disagree, he preferred to see his choice as evidence of him having learned restraint. Too often he'd voiced his internal conspiracy theories, only to be proven wrong, ending up looking like an idiot. Personal growth for the win, he congratulated himself, while half-heartedly munching on a finger sandwich. Next to the table, Ms. Davis continued to stand there, watching him, likely waiting for him to say something. Nero had no idea, but perhaps she was waiting for orders, or possibly just enjoying the fact that her presence was making him feel uncomfortable. And while she stared, the two servants she'd brought along were busy picking up his armor from the floor and cleaning up the dirt he'd dragged in. Out of the corner of his eye, he watched as they used some simple spells to do their housework, leaving his satchel next to where he was seated, while collecting his armor to have it cleaned and mended. For a moment, he wondered why they didn't just use some spells to clean it now. But again, he decided it was better to keep his mouth shut. It's always preferable to look like you know what's going on. Fake it till you make it. Arguably the best and most reasonable plan of action, until I have a chance to do some research, he reminded himself. When the two servants were finished collecting everything, Ms. Davis asked, "Is there anything else you require, my lord? Perhaps you'd like something from the library?" Setting down his cup, he looked up at her from the couch where he was sitting, replying, "No, thank you, Ms. Davis. I'll just be on my link for the remainder of the day. The coffee and snacks will be more than enough. Your efforts are appreciated and noticed." "That will be all."
With a smile that seemed to be both understanding and yet filled with untold secrets, she replied, "Very well, my lord. However, if you need anything at all, we'll be sure to have someone right outside." In a coordinated line, the three of them bowed slightly in unison before turning on their heels and heading out the door, leaving Nero feeling somewhat uncertain of how alone he might truly be. For all he knew, they had an entire team scrying on him from the moment he'd arrived. Blinking at the thought he'd just had, Nero suddenly began to chuckle. Who cared if they were spying on him, or if they were really reading his mind? He already knew a ton of people were watching him. And just because these people here might be more local than the ones in the capital, it didn't mean that he should feel any more violated. The nobles here in Dorchester were probably doing the same, using their mages to keep tabs on him. After all, even back home, personal space was an illusion. And as long as he could reasonably ignore them, he didn't have to think about them. Besides, I still don't know if my fixation on this is a result of my mind being bored. Too many unknowns and not enough information. Best to keep silent. I can't be so cavalier with my words anymore, he reminded himself. Letting the question of Ms. Davis's presumed mental invasion go for the moment, Nero turned his attention back to his link. He'd been wondering how his newfound brain power translated to his proficiency in using the Thought Hub, and now was the perfect time to deal with all the crap he'd been putting off dealing with. Relaxing into the couch, Nero slipped the link into his pocket before resting his hands on his stomach and throwing his feet up on the coffee table. Allowing his mind to sink into the connection, he let his senses go, slipping into the connection with the entirety of his being. Interestingly, just like the last time he'd fully committed to its use, the link pulled him in without issue. However, unlike the last time he'd used it, without having part of his mind remaining with his body, his entire consciousness took complete control of the connection. It was a heady feeling that made him feel like he was sinking into a virtual reality or something similar, which did a hell of a job overpowering his senses and immersing him fully into the experience. Although completely in control, his connection started with the locally saved files, the pings and messages that had been patiently waiting for him to review them. There were multiple updates from Vera concerning subjects both interesting and confusing, various after-action reports from Kathleen and Angelton along with his team leaders, a few pings from some of the people who's been put in charge of his business interests, a couple from Mrs. Warren on the subject of his estate status, and even a few pings from the former evaluators who, by this point, he'd almost forgotten about. He could practically feel how much there was for him to get through. And get through it all he did. With his full attention on what he was doing, his connection to the Thought Hub was just as instinctual as he remembered it being. However, this time, he made sure to double-check all the responses he was preparing to send out, ensuring that they were not filled with his personal thoughts and ramblings. And before he knew it, his mind had separated itself into two halves, all on its own. The first was analyzing and incorporating what he was reading into his understanding, while the other was completely focused on interpreting the best way for him to respond to what he was seeing. He didn't know how long he was at it, but before he knew it, he was done. It felt like looking up from an intense Sudoku puzzle on the train, realizing that he'd been so distracted that he'd missed his stop. Nevertheless, he was done. His personal after-action report was filed, CC'd to everyone who needed to see it before someone would send it on to the army. Answers to questions concerning how he wanted his estate and businesses run were sent out, and recommendations for the future were added as professionally as he was able. Honestly, if he hadn't known better, he would have thought someone had helped him work through everything while touching up his language and ensuring that he didn't sound like a dim-witted manager who'd only been hired because of his relation to someone important. That was much easier than I thought it would be, he thought to himself with a smile,
despite noticing that he'd burned about a third of his center's reserves.
Unfortunately, his good mood was almost immediately ruined by his brain catching up to everything that he'd just learned.
It was an odd feeling, waiting for his consciousness to sync up with everything he'd recently absorbed. In a way, it felt like walking out of a good but complicated movie, needing to take a moment to mentally review everything he'd seen so he could actually understand what he'd just witnessed. On the whole, the easiest thing for him to accept was how well the trading posts he'd started with Vera were doing. Everything that he'd hoped for had happened, and they were cornering the market on essence crystal trades throughout the city. Even with imitators popping up left and right, everything was still looking good. The increasing number of hunters that were working the density shift were bringing in a fortune, eagerly trading their riches for the gear and support equipment that his trading posts were offering.
And while a lot of the nuances of the business were still beyond him, he could tell from the context that Vera was handling everything as well, if not better, than he'd expected her to. Next, on the subject of House Walker's development, things were looking better than he could have hoped for. His estate was staffed and filled to the brim with loyal servants and followers. The roles of House Walker were filling without him even having to accept the oaths in person. And from what he could tell, the majority of his house would be locals in charge of managing his interests, not people he'd be responsible for taking with him when he left. Which was good news all around, and further proof that Vera never had any intention of taking over his house after he was gone. Between her and his staff, they seemed bound and determined to ensure that House Walker was fully self-reliant and would no longer be at the mercy of House Verena, regardless of how loyal Vera actually was. Sure, Vera would still be managing a lot of his interests, but House Walker wouldn't be beholden to her for its existence. See, this is a perfect example of why it pays to keep my mouth shut. If I had mentioned my crackpot conspiracy concerns, I could have alienated a wonderful woman who's always been there for me, he noted to himself, temporarily basking in his self-congratulations. Another thing of note was how impressive the recruitment efforts had been. House Verena's troop count had almost doubled since the last time he'd checked, and House Walker's were expanding practically exponentially. Everyone in the city seemed to want to sign up to serve the local unique and his designated local affiliates. From what he could surmise by reading between the lines, everything associated with House Walker was on the rise, and the people loved him for it. Which, of course, led him to recall the disturbing news from the former evaluators, who'd admittedly gone a bit off script. Not that he'd left them with much of a script to begin with. However, them having basically been responsible for starting a citywide adventurer movement all by themselves hadn't been something he'd seen coming. Although he probably should have expected something like this to have happened, what with how well Natalie's promotional efforts have been received by the masses. Yet, the last few pings he'd received merited further review, as one of the former evaluators, Kyle Vaxis, had gone out of his way to take responsibility for the recent religious chaos that had infected the city. According to him, if it hadn't been for the former evaluators spreading the gospel of all things adventure, then none of this would have been all that big of a deal. Whether or not he was some sort of planar lord or a new type of god, the questions and concerns would have been silently handled by the religious district without anyone bothering to notice. Temporarily retreating from the thought hub, Nero returned to his body, picking up another finger sandwich. Idly chewing on the tasty treat, he tapped his fingers across the couch's delightfully soft armrest, thinking over everything he'd read. On the one hand, he knew he should be pissed, but on the other, he found the situation too funny to really get too worked up about it. It was arguable, at best, that anyone would have been able to see this coming. And from what he'd read through the links that they'd sent him, whether or not he was a god, a planar lord, or some other type of interdimensional fairy or whatnot, it was all just a matter of opinion. He couldn't provide blessings, tie his followers to his plane, or develop a spiritual connection with anyone in any real way. So, no matter how closely he fit many of these arbitrary definitions, he was not actually any one of them. And according to Vaxis,
That was something which would quickly be proven by the Council of Faith when they eventually got around to it. In the meantime, his plans for laying low were perfectly reasonable, and even seemed somewhat prescient. After all, people who were interested in him, whether locals or people from the capital, would likely be using this development to mess with him. Good on me, I guess, he thought to himself with a smile. Another matter of interest were the multiple references to personal planes which kept popping up in the reading they'd sent him. While he couldn't be sure, his inner world did admittedly sound suspiciously planer-like when looked at through a charitable lens. If he tilted his head just right and squinted at it until he was almost blind. Refilling his coffee from the pitcher, Nero thought to himself, I should touch base with Jennings again.
If there is anybody who'd have answers, it would be him.
Unexpectedly, a flash of golden light filled the room, depositing Jennings in front of the couch across from. The sudden appearance of the Archmage was enough to cause Nero to spill his coffee all over the table while dropping the pitcher in his attempt to save his cup. Damn it, old man. What the hell? Are you reading my mind too? Boundaries, asshole. Boundaries! Nero shouted while hopping to his feet and shaking his hand free of the dripping coffee, which had ruined his sleeve. Archmage Jennings, looking over at Nero in confusion, replied, Reading your mind? Why in all the hells below and heavens above would you think I'm capable of reading your mind? Is this still about that ridiculous conspiracy theory you had concerning the Thought Hub? How many times do I have to explain it? Links are entirely incapable of working like that. Equally confused by Jennings' misinterpretation of his accusation, Nero took a moment to collect himself before resuming his rant. Yet, before he could continue, the doors to the hallway flew open, allowing the servants to rush over. Without even asking permission, they began casting spells to clean his sleeve and remove the spilled coffee from the carpet. It all happened so quickly that Nero wondered whether or not the coffee even had time to be absorbed into the fabric. Somewhat in shock, Nero's mouth opened and closed a few times as he attempted to come up with an appropriate response to all that was happening. The sudden change from being utterly alone in his room to being surrounded by chaos had him reeling. But before he could say anything, Ms. Davis arrived, ushering in another set of servants who were bearing 2 fresh trays of snacks and a fresh pot of coffee.
My lord, apologies for the wait. We'll have all of this cleaned up as quickly as possible, she said before offering the Archmage a suspiciously deep bow in greeting. Snapping, Nero yanked his hand away from the servant who was still rapidly firing spells at his sleeve as if he were in combat. See? How could she already have coffee ready if she weren't watching me? Not that mind reading would help her predict that I'd need it. Wait, I didn't. I mean, you know? He finished in a muttered and somewhat incoherent ramble. The servants all paused, unsure of whether or not they should continue their work. Meanwhile, Ms. Davis and the Archmage were sharing an inscrutable look with each other. My apologies for any offense, my lord, but you have read my profile, haven't you? Ms. Davis asked, somewhat uncomfortably. Seeing the complete confusion on Nero's face, Jennings stepped forward, waving his hand grandly in a sweep across the room. All at once, reality reshaped itself. The trays the new servants brought in were instantly replaced by the old ones, leaving them holding the half-finished tray of snacks, along with a now empty coffee pitcher.
All evidence of the spill was gone, and even the servants had been teleported around, lining them all up in an aesthetically pleasing formation. Blinking rapidly to mentally catch up with whatever the hell had just happened, Nero noticed that the damned old man had even gone to the added trouble of replacing and refilling his coffee cup, which was now sitting in front of him on the table, wafting steam into the air like he was watching a Folgers commercial. Nero, my boy, I was under the impression that you were perfectly at peace knowing that you were being scryed on. But that's neither here nor there, as no one in the estate would bother scrying on you. And I can further assure you
that no one has been reading your mind. The lovely Ms. Davis was obviously just using her pillar.
If you would take a moment to calm down before you accuse anyone of anything, I'm sure whatever concerns you have can easily be relieved, the Archmage said calmly, while standing tall, projecting authority throughout the room like the big boss he was. Breathing deeply, Nero took another moment to force his mind back into order. The confusion and stimuli he'd been trying and failing to process had been overwhelming him. Part of his mind had been trying to follow the spellcasting being done by the servants, while another part had been hung up on the implications of Ms. Davis's and the Archmage's suspicious arrivals. Not to mention the part of his mind that was currently busy wrapping its head around the various magical means Jennings must have used to remove the spill while resetting everyone's position in the room. Choosing to focus on a singular topic in order to maintain his sanity, Nero asked, "What pillar?" Ms. Davis replied somewhat heatedly, "My pillar is service, my lord." Over the years, I've chosen to develop it toward anticipating the needs of my chosen charges. In this case, now that I'm serving as your personal maid, that charge is you. I admit there are elements of fate involved, but I promise you, I haven't spelled you or invaded your privacy in any way. Nero, seeing that she seemed insulted at the accusation that she'd been spying on him, quickly tried to come up with a believable excuse for his suspicions. Not that he wasn't still suspicious, but without any proof, he felt that he needed to say something to relieve the tension in the room. Luckily, Archmage Jennings chose that moment to step in. "I don't believe he was accusing you specifically, Ms. Davis. And please remember, as a newcomer to our plane, he is not all that familiar with the possible abilities that can manifest through the pillars of identity. Despite having been here for long enough to rise to the position he hasn't been fully adapted into our social structure. There are still many things he does not know." Nodding in understanding, she replied quickly,
"Of course, Archmage. Please excuse us, and if you or the Lord need anything, don't hesitate to ask." Turning her attention back to Nero, she added a polite but firm, "My lord," along with a slight bow, before turning away and leading the servants out of the room. Collapsing back into the couch cushions, Nero sighed. "Well, that sucked," he muttered. Before Jennings could say anything, Nero pointed accusingly at the man across from him. "And by the way, this is all your fault. I was doing awesome, repressing my instinctual need for answers perfectly fine before you showed up, startling me. You ruined the mature, mellow vibe I've been cultivating, causing me to lash out like a douchebag. Whatever you're doing here better be important or I'm going to be pissed. That is, if you weren't really here because you read my mind, knowing that I was thinking about contacting you. Wait, don't answer that."
"First, explain to me what you meant by that pillar stuff. That seems eminently more important at the moment. Whatever you're here for can wait," Nero declared, in a tone that demanded the old man to start filling in some of the blanks in his local knowledge base. Pouring himself a cup of coffee from the fresh tray, Jennings to a seat on the couch across from Nero with a sigh. "Very well. Let's set aside my purpose for being here, along with my questions for you, and instead address the obvious shortcomings you have in your chosen management style." Offended, Nero snapped back, "Hey, bite me. If I'm clueless, it's because you're a shitty mentor. This is your fault. Well, yours and Nick's. Maybe Vera's too. It's certainly not mine. Ignorance is a perfectly valid defense in the court of public opinion." Chapter 314. Having done his homework. Unwilling to wait for the blood to fully dissolve itself into the ether, Noxie Crusher wiped down his axe head with the rag he always kept looped through his belt. His current mood was about as foul as the beast's corpse he'd just slaughtered. They'd been on the march for days, and the continual interruptions by these reality wrinkles and their beasties were getting on his nerves.
Hey, Crusher! How far do you think we are from the human city? And what are the chances we'll make it there before daybreak?
Asked one of the warriors who'd come along as an escort for the rune mages. Shrugging, as if he couldn't care less, Crusher replied, "Fair, I'd say. At least that's what Shroom Carver claims." Crusher's half-interested reply had the warrior moving on to bother someone else, likely another one of the warriors who currently had nothing better to do. Meanwhile, a few of the rune mages were busy extracting essence crystals from the beasts they'd killed, while 2 others were shutting down the reality wrinkle that had been spawning these monstrosities. Their entire party could be considered middling to large, but that hadn't stopped them from making good time. Which was a plus as far as Crusher was concerned, as he'd been told explicitly that he needed to move quickly before anyone else made their move on the lad. Included among their numbers were 10 warriors of considerable strength for the region, a 4-man party of rune mages led by Ertun Shroomcarver himself, and finally 5 dwarves serving as ambassadors and negotiators for the upcoming meeting with Lord Walker. Crusher had been put in charge of all of them and given strict instructions to keep everyone in line. The last thing he needed were rune mages pestering their target with questions, or warriors foolishly challenging the young lad to an honor duel. He'd done his best to explain to them all the consequences they'd face if they caused any trouble, but he knew well how unruly dwarves could be when they found something interesting to play with. Pulled out of his thoughts by Shroomcarver approaching, Crusher greeted him with a measured nod. Returning the gesture, Shroomcarver leaned onto his staff while keeping his voice quiet. "They should be done in a minute. The wrinkles here are weak and haven't had much time to stabilize. But the density shift, as the humans call it, is making the entire area unstable. I admit that they're right to worry about it."
You should also be aware that this may not be the last of the troubles we face before we arrive at the humans' wall. Understanding the subtle implication the rune mage was making, Crusher replied,
"Ye still believe this to be a waste of our time?" Grunting a bit in acknowledgement, Shroomcarver replied, "I just don't see how we're supposed to convince a hero of their people to leave them to their troubles, while instead coming to our aid." Crusher, tired of having the same argument over and over again, replied, "You haven't met the boy. He's not really one of them. Over my years, I've met countless human politicians and champions, and they've all spent their air bellowing about humanity and its duty to spread their vaunted civilization, as they call it, far and wide. But the lad we're going to see seems to be his own man, and with a good enough offer, you can be sure he'll hear what we have to say." Shroomcarver's grimace made it clear that he remained unconvinced. Unable to stop himself from chuckling at the look on the rune mage's face, Crusher added, "This is really about you not believing what the Battleborns claimed. Am I right?" Shifting uncomfortably, Shroomcarver replied, "No! I'd never question their honor. But it does seem a little difficult to believe that some beardless child of the surface can calm the etheric winds with nothing but a wave of his hand. You can't deny that all of this sounds a little too unbelievable." Not arguing with him, Crusher replied, "Well, the king sure as shit believes it. By the time we're back, the Battleborns will have cleared out at least a few caverns of kobolds, and no doubt locked down at least one of their portals. We'll just have to see if the human lad can repeat his performance for you." Having been eavesdropping on their conversation, one of the warriors interrupted them. "They shouldn't have been dispatched. Those were kills that could have tempered the steel of our recruits." It's a waste to just wipe them lizards out like that. Battleborns should be saved for if and when they're needed. It's a disgrace to waste them like this, he griped, his voice carrying across the clearing. Several of the warriors called out their agreement, while others, both rune mages and members of the leadership alike, nodded along in agreement. Scowling, Crusher's voice snapped back like a whip. "Oh, ye all believe you know better than the king, do ye? Well, I'll be sure to let him know that when we return to the mountain. I'm sure he'll have some wonderful assignments to dole out for those of ye who are so wise and accomplished.
Leaders and strategists like you should be given tasks commensurate with your skill sets. I wonder who of ye would be up to serving as the chief sewage consultant, or maybe earn the title of head ditch digger. Immediately, they all returned to what they'd been doing, making every effort to appear as if it hadn't been them who'd said anything.
Turning his attention back to the mouthy warrior, Crusher added,
And you should make yourself useful and scout the perimeter. And while you do, consider what it might mean for us to find someone who can close portals at will, and why the king himself would want to personally see a demonstration of that ability before he contacted the Council of Kings. Even Shroomcarver seemed to agree with him, as he added, We'll soon see if the reports are true, and you can rest assured that there are plenty more kobolds for our armies to kill, without having to rely on a few paltry caverns for your practice.
The king knows what he's doing, and ye spouting your nonsense is just proving to everyone here how little ye know.
Crusher and Shroomcarver watched the sufficiently chastened warriors stumble away, while Shroomcarver whispered, While I might not necessarily believe everything I've heard, I do admit that if half of what we've been told turns out to be true, we absolutely need to acquire this human child's techniques. Seeing as the reality wrinkle was finally taken care of, Crusher offered Shroomcarver a half-hearted shrug in agreement before lifting his axe to rest against his shoulder, saying, Aye, that's the plan. The Archmage took his time explaining how pillars worked. But rather than just answering Nero's question directly, he'd, for some reason, opted instead to imitate Nick's lecturing philosophy, attempting to slowly bore Nero to death. Yet Nero, having learned his lesson, kept his mouth shut and just listened.
Although most of what the Archmage was saying were things he already knew. Sort of.
The Archmage started by describing the process of acquiring pillars, and listing at what levels pillars were chosen, 10, 50, and 100. He explained in depth how the concept of them being the pillars worked, coming together to hold up and define a person's identity. There were also bits of information mentioned referencing a person's ultimate unity. In short, all sorts of metaphysical word vomit that both sounded important and mulched Nero's brain like an intellectual wood chipper. Eventually, though, some useful information did slip through despite the Archmage's best efforts. At one point, he referenced examples of different pillars and how they might be developed by different people. For example, protection-type pillars like defense and shielding could both be fed enough stars to create physical shields made of magic. Shields exactly like the ones Knight Angelton used.
And according to Jennings, even non-protection-type pillars could eventually be manipulated into doing the same.
Okay, that all sounds plausible in theory, but how exactly would that work, exactly? Nero asked, finally choosing to interrupt the long-winded Archmage. Jennings, having gotten caught up in what he was saying, replied in confusion, How does what work? Nero, rolling his eyes, replied, How can a pillar be manipulated into doing something specific? Like, what are the limitations? And, if you wouldn't mind, some real-world examples. Most of what you're saying I've already read about, but without any practical knowledge, none of it means anything to me. After taking a moment to pass through what Nero had just said, Jennings replied, I suppose I can understand how you're having trouble conceptualizing the process. Without having grown up seeing examples of how pillars developed, you'd have no contextual understanding of what pillars represent. No matter how much effort you put into studying the subject, ultimately, you're limited by your lack of experience. Nero replied with a bored, uh-huh. Jennings, barely paying attention to Nero, tapped his chin in thought. But, after a few seconds, he snapped his fingers, as if he'd thought of something brilliant. Leaning forward in his seat, he said excitedly, Let's use your maid, Ms. Davis, as an example. I'm assuming you've read her file.
Nero offered the man a blank look before replying, "I've skimmed it." Sagging his shoulders for a moment, Jennings shook off his disappointment before continuing. Ms. Davis's parents operated one of the higher-end hotels in Gate 9. She grew up doing odd jobs around the hotel, delivering food in the restaurant, cleaning and handling room services, among many other simple tasks. She embraced the life of a service worker, mastering it at a very young age and incorporating that perspective into her identity, and consequently gained her pillar service as a result. Nero interjected, "So, pillars can provide clues as to a person's personality and background. That's somewhat interesting, I admit." Jennings replied quickly, "Obviously, but that's not the point I was trying to make." "Okay, then what point were you trying to make?" Nero replied just as quickly. Furrowing his brow, Jennings replied, "I was getting to it." "Uh-huh," Nero replied. After harumphing, Jennings continued, "Over the years, as she leveled, she used her stars to enhance and broaden her pillar into what it is today. She can anticipate what people under her charge need or want. As an ability, it has an instinctual interaction with the ether, molding and adapting itself toward its goal. In her case, her subconscious is able to read the ether and intuitively understand a person's fate, to aid in her efforts to provide them service. Her pillar, by her own decisions, has allowed her to fate weave on a limited basis, and in a very specific way." Nero nodded, somewhat understanding what the old man was getting at. "So, what you're saying is that she could have developed her service pillar in an entirely different direction, and not learned how to anticipate fate, or whatever." Somewhat smugly, Jennings replied, "Exactly. Her pillar of service could easily have developed into an ability to radiate a cleaning spell, or an enhanced personal space, one which would allow her to carry any number of support items. In fact, she could have developed her pillar to provide shields and defensive measures for her chosen benefactor, in service to their goals and aspirations." Finally getting it, Nero replied, "So, she could turn it into a defensive pillar with enough levels and stars dedicated to that effect?" Shaking his head, Jennings replied, "No, that's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is that her pillar, however it is being used, is and always will be a service pillar. However, its application and use are determined by her intentions and growth, like all pillars are. The breadth of the applied concept is practically infinite. Granted, there are more likely paths one could take, but the development of a pillar is entirely personal and impossible to predict." Nero nodded. "That's why all the books are so infuriatingly vague on the details. Any pillar can be manipulated into doing anything." I kind of already knew that. But what I still don't get is that if that's true, then what's the point of even having them defined in the first place? Jennings replied, "Pillars are essential to understanding oneself. How you choose to develop them and what you do with them defines who you are. Your identity is inextricably tied to them. Over time, you can alter them, but you can never change the core of who you are. Like a tree, it can grow in different directions, but the trunk will always remain in place." Scoffing, Nero noted, "You guys really do like your nature metaphors, don't you?" Shrugging, Jennings allowed Nero a moment to process everything he'd said, before pivoting the conversation toward the reason he'd come here in the first place. "Interestingly, this subject isn't all that distant from why I'm here." "Oh?" Nero replied curiously. "I've just come from a meeting of your house heads, along with a few of your more proactive followers. They've elected me to be the one to talk with you about a few of the more troubling problems you'll need to be addressing in the near future. But that's not all. I also need to discuss with you the sensitive subject of what you did during the meeting you had with the army upon your return to the staging outpost," Jennings said, somewhat ominously. Picking up his coffee cup, Nero leaned back into the couch. If this is going to be about people using whatever reality-breaking ability that I've displayed to either try to control me or influence me again, then we really don't have to talk about this. The plan stays the same. I'll wait for the dwarves before deciding where I'm going to run off to. I know myself well enough to understand that attempting to plan anything will lead me and everyone else to ruin. Like I said before, if you all want a theory craft, go ahead. I'm not going to stop you. But what's going to end up happening is only ever half up to us. The other half will always be up to whoever decides to do something stupid and piss me off. Jennings, after stifling a chuckle, replied, "Yes, quite. Nevertheless, we do need to discuss your status as a potential planar lord, or fledgling god who's able to manifest on the material plane." Shaking his head, Nero replied, "No, we really don't. I've just finished reading about planar lords and gods and stuff. I even took the time to go over everything Vera and Nick sent me. Well, most of it. And you should know by now, as well as I do, that I'm neither one of them. Sure, it's plausible that I somehow have developed a personal plane, and however that happened, I couldn't tell you. But even if I have, the plane is not in either the upper or lower planes, and is entirely separate from them, spiritually speaking. At a guess, I think it might be nothing more than the natural reflection of my identity in the ether." Opening his eyes wide, Jennings replied, "Yes, that's exactly what I surmised."
Admittedly, I'm a little surprised you've already realized that.
Shrugging, Nero replied, "It wasn't all that hard to figure out. I mean, the whole planar lord thing is about those douche nozzles trying to imitate gods by tying themselves to a plane that already existed. And since gods developed their plane when they ascended, then it stands to reason that their existence is tied to their identity when they reach level 100. And, this is just a guess, mind you, but I'm assuming that successfully moving on to a higher plane of existence requires assimilating your plane into your core before somehow taking it with you."
Also, unless I'm wrong, I'm thinking that this is what you were hinting at when you mentioned all that crap about having personal connections to grow while not allowing yourself to be tied to them, right?
Jennings, very obviously flummoxed, replied, Yes, that's correct, more or less." Nero, after taking a sip of his coffee, continued, "And I'm also guessing that the other thing you wanted to talk about was how I froze the ether in the room, causing all the magic to go haywire?" Yes, that's also correct," Jennings replied weakly. Nodding, Nero said, "Well, on that particular subject, there isn't all that much I can tell you. I have no idea how I did it, and I haven't been able to do it again. I've tried. But, following the idea that everything here is a metaphor, I think I can take a guess at what happened. I'm pretty sure I rejected the concept of magic, or, more accurately, I enforced my idea of reality on the surroundings. Since the only reality that makes total sense to me is based on the world I used to live in, copying that framework onto this reality turned off all the magic. I guess what I'm saying is, I think I somehow ordered the world to stop pissing me off, and to instead temporarily start making sense." Utterly confused, the look on Jennings's face resembled a tired and overworked dad trying to figure out a new TV remote, or a geriatric mental patient attempting to use a messaging app. "All right, I can understand how you've had trouble understanding how reality works here. But why do you assume you have the power to enforce your will on reality in such a profound way?" Jennings asked. Shrugging, Nero placed his coffee cup back on the table before replying, "Because I did. And I'm not sufficiently indoctrinated by whatever rules you accept as part of the way things work. In fact, I'm almost positive that I have you to thank for it."
You're the one who's actively been limiting my ability to learn how things are supposed to work here, and have gone out of your way to ensure that I've mostly had to figure things out on my own.
Well, it's important for everyone to find their own path, and any interference and information that is too freely given will chain you to accepted concepts and tactics, Jennings replied quickly.
Nodding, Nero replied, I'm not disagreeing with you. Actually, the more I learn about how the ether and everything works here, the more I can understand why your government and laws are set up the way that they are. I bet the fact that I don't have parents or authority figures here to emulate or learn from has been one of my most profound advantages. But I also am starting to understand why you were so worried about me not having ties to the people around me. Just by reading about those planar lords, I can see how losing oneself to one's goals could make a person disappear into the ether.
Without having an externally defined identity, there is nothing tying me here to this plane of reality. Cocking his head to the side, Jennings asked, "How do you mean? You believe you understand what happened to the planar lords? That knowledge shouldn't have been part of the information packets you'd had available to you? Or at least, no one who'd had access to it should have given it to you. That would be an egregious and concerning violation of the law." Nero chuckled. "No, it wasn't stated anywhere in what I read. But it also wasn't all that hard to figure out what happened. Those idiots allowed their identities to deteriorate. Simply put, by tying themselves to a plane they didn't make, they allowed the identity of the plane to influence them. And when people used those weird rituals to gain power from those planes through them, that made the problem even worse."
I'm not surprised that at some point the world just decided they weren't there enough anymore and decided to blink them out of existence. Their existence is probably still part of their planes, diluted to all hell and impossible to put back together. Jaw open in shock, Jennings replied, "That's an interesting interpretation of events, which is also surprisingly accurate. You do have a way of seeing and understanding things in an uncomplicated and direct manner, simplifying complicated concepts quite a bit." Nodding, Nero said proudly, "Yeah, I figured that was what happened. The details, I'm sure, are more complicated and filled with all kinds of technical jargon that I couldn't hope to understand in 1,000 lifetimes, but the gist is probably pretty close to the truth." Changing the subject, Nero asked, "So, what do Vera and the other plan to do about the people clamoring for my temple to be built?"
"I'm guessing a simple denial of service isn't going to be enough for them."
Jennings replied, "The consensus is that the problem will eventually take care of itself. We've checked, and the rituals required for service bindings to your followers won't work. Therefore, you cannot be legally defined as a god or a planar lord per our laws. Eventually, the religious district will have to make a statement to that effect." Nero added, "But in the meantime, I still need to get my ass out of the spotlight. And the city, right?" Nodding, Archmage Jennings replied, "Yes, that would be for the best. But I have to again reiterate that you should consider taking some of the quests that have been found through the Tower of Magic. You'd be able to stay within the kingdom, spread your influence and power base, and limit the likelihood of those wishing to control you finding a legal means to do so." Scoffing, Nero replied, "Once again, until I hear from the dwarves, I haven't decided what I'm going to do. All I know for sure is that Dorchester is getting too hot for me, and I really need to get the hell out of here. Getting out of the kingdom might be for the best. And besides, who doesn't want to visit a dwarven city? I'm betting dollars to donuts that they will be able to teach me a thing or two about magical breweries and runes." Suddenly changing gears, Nero asked, "Hey, by the way, on the Thought Hub, I found people talking about the Book of Adventure, along with a surprisingly large number of people attempting to become adventurers. There were even a few references to me, clearly seeing me as some sort of social influencer. They're even calling me the Walker, and making claims like, 'I will show them the way,' and other such crap. Do you know anything about that? Should I be worried?" Jennings coughed into his hand to buy himself a moment. "Well, you'll have to speak with your followers about that. I had nothing to do with it. But I do agree that this is even more reason for you to temporarily leave Dorchester. Honestly, based on how successful those following this concept of adventure have been dealing with the density shift, I don't think the city will be in any danger in your absence.
I myself have personally looked over the numbers, and I have to admit that these adventurers are growing both in numbers and levels at an astonishing rate. Your teachings are serving them well. Their dedication to self-preservation while also choosing to continuously hurl themselves into danger has resulted in an unexpectedly successful leveling profile.
According to my briefings, the local Tower of Magic has already begun working with 2 of the Gate's research centers to track the phenomenon. All in all, since this little movement began, already around 30% of the registered hunters in the city have leveled. Although those numbers could just be due to the increased amount of danger the density shift is providing. Time will ultimately tell, I suppose. We'll just have to wait until we have more data. Confused, Nero interrupted his ramblings by asking, "Hold up, what teachings?" Pausing for a moment, Jennings suddenly began smirking. "You didn't actually read the Book of Adventure, did you?" Wary of what the old man was getting at, Nero replied slowly, "No. Why? It's just a manual on how to be an adventurer, right? I figured it was based on the hunters and people who make their living with their swords, which I didn't think I needed because I already attended that elite summer camp."
But I'm guessing by your tone, they've included some stuff from what I've said in my speeches and whatnot. They didn't actually quote me or anything, did they? Jennings, still smirking, replied, "Well, you are the walker." Grimacing, Nero muttered, "Balls." Chapter 315. Musings Before Bedtime. The conversation between Archmage Jennings and Nero carried on for quite some time. They chatted away long enough for Ms. Davis, Nero's subconsciously fate-reading supermaid, to make multiple deliveries of fresh coffee, bring in 2 servings of snack trays, and personally provide a bottle of some very specific wine that Jennings never asked her for, but delighted him anyways. It was, all in all, a surprisingly delightful way for Nero to spend the remainder of his day. Somehow the conversation even managed to avoid turning into just another lecture from Jennings, likely due to the fact that this time Nero had done enough reading on the subjects they were discussing for Jennings to take his questions somewhat seriously. Together, they covered the topics of gods, planar lords, religious politics, and its place in Oglavarkian society, all the way until they called it a night, when Nero finally broke the poor old man. Jennings had been trying to explain the differences between divinity and essence, claiming that divinity is representative, while essence is direct. Somehow, this was supposed to explain why gods couldn't manifest themselves on the material plane, and why higher planes were separate from the material ones. Nero, having listened closely, asked innocently, "So, correct me if I'm wrong here, but you're basically saying that divinity is just essence from the higher planes." But wouldn't that just make gods like regular people living in a realm running on a different wavelength from this one? Oh, and wouldn't that mean that when people tie themselves to their god, through rituals or prayer or whatnot, then they would have to digest that essence by filtering its meaning through their own perspective, probably using their identity or center. Otherwise, that divine essence wouldn't work here, right? The shock on Jennings' face would have been awesome had Nero been paying attention to him. But instead, he was too absorbed with his theory crafting to notice. Nodding as if he were agreeing with himself, Nero added, "It sounds to me like it's pretty much the same process people use to take in essence from the world around them when they gain the experiences they use to level. Doing it on their own is just using unbiased essence from this plane, rather than essence which had already been interpreted by their god."
That would also explain why it takes longer for people following an already defined faith to grow. They're borrowing the understanding of their patron rather than producing it themselves. It's like they're using a crib sheet to cheat their way through life, rather than letting their center learn to understand the world around them. When you look at it that way, it's no wonder their leveling speed sucks. Not that there's anything wrong with that, as I'm sure it takes a lot of pressure off them going through life that way. Snapping his attention back to Jennings, Nero asked, "Hey, totally random question here. But is there a god of awesomeness and easy living out there in the upper planes somewhere? And if so, how would one go about creating a binding ritual to them?" Finally, noticing that Jennings had gone utterly pale, Nero was about to ask him what was wrong when the man stood up from his seat. He was rubbing his temples as if he were suffering a headache, while pacing back and forth like he was considering whether or not to run away. After muttering a few curses under his breath, the old man eventually looked down at Nero, stating somewhat harshly but firmly, "Processed essence," which was still tied to the material plane but otherwise untethered to it, would explain the mechanics of a person's failed ascension. Conceivably, it could cause them to create their own plane and settle for what we would consider godhood. And I suppose you're not wrong in considering them infinite bundles of already processed essence. But please keep this theory to yourself for the time being. Not that it'll matter, as I can't begin to guess how many people just heard you equate their gods to regular people who are only allowing people to borrow their previously processed perspective to continue feeding off our plane. Honestly, my boy, you already have enough enemies as it is. But you just can't seem to stop yourself from making more. Sighing in defeat, he added, "Get some sleep. Tomorrow the dwarves should arrive, and you'll have some decisions to make. Hopefully, we'll still be able to get you out of Dorchester before you end up being vilified by the locals, raised to godhood, kidnapped by Center Research, or summoned against your will to the capital for a hells-be-damned tribunal." Chuckling to himself, Nero watched Jennings flee into the ether, likely transporting himself back to wherever archmages go when they are overwhelmed by his superior and enviable logic. Sensing the door opening, Nero looked over to see Ms. Davis walking into the chamber.
"My lord, will you be retiring for the night?"
she asked, as if she already knew the answer to her question. Granted, Nero had come to understand a little bit of how her ability likely worked, but he still found the fact that she could so easily predict what he was going to do somewhat off-putting. Standing up from the couch, he brushed off any finger sandwich crumbs from his robes while replying, "Yes, thank you. And I'm guessing you're here to collect the trays and stuff?" Before he'd even finished his sentence, 2 servants came in from behind her, passing her by and attending to their duties.
"Yes, my lord. You should also be aware that tomorrow the House's leadership will be meeting in Conference Room 3C. Would you like me to wake you up an hour beforehand so that you can have some breakfast before you prepare?" she asked, her hands comfortably folded in front of her waist, like she was the image of professionalism. Figuring he'd rely on his link to find Conference Room 3C when the time came for him to need to know where it was, Nero replied, "Sure, if that's how you want to do it.
But I'll probably just set an alarm."
While watching the 2 servants leave, Nero began walking over to his bed, before realizing Ms. Davis wasn't leaving with them. She remained standing there, watching him like she was waiting for something. Pausing, he asked, "Is there anything else?" Replying immediately, she said calmly,
"No, my lord."
Somewhat distracted by her still being there, he found himself frowning as he looked around for his satchel. He wanted to do a little reading before he slept, and the book he'd been thinking about was inside it the last time he saw it. He asked, "Then why aren't you?" before stopping himself. Deciding to take advantage of the fact that she was still here, he asked, "You know what? Before you leave, do you know where my satchel is?" Looking up from his search, he realized this question was likely why she'd remained behind. She'd just been waiting for him to ask her for something. He could almost see the smugness around the tightening of her eyes, as if she were willfully holding back a smirk. "Yes, my lord, it's next to the bed. The book you're looking for is on the pedestal beside it," she replied. Realizing she must have surreptitiously arranged things this way at some point during one of her many visits, obviously, having taken advantage of him having his conversation with Jennings to move things around without him noticing. Nero felt himself shiver at the frightening thoroughness of her predictive abilities. He could only imagine how powerful abilities like hers would be if they weren't specifically tailored toward managing a household. She was much like a genie, with unlimited and ungodly powers, but incredibly narrow in their possible scope and applications. Thanks. I guess that's it. So, good night, he said lamely, while offering a goodbye wave over his shoulder as he turned away from her.
Good night, my lord. Sleep well.
I'll be waking you up in a little over 5 hours, she said, as if she were choosing to specifically remind him of something. Halting his steps, Nero looked back over his shoulder at her, noting that she was still standing there with that smirk-not-smirk on her face. I'm not going to remember to set my alarm, am I? And you're going to have to wake me up personally, am I right? He asked, possibly beginning to see through the pattern of her behavior. Gently smiling at him, she replied, I'm sure you'll remember to now, my lord. Enjoy the rest of your night. Having apparently accomplished everything she'd intended to, she offered a short bow before turning around and leaving, gently shutting the door behind her. Standing there, Nero's brain felt like it was overheating at all the possibilities and implications of her powers, ideas, and explanations that he couldn't stop himself from considering. When did her powers alert her to the fact that he'd wanted, or would want, that specific book? Had it been when the subject of the conversation with Jennings made him think about it? Or could it have been predetermined from the moment the guy from the religious district first published his theory on the Thought Hub, which would then have inevitably led to him and Jennings having this conversation? How far back did it go? Without her doing the predictive modeling herself, how was her ability to read fate predicting anything? And what was that about him now being more likely to remember to set his alarm? Did she specifically say those things to make him more likely to remember to do it? Or was this some kind of mind game that was intended to cause him to forget? Could her abilities predict the effect her actions would have on the future? He'd read about how fate-weaving worked here, and up until now, he'd thought he understood it. However, having now seen the practical applications of abilities which could do it, he was beginning to think that he should just chalk the process up to magic and no longer worry about it. He remembered reading that the Tower of Fate was created to mimic abilities like Ms. Davis's, using science and analysis to read the essence in the ether to make predictions, but he couldn't wrap his head around how that could be possible. There were simply too many variables to take into account, and it would rely too much on guesswork. Tossing his robes onto a chair, he hopped into bed while pulling his book off the pedestal. Propping up his pillow against the headboard, he tapped his finger against the cover as his mind was still chewing over everything he'd just learned. This world was so hard to understand, while also being so blatantly and annoyingly obvious. As long as he could conceptualize the underlying metaphor behind things, he could at least understand the mechanics of how everything worked. It was like the whole existence here was a pun, but only one which would be understood by someone who'd spent their life mocking it. Aside from that, the major problem he had was that he'd trained his mentality to focus on the details. Back on Earth, those details mattered, while here it was the opposite. Here, the less he knew about the details, the more he could fudge things. Considering that that was exactly how magic was supposed to work, it only fed fuel to the fire of his own growing headache. Mentally berating himself for wasting time pointlessly going around in circles, he reached out to his link, which of course was still in his pants. He couldn't believe that he'd almost forgotten to set his damn alarm. Even after just having been reminded, he was still almost distracted enough to forget about it. That woman is like the magical version of my mother, always knowing exactly what was going on in her house, and effortlessly manipulating everyone into doing exactly what she wanted them to, he thought sourly to himself. Unwilling to keep thinking about this crap,
Nero flipped open his book to find some of the answers he'd been wondering about. This was one of the books Jennings had given him, specifically the one that talked about essence disturbances and planar theory. Although it wasn't meant to be a textbook or anything, as it was more geared toward the conceptual understanding of the subjects rather than the applications, Nero still found it helpful. He wanted to look up something Jennings had spoken about, something which had been bothering him, and he really wanted to check if what he remembered reading was actually what the book had said. He would have mentioned it to Jennings, but his growing theory seemed a little too far-fetched, even for him.
After a few minutes of searching, he found it. "Son of a bitch," he muttered, while running his fingers over the page and double-checking what he'd just read. He'd been right. The book had mentioned upper and lower dimensions, referencing them as possible linkages to dungeons and essence disturbances. While most of what happened in the wilds was from nearby material planes interacting with this one, more powerful disturbances could cause bleed-through from some of the more metaphysically distant planes of existence. When those were found, the book was direct in that higher-level magics were needed to deal with them. Regular hunters and soldiers were told to contact their superiors, ending the short blurb on the subject. While not exactly everything that he'd hoped for, it was enough for Nero to piece together a theory of existence that wrapped everything up in a nice bow. And while it took some reading between the lines, it was enough.
The material planes, the one he was currently on included, were all filled with unprocessed essence. By unprocessed, he meant essence which was only given a purpose and not willfully imbued with meaning. The higher and lower planes were filled with filtered essence, given additional meaning through whoever or whatever controlled their planes. Gods and devils or whoever, they each made their worlds through the essence they collected from the material planes. It was a very literal interpretation of the concept of people creating their gods and demons. It even worked with the idea that each person had God inside them. Everyone is a god in their own way, creating the world around them through their actions. The world provides the clay, and people shape their lives. Together, through their interactions, they build the sculpture that is the world around them. When spelled out like that, it all sounded so annoyingly spiritual, but also kind of poetically obvious.
Sort of like, we reap what we sow. Act like an asshole, expect to be treated like one. You can only go as far as you're willing to walk. And there's always a sunrise following a sunset. All true, all poetic, and all annoying. But getting back to his point, thinking about the people who followed the religions, he could see how their faith was both helpful and limiting. They never needed to question things or figure anything out for themselves. If their god said that murder was bad, they didn't have to take the time to figure out for themselves why. In the same way, he assumed, demons, or whatever there was on the lower planes, probably freed people by stripping them of their identities, alleviating them of their sense of self in their own completely different way. The upper planes added to people, while the lower ones took something away.
He was absolutely sure it was more complicated in the application of the details, but the general idea he was developing didn't seem to contradict anything he'd learned. That said, it also made him wonder if Jennings wasn't possibly wrong about what gods actually were. When people died here on this plane, he'd seen for himself that their minds were absorbed into the world, adding their experiences to its meaning, metaphorically returning to the ether. But wasn't it possible that a person who hit level 100 was just too strong for this world, and instead passed on to a higher plane, where their mind could create its own little slice of heaven? If that were so, then why should anyone assume their soul stayed there in their new plane of existence? Wasn't it possible that the followers were just following a really powerful mind remnant? Someone that powerful could conceivably shed their mind and body,
leaving their physical form to disintegrate into material essence, while their mind went on to create its own plane, leaving their soul to move on unencumbered to its next great adventure, or whatever a more spiritually enlightened person might want to call it. In that way, following a god here was like following a life blueprint, borrowing the understanding and meaning that someone who came before had already figured out for themselves. From everything he'd read, no religion here specifically talked about their gods being creators, aside from creating their own planes. They were just people who achieved what people here call godhood. Closing the book, Nero tilted his head back and looked up at the ceiling, letting his thoughts marinate. This world is a weird combination of spirituality and science.
They believe that the world was created from the accumulated meaning of essence over time, building the world out of the concepts that sentient beings will into being. The gods aren't like the gods I'm used to, and I need to start accepting that. Sure, in many ways they're like the pantheons back home, but they're also not. I wonder if they ever developed a religion for the one above all, or some kind of local equivalent, he mused to himself. Chuckling, he muttered out loud, "Probably not. Religions here give real, tangible benefits. No one would sign up for a life of service to a deity that didn't give them anything. Not when there were alternatives." On one hand, it was totally understandable, but on the other, he felt like this might just be another example of how limited they were in their imaginations.
Although it did feel somewhat sacrilegious to equate a lack of recognizable religions to a lack of good available fiction. Whatever. If I never got smote down for my disturbing lack of faith back home, I seriously doubt I'll be in trouble here for actually having any, no matter how disrespectful its form may be, he said to himself while tossing his book like a frisbee toward the couch his robes were laid across. He intended to enjoy his first night back in a real bed, regardless of how short a rest he had to look forward to. Nero's last thoughts were of what Vera's face might look like if he decided to call in sick and not show up to the meeting. He could instead just spend his day lying in bed, enjoying the random deliveries of snacks Ms. Davis would no doubt provide based on his subconscious desires. It was such an amusing thought that it led to him drifting off to sleep with a smile on his face, while hugging his crumpled-up bedsheets as if they were one of those anime body pillows he'd definitely never owned.
Chapter 316. Applications in Perspective. "Wait, say that again," City Lord Cosgrove demanded, her tone laced with an undercurrent of venom. Shuffling her feet awkwardly, the third heir of House Thornton, Lady Dacey Thornton, replied, "Well, they said that they agreed with us. According to the 3 leaders of the faiths that I met with, they've already investigated the matter thoroughly. Lord Walker is neither a plainer lord nor a god, demi or otherwise." Eyes narrowed in suppressed rage, City Lord Cosgrove demanded, "Not that part. Repeat what you said next." "Oh, well, they said that they have no problem publishing their findings. They're even willing to make a public announcement. However, they're not willing to do so at this time," Lady Thornton admitted sheepishly.
Seated imperiously at the head of the conference table, City Lord Cosgrove not so calmly asked, "And did they perchance mention why?" Rather than Lady Thornton being the one to answer her, it was Lord Volton who spoke up from his side of the table. He, along with the other members of the Council of Leadership, had convened to discuss matters of importance for the city, and, unfortunately for everyone involved, rumors concerning Lord Walker's supposed divinity and its effect on the citizenry certainly qualified. "It's rather obvious, isn't it?" he declared calmly before taking a small sip from his wine glass. Next to him, Lord Bennings, the director of the Tower of Law, asked curiously, "Is it?" Understanding where the leaders of the faiths were coming from, but not willing to admit it, City Lord Cosgrove replied, "They're worried about how it would look. They won't address the rumors for the same reason others haven't. They prefer someone else to do it first." Looking rather uncomfortable, Lady Thornton replied,
"I'm sorry, my lords. They simply said that they were sure you'd understand."
And after pausing for a moment, she added,
"They did say something else which I didn't understand at the time. They said that they'll wait to make their announcement until after the Council of Leadership makes theirs. Perhaps they do expect you to address the rumors yourselves."
Lord York, another member of the Council of Leadership, asked, "They actually want us to be the ones to address this issue before they do? Why would they? Wouldn't we be interfering with their sphere of influence?" City Lord Cosgrove quickly replied, "No, I don't believe that's what they meant. It's more likely they were referring to our expected praise for what House Walker has accomplished by closing the portal in the upper city."
I doubt they even considered us to consider publicly stating our position in response to the rumors.
Lord Volton nodded while swirling the wine in his glass. "I assume that's the case as well. They'll likely reference what we say to blunt their denial of Lord Walker's divinity." Leaning back in her chair, City Lord Cosgrove sighed before saying,
Yes, that's likely how they'll handle it. And we can't fault them for planning around us. We do indeed have to decide how we're going to thank House Walker. The key will be to mention that their actions were all in service to the quest they'd accepted. We'll also have to be sure to make no mention of their ignoring the army's orders to wait for reinforcements. Their gamble paid off, so it will be in everyone's best interest for all involved to just move on. Lord York asked, "That's a given. A more important question is whether or not we're going to publicly announce the completion of the quest. Or will we just file the paperwork silently?"
It may be seen as premature if we release House Walker from its pledge before the war is over.
Lord Volton replied, "The cost of keeping the quest active isn't worth it. While House Walker and its deceptively powerful young lord would be of great help, they've already proven that they might be too successful if given the chance to show their worth in the field. This war is a trial for the city, and we shouldn't resort to bankrupting ourselves to survive it." Running her eyes across the room, City Lord Cosgrove could see that his words caused many of the nobles to flinch, either in shame or at the prospect of their financial ruin. Speaking up, Lord Bennings replied, "We've already heard back from the capital. They stated quite clearly that they see no issue with reimbursing us for the amount of the reward. Closing a portal of the type House Walker did merited the kingdom's involvement in the process.
In fact, the contact I spoke with in the capital mentioned that Dorchester might even be receiving a commendation for having survived such a trial so successfully." While the council was busy discussing the situation, Lady Thornton quietly returned to her seat along the wall. Although no one bothered to dismiss her, she could see that the council had clearly moved on. From the edges of the meeting room, lords, masters, and Brinks stepped forward. They both took a moment to silently ask each other with a look if the other would prefer to be the one to go first. Noticing them both requesting to speak, City Lord Cosgrove waved them over to the center of the room. The conference table they were using for the meeting was a smaller version of the Hall of Leadership, and the half-ring table had plenty of room in the center for multiple people to stand and address the council.
"Lord Brinks, you may speak first. What do you have to say on this matter?" City Lord Cosgrove asked.
After coughing into his hand to clear his throat, Lord Brinks cautiously replied,
Thank you, my lords. I was simply wondering if the reward being paid out by the capital to House Walker will still be taxed at our city's rates. Lord Brinks was currently the director of the Tower of Distributions, and the city's finances were his sole focus. The amount of money the city was currently spending due to the incoming refugees, increased defense spending, and refits in response to the density shift and the war was putting a lot of pressure on their coffers. Pressure he was doing everything in his power to alleviate. Out of the corner of her eye, City Lord Cosgrove noticed Lord Bennings beginning to use her link. Likely, she was already busy contacting the relevant departments to find out.
Instead of answering Lord Brinks,
She instead turned her attention to Lord Masters and asked,
"And you, Lord Masters?"
The man stood confidently. As the director of the Hall of Trade, he wasn't so easily shaken by being the center of attention. "I was interested in hearing the specifics of how the award will be distributed. Will it be going to House Walker or to Lord Walker as an individual?" he inquired calmly. Lord Volton replied, "Why would that matter?" Across the table, Lord Peyton, who was usually one of the quieter members of the Council of Leadership, replied, "Because if the quest we issued has the option to pay to House Walker, we should be sure to take advantage of it." Nodding, Lord Masters quietly agreed, but kept silent. Understanding the implications, City Lord Cosgrove replied quickly before anyone could state anything outright for the record. "It will be paid to House Walker."
"Of that you can rest assured." Not so competently hiding his smirk, Lord Masters bowed before returning to his seat. While many people were looking over at the City Lord in confusion, she ignored them. The achievement itself could be argued to be Lord Walker's alone, but if the reward was given to House Walker, then it would most likely be managed and held in trust by House Verena, House Walker's local subordinate. Consequently, it would be a massive boost to the economy, considering how proactive Lady Verena was with her funds. Vera Salvatore Verena was not one to just store her wealth in the bank. She'd already invested in tens of trade houses, along with drastically expanding her shipping company. In the short time since Lord Walker arrived in the city, she'd also used his funds to acquire multiple manufacturing companies, and even started a short-lived mercenary company, which, interestingly enough, was quickly converted into House Walker's initial forces. The very forces that aided him in closing the portal in question. However, if the quest rewards were to be paid out to Lord Walker personally, then even if he chose to have House Verena manage them through House Walker, they would remain mostly out of Dorchester's reach. He'd already divested his funds toward House Verena to ostensibly buy their loyalty, and giving them more would be complicated. Legally speaking, that is. Calling attention to herself, Lord Bennings declared, "According to the law, quest rewards of this type would be taxed at the standard rate. The capital would only be reimbursing us. Technically, Dorchester would still be the one offering the reward. Furthermore, as House Walker is technically a visiting house, since its lord is now a unique, the rates will not be affected by any previous incentives Lord Walker received while he was a member of Dorchester's nobility." Smiling widely, Lord Brinks replied sarcastically, "Oh, that is a shame. However, I'm sure Dorchester will be able to use those funds for the benefit of all." For a brief moment, City Lord Cosgrove allowed herself to feel a bit of joy. With the quest expected to be formally concluded, they wouldn't have to be paying House Walker another Valen. And if everything she was hearing through her spy masters was true, then she could expect Lord Walker to be leaving her city quite soon. Whether from the pressure coming from the capital or by his own volition, the young man was reportedly feeling the pressure. With him gone, she'd finally be able to get back to what's important. The density shift and its associated issues were being handled, and the war with the kobolds looked to be under control. Soon, she'd finally have time to pick a few new consorts and begin rebuilding her family. While only lost in thought for a moment, she was still surprised to feel an emergency ping coming in from the guard. Quickly connecting to her link and reading what the ping said, she felt her all-too-brief moment of happiness fading away. Addressing the room, she said, "Well, it seems as if the expected delegation of dwarves has arrived. However, they've formally declined to be escorted to the keep, and instead have stated that they're only here to meet with House Walker." Muttering loudly enough for the entire room to hear him, Lord Volton cursed. "Hells be damned, savage midgets should have stayed in their mountain." Ignoring him, City Lord Cosgrove retook control of the room
by silencing the mutterings with a singular raised hand. A detachment of guards is with them. For now, let's allow our allies to do as they will. We have plenty of other topics to cover before our day is done, she declared firmly. Tapping her fingers on the table in thought, she said, "As for this issue with the rumours concerning Lord Walker, we'll continue to wait and see how it develops.
We'll file the paperwork for the completion of the quest and publicly praise House Walker for its service to the city. After getting in touch with House Walker, we'll see if they would accept an awards banquet or possibly some sort of public ceremony. But knowing Lord Walker as I do, I believe he would prefer this to be handled as quietly as possible. While we can't be seen to ignore their heroics, there is no reason to force him or his house to parade themselves in front of our citizenry. Whether that will be enough to appease the people, we'll just have to wait and see." Turning her attention to Lord Bennings, she asked, "Now, what's next on the docket?" While she asked the question, she looked around to see how everyone was taking her decision, and for the most part, she was happy to see them all agreeing with her. As usual, her mother's wisdom was right. The tempered approach is usually the right one.
Lord Bennings flipped through the papers in front of her before replying, "Lord Lorak has another petition to address the city's handling of the increased number of essence crystals coming in from the hunters." Suppressing a sigh, City Lord Cosgrove knew this was likely going to be about House Verena's new trade houses again. It seemed that every subject they covered lately was inevitably linked to House Walker and their young lord's antics. She couldn't wait for that young man to be out of her city to become someone else's problem. "Very well, Lord Lorak, you have the floor," she said, while forcing herself not to slouch in her chair under the pressure she was feeling. Waking up to his alarm, Nero wasn't nearly as tired as he'd expected he'd be. Even with only having a few hours of sleep, he still felt refreshed enough to get out of bed without even groaning. All in all, he felt great. In fact, the only downside to him now being awake was the realization that those annoying dreams of his were back. And while he couldn't really remember them, just the flashes were enough to annoy him. Scenes of the masses cheering his name, glimpses of groups of people in windowless rooms praying to him, discussing him, countless people fighting in the wilds with ghostly impressions of books of adventure hovering around them. Everything he saw flowed through his mind like water. And underneath that constant imagery, there was a metaphorical sense of ink being spilled into a bucket, forever altering the contents within. And while not a single memory was strong enough for him to hold on to, together, as a continuous stream of impressions, he was able to grasp the general idea of what they'd been trying to tell him. Luckily, even as dense as he admittedly was, by now he understood what it all meant. Specifically, that his subconscious mind had likely been merely intercepting the newly processed memories of the city, and most of what he'd dreamt had probably occurred over the past few days, or possibly even while he'd been asleep. However, despite what he saw, it in no way meant that he was a god, or anything else even remotely divine. From his limited but precise studies of how the ether worked, all his dreams meant was that everything he'd witnessed was metaphysically significant to the city's ever-evolving identity. Ignoring all these thoughts that were bouncing around his brain as best he could, he stumbled his way to the bathroom like a zombie, vigorously rubbing his face as hard as he could in order to wake himself up. "I really need to get the hell out of this city before I end up causing a revolt or something," he thought to himself. When he was finished with his morning business and after taking a quick shower, Nero stepped out of the bathroom to see Ms.
Davis waiting for him, already having delivered breakfast.
Standing there calmly, like she was nothing more than a fixture in the room, she greeted him with a smile, saying, "Good morning, my lord. Your robes have been cleaned, and your morning repast is waiting for you. I was also able to track down some sugar, as I believe you prefer your coffee with a spoonful or two." Walking into his bedchamber with a towel around his waist, Nero paused the drying of his hair to look around at where his robes used to be.
They were now folded neatly near the couch by the table she was using for his breakfast, along with his trusty satchel. For a moment, he wondered how she could possibly know that he liked sugar in his coffee in the morning, before he remembered her weird and impossible-to-understand superpower. "Right, that's great. Thanks," he replied weakly. Taking his seat, Nero couldn't help but admit to himself that the breakfast in front of him looked perfect.
It was like something out of a brochure. The pancakes were fluffy, and the pot of coffee was visibly steaming, filling the room with its glorious scent. She'd even collected the condiments he preferred. Next to his plate, there was a small tub of whipped butter, along with what he assumed was the local equivalent of maple syrup. He couldn't possibly guess if this was how everyone ate pancakes here, or if this was just another example of her ability to predict his wants and needs. Either way, he'd already decided that he's gonna do his best to stop worrying about it, and instead just enjoy the fact that he now had a supermaid. "Too bad she won't be coming with me when I leave," he thought to himself. While he deftly used his fork and knife to prepare each of his pancakes with a thin layering of butter in preparation for the syrup, Nero asked, "I've still got like half an hour before I'm supposed to be in that conference room for the meeting, right?"
"That's correct, my lord."
However, you should know that Lady Verena and the house's leadership have already arrived. They've already begun discussing how House Walker will be handling the Dwarven delegation that is expected to be arriving later today, she replied calmly. Nodding, he began pouring the syrup while asking, "So, you can track what they're discussing from here? Is that like another extension of your powers? Like, I was wondering what they're doing and, consequently, your powers informed you of what was happening in real time? Is there like a range limit on something like that?" Sounding amused, she replied, "Not as such, my lord. I'm simply using the house's link to listen in. Not everything I do is a result of my abilities." Glancing up at her, Nero replied, "Uh-huh. So your effectiveness is kinda a result of a lot of factors working together." "That's the case with most abilities," she replied easily. Already chowing down on a large bit of tasty pancakes, Nero poured himself some coffee, while stirring in some sugar, perfectly willing to speak with his mouth full. "If you don't mind me asking, how many stars did you put into your pillar to develop it that far?" he asked. Not sounding offended in the least, she replied, 26, my lord. As I'm sure you read in my file, I'm level 31, and aside from the first 5 stars that I invested into my other stats, I've put them all toward my pillar." Surprised enough to overfill his coffee, Nero fumbled the coffee pot back onto the table while instinctively trying to wipe up the spill. Half shouting, he asked, 26 levels worth? What the hell, woman, is that normal?" Glancing up at her, he could see that she looked confused. Apparently, she didn't see anything wrong with putting most of her level-ups into her singular pillar. Replying cautiously, she said, "With respect, my lord, I never intended to be a fighter, nor a mage. Even by level 10, I knew that I would be pursuing a career in a household. Why would I waste stars on stats that I would never use?" He could feel through the ether that she felt a little uncomfortable having her choices questioned, so he bit back his instinctive reply, although it took a great deal of effort to keep his mouth shut. That said, Nero couldn't stop himself from being fascinated by her and her weird ability. She was the first person whose ability became central to his understanding of who she was as a person. While he'd seen other people using abilities, for some reason they didn't seem all that different than spells to him. But now, seeing Ms. Davis treating her pillar like it was her entire identity, he felt like he needed to evaluate the way he understood how the common people lived. After all, he'd practically been ignoring his own pillar, treating it like it was nothing more than a buff or something. Seeing as her lord was lost in thought, Ms. Davis said,
I'll be waiting outside for you after you're finished with your breakfast, my lord. Looking up from his meal, he watched her walk away. Honestly, if she were representative of how normal people chose to level, he needed to rethink a few things about his own build. If people put that much metaphysical weight into their pillars, won't they be metaphorically lopsided when they reach level 100? He thought to himself, with no small amount of curiosity. Chapter 317. The Face of House Walker in Action. Fidgeting with the robes she was being forced by circumstance to wear over her well-used armor, Natalie Keening lamented the fact that her ever-growing position in House Walker required such alterations to her loadout, although she did understand the reason why. After all, in order to project a more professional appearance, she needed to dress herself up a bit. But that didn't mean she had to like it. She'd spent years happily doing nothing more than guarding city caravans to and from Dorchester's surrounding villages under the banner of precision shipping, and never once had she considered that she might one day act as a representative for a noble house, never mind a noble house led by a unique like Lord Walker. Yet, here she was, on her way to meet a delegation of dwarves, of all people. Dwarves. Whatever. This is what you wanted. A new challenge, a changed life. And Lord Walker delivered. You've participated in a real, honest-to-God's war, survived incredible odds, gained insane amounts of experiences the likes of which you've never dreamed of. Dear gods, woman, you're personally serving a unique. This is only the beginning. You better get used to it, she reminded herself, while clenching her fist in stubbornness. Hey, Chief, do you think Lord Walker will agree with Lady Verena's proposal? One of her more outspoken aides, Nora Faulkner, asked, in a not-so-subtle whisper. Glancing over her shoulder at the woman, Natalie noted the worried look on Nora's face. She knew the woman was as equally unprepared for what they were doing as she was. Yet, rather than concerning herself with Nora's question or its implications, she instead found herself once again appreciating the slight changes to her skin tone, along with her now disturbingly lustrous hair. Referring to her change in appearance as slight is like saying our walls are pretty tall, she remarked to herself. She hadn't known Nora for long. In fact, before joining House Walker, Natalie and Nora had never met. But that didn't mean Natalie didn't know all about her. After all, she'd been given access to the woman's file. And, as team lead, she'd needed to thoroughly research her people in order to understand who she was going to be working with. When it came down to it, Nora Faulkner's story was nothing special. She was barely into her 70s, but over the last 30 years, she'd barely gained a single level. Already having raised several kids, been married and separated twice, and earned herself enough money through office work to retire, she could be considered nothing out of the ordinary. Basically, one could say she was the type of woman who, having lived a good life, was already in her twilight. Truth be told, when Natalie had first met her, she hadn't understood how or why the woman had even been allowed to join the house. Sure, Nora had a background in her younger years of hunting, but aside from a sincere desire to change her circumstances, she had nothing else going for her. A woman who hadn't fought in decades, someone who looked to be peacefully nearing the end of her life. Why would House Walker choose to accept her? But, looking at her now, she could understand that Lord Walker must have seen something in her. His wisdom truly was remarkable. Nora Faulkner had leveled twice during their recent adventures, practically halting her age creep in its tracks. More than that, she actually looked younger now than she did when she'd first applied. Honestly, if Natalie hadn't seen the difference for herself, she wouldn't have believed it. It was the stuff of stories and children's tales, not reality. But that was how everything about Lord Walker seemed, when she looked at it objectively.
He himself was the stuff of legends. Coming from another plane, rising to nobility, fighting well above his level, achieving glory and earning the personal attention of the most legendary archmage in the kingdom. That's not even mentioning the damn near miraculous feats of magic and divinity she'd personally seen him perform. He was the god of adventure, personally coming to teach the masses of how to live a life of excitement and wonder. But these people aren't ready to know that yet, she reminded herself. Shaking off her random thoughts, Natalie replied, "I've no idea. Lord Walker's mind is not something we can understand.
We merely need to ensure that we do our part to support his goals, while fulfilling the purpose he's assigned us. And for now, that means doing our best to see to it that these guests get to the estate without issue." Natalie could feel the rest of their little reception party nodding along with what she was saying. Each of them had been hand-picked by her to join in spreading House Walker's greatness through public service announcements and through what Lord Walker called the media. And although their backgrounds varied, they all were extremely dedicated to House Walker and its rapid rise. One could even go so far as to say they were all fanatics, just like her. Joining House Walker had changed all of their lives, herself included. Seeing as the guards surrounding the dwarven delegation were finally approaching, she straightened up while saying loudly to her associates, "All right, everyone quiet down and tighten up. They're here." At the front of the procession, she could see at the moment when Head Guard Dalton noticed her group. Natalie knew that their blatant display of House Walker's colors would make them easy to see. That was the whole point, after all. Their chosen robes and cloaks practically ensured it. "Your presence is unnecessary. We'll be escorting our guests to where they wish to go," he declared loudly, not even slowing down as he passed by her and her associates. As planned, she'd chosen the perfect spot to intercept them just inside the outer gate, arranging her group to stand in dual rows off to the side. Impossible to miss, yet easy to ignore. From the beginning, she knew it would require careful balance to be noticed without actively being in the way. After all, it wouldn't look good for House Walker to publicly look as if they were trying to interfere in city business. When Head Guard Dalton was a few steps past her, she called out, "That's fine. We were just dispatched to aid the dwarven delegation in any way we can. We understand that their business is with our lord, and have no intention of delaying them." The dwarves who were amassed in the center of the crowd paused in unison, directly in the middle of the street. Their immediate stop nearly caused the city's guards all around them to run into each other. "Oi, lass, you and yours are from clan, House Walker, then?" A gravely voice called out from somewhere. Though she couldn't see exactly who it was that was asking, Natalie replied just as loudly, "That's correct. We've been sent to lead you to Lord Walker's estate. The city's archmage told us that you were coming here to meet with our lord, and House Walker didn't want to make you deal with the city's politics before you got to where you wanted to go." Arguably, she knew she could have worded that a bit better, but she'd always been a rather direct person. Even having practiced her greeting multiple times on the way here, it still came off a little more abrasive than she'd intended it to. Luckily, Lady Verena had made it clear that her combative and blunt personality was one of the primary reasons she'd been chosen to represent House Walker for this meeting in the first place. Hearing multiple guffaws of appreciation from the dwarves, she watched as an impressively, but arguably too well-armored dwarf pushed his way through his fellow dwarves, along with several of the guard, until he was finally standing directly in front of her. Not intimidated in the least, she waited patiently as he ran his eyes over her and her group in evaluation, before nodding to himself with a smirk. "Ye have the right of it. I won't be denying it. We're here to speak with the lad called Walker. If ye can take us to him, we'd be appreciative," he declared, loudly enough for everyone within shouting distance to hear him. Walking back from the front of the guards, Head Guard Dalton called out, "Excuse me, Lord Crusher, rudely interrupting the man with a "Bah!" the dwarf nearly shouted.
I've told you 3 times already that I ain't no lord, and I swear to the stones below that if you call me one again, just one more time, well then we're gonna have ourselves quite a tussle. You hear me, boy? Gritting his teeth, Headguard Dalton replied, Yes, of course, Crusher. That said, before you head to House Walker, you need to meet with the City Lord and the Council of Leadership in the Keep.
All visitors of status are, in fact, required by law to do so. Planting his armored gauntlets on his hip, he replied sharply, Oh? And why's that? We didn't come here for city business. Are you saying we ain't welcome here just to visit? Natalie saw one of the dwarves holding an intricately carved stone staff step forward. The lack of a beard indicated that despite her gruff face, she was more than likely a woman. The treaty your people signed with our king allows for targeted access to your nobles and representatives for the express purposes of trade, she stated loudly and clearly, her voice a contrast in both gruffness and melody. Pointing animatedly at his fellow dwarf, Crusher shouted happily, That's right! And that's exactly what we're here for. Trade. We want to have words with the lad about a trade. So it ain't got anything to do with you or your council. He finished his words with a firm and resolute nod, as if he weren't merely making a statement, but also an accusation.
Natalie could practically feel how utterly done Guard Dalton was with this particular duty he'd been assigned. Imagining herself in his place, she could only guess at how much misery this little monster in front of her had put him through. As an afterthought, she wondered exactly how long he'd been escorting this Crusher and his comrades. Even if it was less than an hour, it was still likely much longer than he'd probably wanted to. Very well, the head guard replied with a sigh. Turning to Natalie, he added, As representatives of not just House Walker, but all of Dorchester, I expect you to ensure that our guests don't meet any trouble on their way to your lord. And keep in mind, if you have need of us, this contingent will remain on call for you. Without another word, he offered Crusher a slight bow before turning around to begin addressing the rest of his guards. No doubt, he was giving them strict orders to watch over them until they left their jurisdiction. Natalie couldn't help but smile, as all of this theater had gone almost exactly as Lady Vera and the Archmage had expected it to. They'd told her explicitly what to do and what to expect, and everything so far has happened exactly as they'd told her it would. She'd heard tell of fate magic and the powerful games practiced by the nobility, but this was the first time she'd ever seen them in practice. Lass, if you don't mind me saying, you don't look like a typical human noble, Crusher said at a much more reasonable volume, this time sounding almost friendly. Snapping out of her thoughts, she turned to look down over at him. Huh? What? She replied awkwardly before looking down at her new robes to see where she'd screwed up. Hearing several of the dwarves stifling their laughter behind him, she looked up to see Crusher staring at her with a smirk. I didn't mean nothing by that, you can rest assured.
I just meant that you stand like a warrior, and those robes of yours seem like they're bothering you. A bit like over-polishing a butter knife, you know what I'm saying? He asked with a chuckle. Ignoring the insult and getting herself back under control, she straightened up before replying. My name is Natalie Keening, serving as a representative of House Walker. On behalf of both my lord and my house, I would welcome you and your delegation to our great city of Dorchester. If that is what you wish, or, that is, if you wish it, my lord would graciously be offering you lodgings at his estate. There you can discuss whatever you've come here for with him in person. You can be at ease. Your safety and security will be ensured by the whole might of House Walker. And if there is anything else you need, please don't hesitate to ask. She finished with a huff, happy to finally have gotten through the little speech Lady Verena made her memorize. By now, many of the other dwarves had moved forward to crowd around their apparent leader, and were now listening in on what she'd been saying. Natalie could actually feel the weight of the moment pressing down on her, and she reminded herself that she needed to be sure to project a measure of professionalism. She'd done it before. All she had to do was think of it as if she were meeting with a town mayor or a business owner of some standing. Looking at her like she was an idiot, Crusher replied with what almost sounded like his version of a giggle. "Lass, you look as if you spent half the morning trying to remember your lines. You should just stop. You're embarrassing yourself." The dwarves all began to laugh, and she could even feel a few of her comrades unable to stop themselves from joining in along with them.
Even Nora, who was usually so supportive, muttered a little too loudly,
"He's got you there, Chief."
Turning red, she took a few steps forward in order to physically loom over the abrasive dwarf. Abusing her height advantage to be as intimidating as possible, she hissed in a whisper right into Crusher's face.
"Listen here, you miniaturized, bearded pain in the ass. I'm just trying to do my job here, so stop making it so difficult and just publicly agree to be escorted so we can all get out of here."
Meeting her eyes directly, Crusher said nothing, but she could see the trouble he was having attempting to hold back his laughter. From how close she was, she could even see that he was beginning to tear up under the pressure of the guffaw he was quite obviously forcing himself to hold back.
Unwilling to shame herself further, she stepped back into her place among her group, while muttering quietly to herself,
"Gods above, the Archmage said he'd be brash, not an asshole."
Crusher, now ignoring her, was busy looking up into the sky as if he were begging the gods for their help. To make his amusement even more obvious, everyone could see that he was visibly pulling on his beard in order to stop himself from laughing. Since he was so obviously occupied making a fool of himself, another of those dwarves holding a stone staff chose to step forward. "Your offer is welcome, and we'd be happy to take you up on it," he stated loudly, forcing himself to be heard over everyone's continued chuckling. Meanwhile, the lady dwarf who'd spoken up before was now repeatedly kicking the shin of Crusher hard enough to make a few dwarves nearby wince in sympathetic agony.
and yet Crusher, seemingly more amused than hurt,
Merely hopped away, shaking his leg as if he were only trying to remove a stubborn stone stuck to the bottom of his boot. Once again, both the dwarves and her companions enjoyed a moment of shared laughter at one of their leader's expenses. "All right, you troublemakers, that's enough of that," he shouted, with a bit of seriousness returning to his tone. Offering Natalie a smile, he said, "We formally thank you for your welcome and accept your lord's generous offer. So, lead on, lass. Do your duty as you've been charged. We of Clan Mithril Strike are in your care." Grumbling to herself about uppity dwarves making things more difficult than they needed to be, Natalie turned around and began leading the way back toward the closest Astra teleportation platform. Behind her, she could feel the dwarves and the rest of her group already beginning to intermingle.
And even further behind them all followed the guards, their presence looming over both groups, like disapproving chaperones on a class field trip. Looking at from the outside, all of them together must have made quite the spectacle for the citizenry, considering that they took up most of the street with their passing. Chapter 318. It's good to have minions. Seated across from each other near the front table, Battle Leader Avaret was once again arguing with Lady Verena. This time, it was over how much fiscal reserve should be reserved for the Wacko's upcoming deployment versus what percentage of income should be reinvested into House Walker's local holdings. Meanwhile, former captain of the Dorchester Army, now Knight Harold Angelton, focused on the information in front of him, cross-referencing what he was reading with what he was seeing through his link. He'd arranged for physical files to be printed, and was now busy making sure everything was in order. While he may not be as adept at multitasking with his link as some, he was more than proficient in logistical tasks, like commanding and supplying a group of soldiers, or,
In this case, adventurers. He, along with everyone else who'd be leaving, needed to be ready as soon as possible. Having had a solid 4 hours of sleep in a real bed, he'd gotten up early, allowing him plenty of time to stop off at the merchant's office he'd hired to sell off what few possessions he'd acquired over the years. Everything he'd owned that he wouldn't be taking with him when House Walker left Dorchester was now gone. Unsurprisingly, he'd gotten a good deal with all the immigrants arriving in the city. Prices for furniture and knickknacks were now higher than ever. But that was neither here nor there, as he'd already begun to feel somewhat attached to House Walker, along with his new, yet somewhat impossible, young lord.
Next to him, Team Leader Herring, who still wasn't used to being referred to as anything other than Mike, leaned over and said in a whisper,
"Hey, sir, did you get a chance to look over the release forms Sarah and I finished?" The paperwork in question were the final submission forms for the formal criminals being rehabilitated under House Walker's aegis. He'd already approved them before sending them to the law binders of House Walker. It had been one of the first things he'd done upon arrival this morning. By now, they should already be being processed by the Tower of Law. Nodding his head slowly, without stopping what he was doing, Knight Angelton replied, "Yes, everything looked fine. When we leave, your people won't have any issues." "Our people, sir," Team Leader Herring replied with an embarrassed smile. Indulging the young man with the closest approximation of a smile of his own, Knight Angelton replied, "Right you are."
"Our people." Refocusing on what he was doing, Knight Angelton tuned out the rest of the room. If he were lucky, he'd be able to get all of this checked before Lord Walker arrived. He'd expected the room to be empty when he'd arrived, but it seemed that he wasn't the only one feeling rushed by the various pressures weighing down on them. Between Leader Keening's team struggling to deal with the rumors surrounding Lord Walker's divinity, the nobility's very loud silence on the subject, and the flood of applications arriving from citizens interested in joining House Walker, it was understandable that House Walker's leadership was feeling under siege. That's not to mention the continued warnings from Archmage Jennings concerning the great houses from the capital and their interest in Lord Walker. So, even though they'd just returned from battle, having achieved a glorious victory, everyone was working hard to prepare for their imminent departure.
Each department, each person, they all had their assignments to complete. Which was exactly what he was currently doing, attempting to organize the wackos. Not all of House Walker would be leaving Dorchester. They couldn't. And while a significant number of administrators and guards would be staying here, those people weren't his concern. His responsibility was to those who'd be leaving with Lord Walker, regardless of their ultimate destination. Hearing the conversation turning back to something more interesting than what House Walker should be expecting as a reward for their having closed the portal, Knight Angelton looked up from his papers and mentally set aside the roster he'd been reviewing.
It's just conjecture at this point, but what we do know is that if Lord Walker decides to take up the Archmage on his offer, the adventuring contingent will be leaving through an Astra teleporter, not the gates, Lady Verena declared firmly, before beginning to discuss with Quartermaster Holden the supplies the wackos would be needing. Amused that, once again, Lady Verena has avoided referring to the wackos by their name, Knight Angelton interrupted the room to ask, "And when exactly is the delegation from the dwarves expected to arrive?" Turning to address him with a frown, Lady Verena replied, "Another 3 to 4 hours. Ms. Keening is already en route to pick them up. Hopefully she'll be able to get to them before the guard forces them to the keep, and we get embroiled with the nobility."
The last thing we need is for them to stick their noses into what we expect to be a request for Lord Walker's help with their invasion portals. Lord Verena, Lady Verena's husband and Lord Walker's friend, added from his seat next to her, "If Lord Walker takes the dwarves up on their offer, you'll be first heading to the new city they've built, or are in the process of building. Likely they'll already have set up their version of long-distance Astra platforms, which, interestingly, are based on entirely different principles than ours. Their magic practitioners use runic magic to interface with what they call the veins of the world, using them to connect multiple places across the continent. And when they say veins, they do mean both to reference both the veins of the body and the veins of ore that one can find in a mountain. In their original language, the meaning is practically the same thing.
A dwarf would consider their physical bodies a reflection of the very mountains they inhabit. Also, patting his hand consolingly, Lady Verena interrupted him.
Yes, dear, that's all very interesting, but I believe Knight Angelton would rather take his time to read your primer on dwarven culture than attend a lecture at the moment.
Chuckles around the room didn't stop Knight Angelton from continuing what he was going to say. I believe we all know that Lord Walker will likely be choosing to head into dwarven territory going forward. He hasn't made much of a secret of his preferences, despite repeatedly claiming that he hasn't yet made a decision. Therefore, I've already begun preparing the wackos for what's coming. However, that doesn't mean a precise timetable wouldn't be appreciated. Understanding what he was getting at, Lady Verena responded. Based on past experiences, I doubt Lord Walker will hesitate long before making his choice.
And you're likely correct in assuming that he will ignore the Archmage and instead choose to visit the dwarves, whatever the details of their offer they might make.
Sighing, she continued, After you and the adventuring contingent leave, House Verena will continue to manage House Walker's now limited assets in the city. Hopefully, those people who've been wanting to join House Walker will not mind instead serving his local representatives. Gods above know we could use them. Even with how many Valens are coming in, we still haven't come close to approaching the size of some of the other larger houses in the city. Battle Leader Averet asked, Do you think it might be wise to delay our departure and use Lord Walker's presence to steer these potential followers toward your house? Personally, I don't like the idea of leaving a potential resource untapped. Knight Angelton spoke up quickly. Regardless of how you choose to handle it, the budget for the wackos has already been allocated.
We're taking 250 people total.
No more, no less. Lady Verena nodded in agreement. The rest of House Walker will remain, although we will recruit another 100 members of the adventuring contingent to be housed here at the estate while you're gone. They will serve as reinforcements and replacements if, gods forbid, you need them. Until then, they'll be serving as local adventurers representing House Walker here in Dorchester. Hopefully, their income will at least cover their expenses. Battle Leader Averet added, I'm aware of the plans, but I still don't like how cavalier we've been treating the subject of Lord Walker's divinity. The public is in an uproar, and if he leaves the city before we make a statement, I can't begin to guess how they'll react. Somewhat tensely, Lady Verena replied, Yes, as you've made very clear to everyone here. But until either the religious district or the Council of Leadership addresses the matter, all we can do is publicly deny it. However, as you've mentioned, we don't expect that to have much of an effect on the rumors. Speaking up, Leader Herring said, And I still don't understand what the problem is. Sure, there are a lot of people in the streets, and the Thought Hub is buzzing with how many people are talking about Lord Walker, but why are you all so set on considering that a bad thing? You've said it yourself, people all over the city are adopting the ways of the adventurer. Our Lord has created a movement. Divine or not, he's still the representative of an entire way of life. People will follow him, regardless of whether or not they join up with our house, even if he's gone off on an adventure of his own. Seeing as he was met with nothing but silence, he added in a quiet voice, You have met the young lord. You should have seen this coming. Just then, the doors to the conference room opened, and in walked the lord in question. Trailing behind him was his personal maid, closing the doors politely after he entered. Knight Angelton, along with everyone else, stood up to greet him. Each person slightly bowed in silence, while Lady Verena welcomed him into the room. He always found it amusing to watch Lord Walker's expressions. The young man was obviously never trained to hide his feelings, regardless of how controlled his presence was growing. And, as expected, the young lord was still quite clearly uncomfortable with the pageantry, likely one of the many reasons everyone felt obligated to treat him according to his station. Lord Walker was a unique, and a powerful one at that. Knight Angelton had seen him perform his miracles up close, and he could still barely understand half of what he'd witnessed while fighting alongside him.
Honestly, after having heard his speeches and seen the numerous memory engrams of his achievements on the Thought Hub, posted there by those who were lucky to have witnessed them, he wasn't surprised that the mysterious young man had begun to attract a following. It was the way of the world to have people want to emulate those who'd accomplished great things. They were the ones who blazed the trails that the rest of the citizenry followed. Arguably, even if the former evaluators from the Royal Academy hadn't begun actively spreading his legend, Lord Walker's expanding presence would have accomplished the same thing eventually. "All right, everyone can take your seats. There's no need for dramatics," Lord Walker declared before muttering to himself under his breath. "You'd think I arrived with my own theme music. I swear I'm never going to get used to this." Knight Angetlon retook his seat, suppressing his smile at his lord's everlasting humility. Despite hearing Lord Walker speaking quietly, and only to himself,
He likely wasn't the only one to clearly hear the young man add, "Another day of adulting in the land of madness and magic. Yay for me." Nero had tried, he'd really tried, not to get too hung up on the specifics of Ms. Davis's mind-boggling ability. But still, he'd ended up spending the entire trip through the halls of the Walker estate interrogating her with pointed and somewhat intrusive personal questions about how her pillar had developed over the years. Unfortunately, all he'd gotten for his trouble was a gentle, understanding smile and what amounted to more than a few ambiguous statements, each of which having been more confusing than helpful. And by the time they'd arrived at the conference room, he was more than a little annoyed at having to settle for, "That's just how pillars are." Looking around the room, Nero found himself wondering about other people's pillars.
each of them obviously having their own life stories, likely developing their pillars in response to their unique and diverse lifestyles. And looking at it objectively, when it came down to it, each of them was the main character in their own little adventure, earning themselves their own personalized superpower that represents exactly who they are on a fundamental, metaphysical, weirdly spiritual, and ultimately, bullshit level. The dwarves are expected to arrive in a few hours, but before they get here, there are a few matters that we should address in regards to House Walker's operations, Vera said, while immediately taking control of the room. With a not-so-small effort of sheer will, Nero focused on corralling his rambling mind fragments, forcing them to come together to pay attention to what she was saying. "All right, hit me," he replied while leaning back in his chair, his fingers intertwining over his freshly fed, post-breakfast tummy. After Vera nodded to Kathleen, Nero bit back a chuckle when Kathleen stood up to address the room like she was presenting a book report. What followed was a long and boring explanation of House Walker's updated organizational chart. She explained in detail how the guards, adventurers, wackos, and anyone else who carried a weapon to work would be assigned. According to what she was saying, the wackos would be following Nero as his personal gang of muscle. So, whether he stayed in the city, went off to take quests from other cities, or ended up visiting the dwarves like he semi-planned, they'd be the ones coming with him. She also went into a broad explanation as to how the specifics of their life oaths, along with how they were looking forward to earning their new names. Luckily for Nero, Kathleen had been kind enough to send out an informational packet so everyone in the room could follow along. Although it was only able to be seen through his link, Nero appreciated having a magical version of what amounted to a PowerPoint presentation to explain things that he was missing. There were even links included to help him check the reference texts. She really was an overachiever. While listening closely, he took a moment to research the different levels of life oaths she was discussing. He was surprised to find that some of them came with some serious cultural repercussions that he hadn't been aware of.
Specifically, the criminals who'd taken him up on his offer to join him had formerly left their last names behind, dedicating their lives and futures to House Walker. Which, while something he'd known about, wasn't something he'd truly understood. The poor bastards had lost their last names. And apparently, only a few of the more notable recruits had been allowed to keep their full identities and legacies intact.
Angelton and Kathleen were obvious exceptions, but how that guy Mike had made the cut, Nero had no idea. He couldn't begin to understand the difference, but everyone else seemed to. So Nero decided it would be best just to keep his mouth shut.
I'll have to remember to ask someone about this later. Good old Harry will probably be able to explain it without turning it into a lecture, Nero thought to himself. But that was only one small, not at all important, part of what Kathleen was addressing. She then went on to cover how the other departments of guards and adventurers would be deployed, namely the ones who were staying in Dorchester as his representatives. Nero continued to listen closely, absorbing as much interpretable information as he could. He was surprised to hear that she and Vera had decided to run with his mercenary idea and had ultimately turned it into an adventuring group.
And he was even more surprised to hear that she'd already been in contact with the military, arranging for them to represent House Walker under contract in the ongoing war with the kobolds. She'd even gone to the trouble to set up a training schedule, along with recruiting more people into the house to act as trainers, all of which having been registered through the Hall of Hunters. When in the hell did she have time to do all this? Nero wondered with a frown, as he mentally flipped through the numerous pages of paperwork she'd sent him over his link. Only by the time she was done did Nero realize that Kathleen had only been discussing the armed division of House Walker. Apparently, her title of battle leader had put her in charge of everything military under his banner. You already knew that, he reminded himself, before forcing himself not to get distracted. Yet without even bothering to ask for questions, Kathleen took her seat, allowing a man from the other side of the table to stand up and take his turn. Nero didn't recognize him, but he was kind enough to begin his presentation by introducing himself. Named Oliver Wentz, he looked to Nero like a cross between a salaryman from a webcomic crossed with a used car salesman. Not terribly attractive or unique looking, nothing about him seemed all that special. However, his smile was bright enough to remind Nero to ask someone if dentists were a thing here. Apparently, Vera had recruited him to represent the legal and social arm of House Walker. This, of course, confused the hell out of Nero, because he'd thought that Keening woman was in charge of his media relations. Yet the longer Mr. Wentz talked, the more Nero began to understand what was happening. Best he could tell, Keening would be ostensibly working under him, or adjacent to him, his job being to manage the business relationships and the nobles, while hers was to manage his public perception. Reading the man's PowerPoint, Nero came to realize that Ms. Keening wasn't staying behind in Dorchester. She'd instead be coming along with him and the wackos, serving as his roving press secretary. At her request, that is. A lot of what the man was saying was nonsense, or at least not something Nero had a hope of understanding. Since a majority of Nero's worldview was a composite of metaphors and equivalencies with ideas and subjects he'd made comparisons to between this world and the one he was more familiar with, most of what the man was saying ended up going over his head. Nero didn't know what seasonal rankings were, or what Mr. Wentz meant when he discussed gate impact ratings. Unfortunately, despite how long Mr. Wentz talked, Nero didn't have nearly enough time to go through all the reading, so he was forced to mentally move on before he'd begun to decipher half of what Mr. Wentz had just covered. Up next was Nick, whose long-winded presentation was on the local center's response to Nero's closing of the portal. He'd even taken the opportunity to use the table's holographic projector to show everyone the incredible amount of data that had been somehow recorded. Glancing around the room, Nero was surprised to see that more than a few people were actually capable of following what Nick was saying.
The long and short of it was that multiple research teams had already begun to filter the data, and House Walker would be rewarded with some sort of payment for something. Nero was utterly incapable of understanding just what exactly House Walker was being rewarded for, but he was sure he heard the word reward mentioned multiple times. Nick even made a point of nodding to Mr.
Wentz as if what he'd just said had something to do with the man's department.
Before Nick had even finished sitting down, Vera was already standing up and glaring at the room as if they'd been naughty children due for a polite and matronly scolding. Her presentation was on Nero's public perception, House Walker's expected payment from the completion of their quest, and the political realities surrounding Nero's recent rise to power, both local and on the kingdom level. With every part of his brain utterly focused on what she was saying, Nero felt like his mind was melting as he tried to interpret the massive amount of information that she wasn't saying. There was so much assumed knowledge in her presentation that Nero felt as if he were a child attending a board meeting. Even with how long she talked, he didn't have time to confirm any of his assumptions.
Like, for instance, did the Council of Leadership approve the completion of his quest because he'd finished it, or because he was going to be being paid too much? Also, if the capital was going to fit the bill, why were the nobles possibly still upset with him? And how in the hell was House Walker making so much money, or Valen's, if he'd already signed over all his businesses to her and Nick's house? She just kept talking and talking, every subject being a grueling reminder of how little Nero was prepared for actually running a house or being in charge of anything. Ultimately, all he could do was nod along and pretend to agree with whatever she proposed. Everyone else looked as if they were on board with her, so who was he to disagree with her? "You're the lord of the house, dipshit," he reminded himself, before ignoring the thought as irrelevant. Luckily, before anyone else had a chance to stand up and ruin what was left of his morning, the conference room doors opened. Mr.
Cochrane, the estate's butler, took 2 steps into the room and announced,
"Apologies for the interruption, my lords. Ms. Keening has returned with the ambassadorial contingent from the dwarves. However, Lord Sivas and his retinue from the Keep and the Tower of Law have requested to be present for the duration of the meeting." Vera, not looking the least bit surprised, replied, "Very well, Mr. Cochrane. We'll be along shortly. Be sure to offer the dwarves the imported ale we've stocked for them. In fact, be sure to offer the same to Lord Sivas and the others. It will be interesting to see if they know what they're getting into." Nero, having just spent a few hours listening to the audible equivalent of a proctological exam, couldn't help but smile at the thought of having earned himself a few brunch beers. If the kitchens were thoughtful enough to include ribs and hot wings, I'd be feeling like I was off to enjoy a day at O'Malley's. Speaking of my favorite bar, I wonder if they have any sports here, other than the arena. I very much doubt I'll be able to stomach eating while watching idiots dismantle each other with pointy sticks of varying size and shape, he thought to himself as he stood up from his chair with a groan and a stretch. Chapter 319. Everyone plays their own game. Lord Sivas, as the head of one of the branch houses under House York, was not used to feeling so off balance and rushed. Typically, he preferred to perform his duties with precision and tenacity, but the circumstances surrounding his current assignment simply didn't allow for that level of professionalism. It had all started 2 days ago, when he'd first been assigned to lead the reception of the dwarven contingent by the city lord herself. As one of the gate managers for the Department of Commerce, he wasn't surprised at having been the one to be chosen.
but ever since he'd accepted the role, he'd faced nothing but an onslaught of unforeseen complications and a slurry of private requests, each of which seemed intent on making his job increasingly more difficult. First, there had been the unfortunately short time frame he'd had to get ready, the dwarves apparently making their way through the wilds at an unashamedly hurried pace. Even having recognized that challenge, he'd still felt confident enough that he would be able to handle it.
Unfortunately, that was only the beginning. From the very moment he left the keep, he'd been inundated by pings from multiple noble houses, some of whom he'd never even spoken with. Yet it wasn't just them. Everyone in the city seemed to be asking him to do them a favor by nudging negotiations in whatever particular direction they wanted. While some were surely interested in making connections, others were adamant that he do everything in his power to interfere with the talks.
And while he wasn't unfamiliar with private interests interfering with his job, having been in his position for decades,
The sheer intensity and range of their requests were not something he was used to dealing with. Normally, he'd weigh the various requests he received against each other and do his best to keep everyone happy while completing his assignment. It was simply good politics to receive benefits from everyone that he could. However, in this case, the Council of Leadership and the City Lord had made it abundantly clear that they didn't care what happened as long as Lord Walker left the city. And when he'd brought up the fact that they were prematurely assuming that the dwarves were coming to collect the young man for his ability to manipulate portals, and that assumption was nothing more than conjecture, he'd nearly gotten himself demoted and reassigned.
So, between the trade agreements the noble houses wanted him to push, and the opinions of the council, he felt like he was walking into the negotiations with weights on his feet. But none of those issues compared to the fact that he hadn't been allowed to choose his own team. Instead, his subordinates had all been pulled from other departments, ones that he was wholly unfamiliar with. As a result, each of them likely had been given their own orders from their superiors, families, and allies. So he did what little he could. He'd set up the conference room days in advance and prepared himself for as many eventualities as he could imagine. Yet, the moment the dwarves had entered the city, they'd been approached by House Walker. And instead of being able to do his job as an intermediary representing the city, he'd instead been forced to quickly gather everyone and rush off to the closest astro-teleporter he could find. By sheer dun luck, he and his team had been allowed to use the army's astro-teleporter in the keep, sending them directly to the closest military astro platform, specifically the one nearest to the gate where the dwarves had arrived. The very fact that all of his preparations were for naught was currently giving him one demon of a hell's-be-damned stomachache. And now he and his team were forced to follow along behind the dwarves and House Walker's guards, watching them grow closer with every passing minute. And there was absolutely nothing he could do about it. Without the opportunity to act as the ones giving the introductions, his role was ambiguous at best. From his left, he heard Air Comery ask in what sounded like an overly critical tone, "Forgive me, Lord Sevis, but wouldn't it be wiser if we managed to interject ourselves into their conversation?" Grimacing in annoyance, Sevis replied, "Quiet, Comery. As the Hall of Merchants representative, you're only here to observe." Or have you forgotten that? With more than a little snark, Comery replied in a mutter, "What I'm observing is us being ignored." Having no comeback, Sevis instead chose silence over engaging with the self-important young man. While they were currently making their way through the city, he was more than aware of how many of the citizenry were interested in watching them. Between the number of dwarves, the guards from both the city and House Walker, and his team, their party was making quite the spectacle of themselves. And the absolute last thing he needed was one of these idiots behind him making a scene. Over the link channel he'd set up, he ordered, "Everyone keep your scowls off your faces. Smile and walk with confidence. We're representing the city, and looking like we've been set aside will end up with us all in front of a review board. So, hide your emotions, pretend everything is going to plan, and do nothing to embarrass us." Feeling their reluctant compliance, Sevis put them out of his mind. Instead, he focused on quickly dealing with the multiple last-minute pings he'd been receiving from the nobles who were intent on reminding him what they'd ask of him. Simultaneously, he was also doing everything he could to listen in on what the dwarves and House Walker's guards were currently talking about.
every bit of information he learned now was valuable. This was to be the first official negotiation between the dwarves and members of the city, and it would be his reputation and status he would be risking by doing anything to jeopardize that. "Nero!" Vera barked, before immediately changing her tone. "My lord, we're not finished yet." Looking around, Nero realized that he was currently the only one standing.
Confused, he asked in what he'd never admit to being a whiny tone.
"Aren't we going to meet with the dwarves?"
Nick, his ever-helpful social interpreter and friend, replied, "Not just yet. We still haven't had a chance to discuss how we'll be handling the upcoming negotiations." Vera, sounding as professional as ever, added, "That's correct. This will be the first official interaction between House Walker's Lord, namely you, and another house, public entity, or polity. It is imperative that neither you nor we make any mistakes that could sully House Walker's public or private image." Already feeling utterly drained by having to sit through the first part of the meeting, Nero couldn't help but look around the room for help. But each face whose eyes he met looked utterly unsurprised by the fact that the meeting wasn't, in fact, over. They all looked ready and willing to continue with this seemingly endless nightmare.
It's like they didn't even hear the part where Vera mentioned the beer and snacks, he mentally grumbled to himself while collapsing back into his chair. With a wave of his hand, he gestured for her to continue on with whatever it was that she wanted to say. What followed was as pointless as it was long. She went into painstaking detail over the correct way for a lord to receive guests, petitioners, other houses' representatives, lords, heirs, etc. Each category was quickly defined and detailed in short bursts of dense information. She spoke to the entire room, making it clear that what she was saying was not just for him, but for everyone. It came off like something she'd covered repeatedly before, likely to her own people or to those she was helping when she worked at the center. And even though it sounded rehearsed, she still spoke passionately about it. The only problem was that Nero couldn't understand the point of what she was trying to do.
They weren't going to be receiving humans who were familiar with the societal standards she was used to.
They were meeting dwarves. It was infinitely more likely that the dwarven ambassador wouldn't give two shits about how he was received. But, that said, Nero did still try and pay attention. He even took the time to follow along with the pings she was sending out as supplementary material. And while he found the subject boring, he couldn't bring himself to consider it truly worthless. After all, he was mature enough by now to realize that at some point some of this might end up being important. The sections where she described the respect level required for the different houses, and specifically how their places on the city's ladder earned them their spot in the hierarchy. In fact, it was just confusing enough to be interesting. Kind of like how they decided the brackets for college basketball. More than once, he'd watched videos on the subject to pass the time.
While it wasn't riveting, it wasn't mind-numbing. Interestingly, by the time she got around to the dwarves, she was able to seamlessly transition into what she expected to happen in the upcoming meeting. Leaning forward, Nero interrupted what she was saying. "Hold up. You don't think they'll bring up the portal stuff right away? I thought we already discovered that's why they're here, due to Jennings's spying on them." Surprisingly, it was Kathleen who was the one to answer him.
"That's just it, my lord. They may not know that we know why they're here.
They may try to entice you into an agreement with that as a secondary purpose, seemingly hiding their main goal, as if they were pretending it was their sole reason for being here." Utterly confused, Nero replied, "So, because they'll assume that we are looking for their hidden purpose in coming here, they'll fake that they are only concerned with the portal stuff, so that we'll be more on guard against what they are hiding?" Angelton added, "It's a double bluff, not something all that uncommon with merchants and politicians." The room sat in silence for a moment, as everyone watched Nero try and process what had just been said. Shaking his head to snap out of his confusion, Nero said, "Yeah, I still don't get it. Why would they think that pretending to care about my portal manipulation ability would make us think that they didn't? I've hung out with them. They're not all that sneaky." Kathleen, sounding like she was quoting some manual on tactics, replied, "Underestimating your opponent's intelligence is a good way to demonstrate your lack of it." Nero blinked a few times to review what she'd just said before audibly snorting. "Yeah, okay. But I'm not saying they're dumb, just straightforward. Isn't there something to be said for knowing your enemy and all that? Honestly, I think you're all just projecting. The dwarves will state what they want, and that will be the end of it." Vera ended the discussion by saying, "I hope you're right, my lord. However, you need to be prepared for it when and if you're wrong." Nodding in agreement, Nero leaned back in his seat and allowed her to continue the meeting. However, at this point, he'd already reached the end of his interest in the topic. The rest of the room continued the discussion for a while, and the whole time he couldn't help but wonder if the dwarves were already getting drunk. If what he suspected was true, by the time everyone finally got off their asses to go meet them, the little armored monsters might already be passed out. Luckily, the meeting did eventually draw to a close, and Vera led them out of the room toward wherever the dwarves were waiting for them. Finding himself in the middle of the pack, he was caught up in the atmosphere of politicians going to what constituted their version of a war. And he couldn't help but contrast how different everyone seemed compared to how they were when they were with him under the mountain. Vera really does take control of any room she's in. Her presence is enough to make even Kathleen and Harry act like nobles, he noted, with no small amount of amusement. The hallways in his estate were every bit as impressive as he remembered. Occasional servants were passing by, going about their business as if they were just as essential to the building as the walls were. Out of the corner of his eye, he briefly saw one of the servants entering a room off to his left. Through the door, he could see several wackos he recognized, participating in what looked like a meeting of their own. In the center of the table, there was a holographic display of the fighting they'd done in the upper city. Likely, they were having some sort of performance review or something. Still walking alongside Angelton, Nero looked up at the man. He suddenly felt the need to remind himself that, while he still wanted to consider himself the main character of his own story, his was just one of the many going on within this city. This world. I wonder what Rose is up to, he thought from out of nowhere, before reminding himself that he was too young to be crushing on anyone. When they finally got to where they were going, Vera gestured for him to come to the front of the group while everyone else gathered around them.
Ms. Keening has been watching them, and it seems her predictions have proven accurate, she stated, with what almost looked like a smirk. Kathleen suddenly tensed and asked, "Should we be calling for some gods?" Varea shook her head. "No, we're in time to handle it ourselves," she said, before turning to Nero and adding, "All you need to do is stand there and say nothing. We'll handle the rest." Completely confused, Nero mentally checked his link to see if he'd missed something. He didn't think he'd ignored any pings, so there shouldn't be any reason for him not to have any idea as to what she was talking about. Vera smiled while straightening her robes. Her tone dry, she said, "My lord, you needn't worry you missed something. This was just a small scheme. Neither Ms.
Keening nor I expected to actually work." From behind him, he heard Angelton ask, "And what exactly are we walking into?" Just then, the door they were standing outside opened, allowing the sounds of shouting to come through. Mr. Cochrane exited the room, looking as calm as ever. Seeing them all, he said, "Ah, it's good you're here. It seems your guests are currently having a disagreement." Feeling caught off guard by the abrupt change in atmosphere, Nero spread his senses out to try and get a handle on what was happening. Vera felt satisfied, or maybe smug.
and Kathleen felt muted, something he noticed about her when she was preparing for battle. Luckily, most of the others, Angelton included, felt just as confused about what was happening as he was. That said, many of them seemed to feel offended, likely on his behalf. Considering how many of them were feeling the same, Nero wondered whether he should be feeling slighted by these people starting shit in what passed for his house.
Leading the charge through the door, Vera strode in with confidence, her entire demeanor demanding respect as she walked into the room. Nero followed in behind her, quickly scanning the room. Rather than a conference room like he'd expected, it was more of a large sitting room. There were couches and tables all over the place, along with large windows and fancy drapes. The walls were filled with bookshelves and paintings, making it clear that this was some sort of reception room. On the left, he saw Keening and a few wackos he kinda sorta recognized sitting together on a paired set of couches. And while the rest looked somewhat on guard, Keening's face made it clear that she was likely responsible for what was happening on the other side of the room. Or, at the very least, she was happy to see it happening. Squared off across from each other, several robed humans, likely the people from the government, were facing the dwarves. Hilariously, the main dwarf being yelled at had hopped onto a coffee table to ensure that he was able to stare his opponent in the eye.
You're not nearly important enough for us to ignore. Ignoring you means that we had to first have noticed you, and the fact that you're even here is evidence of that. Had we been aware of who you were, we wouldn't have agreed to be in the same room as you, the dwarf shouted, his armored fists planted squarely on his hips while he thrust his chest out in challenge. The robed man, likely some two-bit noble, replied just as loudly, "This isn't some backwater dwarven hole where you can act however you please. Here, there is an intrinsic understanding of decorum and rules that are expected to be followed. You can't simply do whatever you want without consequences." Humorously, Nero noted that while the dwarves were all standing behind their champion, the humans were anything but unified.
Several looked like they were a step away from visibly face-palming at what they were hearing from their companion.
One was even going so far as to half-heartedly hold the shouting human back by grabbing onto the back of his robes. Probably having enhanced her voice with some essence, Vera's voice cut through the room like a knife. "Excuse me, but is this any way for guests to act in someone else's home? This is the Walker estate, and I should expect you all to understand what that means." Nero, having no idea what that means, kept his mouth shut. Intent on following what little of the plan he knew, he stepped up alongside her and crossed his arms with a disappointed look on his face. Without knowing what was going on, he did his best to channel his high school principal whenever he walked in on him and his friends smoking in the bathroom. Meanwhile, behind him, he could feel the rest of the people who'd come with him from the meeting spreading out.
While he doubted they were expecting a fight, their presence seemed to bolster his presence in the room. He could practically feel his essence pushing back against the miasma of conflict that was in front of him. Party buff. Nice, he thought to himself. Looking over at the dwarf standing on the coffee table, Nero was 90% sure he recognized him. After all, it was difficult to forget someone whom he'd played Flippy Cup with, even if they were a dwarf. In fact, he was pretty sure the guy was even wearing the same armor he'd had on the last time he saw him. And if he remembered correctly, his name was Smasher or something similar. The robed individual who'd been spearheading the conflict from the human side immediately took a step back. His entire demeanor changed into one of submission. It was almost jarring to see him so quickly shift from anger to friendliness. "Ah, Lady Verena, I assume. Apologies for your having to see that. I was just trying to explain to these guests of our city how matters should be conducted here. Perhaps you can explain to them that the city is by law afforded the responsibility to oversee all matters of trade between its citizenry."
he stated with what sounded like expertly wielded snark. In response, the dwarf replied, "And I was just explaining to this colorfully dressed coat rack that I didn't give a shit." Unable to stop himself, Nero audibly snorted in amusement before coughing and pretending he was still offended by their actions. Having been noticed, even from how far away he was, he could see the noble's eyebrow twitching in repressed anger at the double slight. Vera, sounding as if she were completely in control of the situation, replied, "I see. Well, it's no matter. Neither of you has to speak with each other if you don't want to. As Lord Sevis says, the city has every right to oversee matters of trade when it chooses to.
They do not, however, have the right to interfere with them, as long as no laws are being broken. And considering that the dwarves are representing a kingdom-level ally, any trade brokered between private houses, like House Walker, and them is protected by capital law. To be clear, that's above even regional oversight, not just Dorchester's. So, Lord Sevis, feel free to watch, but please don't misrepresent your authority." The dwarf, Smasher or Hurter or whatever his name was, smiled widely before hopping off the coffee table.
It's good to know that our future trading partners are aware of the agreement we reached with your king. It's just too bad the city ye live in is too proud to read it. But it's no matter. We won't be holding it against ye. I myself have had to deal with idiots in chairs before. You're right to recommend we just ignore them," he said cheerily, while waving down the dwarves behind him.
Behind the human who'd just been socially assassinated, another stepped forward, wearing an ashamed smile.
"Actually, Lady Verena, I am Lord Sevis. This man here is Heir Comery." Nero could tell that Vera had already known that, especially when she immediately replied, "Oh, is that so? I was told that you, Lord Sevis, were the one to be leading the delegation from the city. Has Heir Comery been promoted?" Likely well aware of what she was doing, Lord Sevis replied, "Not at all, Lady Verena. Fortunately for all involved, Heir Comery's statements were his own. The city has no intention of interfering with your house's business beyond the standard checks and balances. Formally, we thank you for allowing us to be present. We're well aware that by law, you only needed to forward us any contracts that you and your guests agree to in your upcoming negotiations." Vera nodded, as if understanding his position. "I see. Well, in that case, I'll have to ask you to keep your people under control."
Any further interruption to our talks will be noted and passed on to the relevant authorities. I'm sure no one wants an investigation into trade interference, now do we? Lord Sevis, his smile breaking, replied, "No. No, we do not." "Splendid," Vera replied, before turning her attention back to the dwarf in charge. "If you will please follow me, we'll head into a conference room we've prepared for you. Feel free to bring the refreshments you've been given. And I see you've enjoyed the Vakor chops. They were cooked especially for you. If any of you would like another helping, just let one of us know." Without another word, Vera turned around and began heading out of the room. Somewhat caught off guard, Nero stood there in silence while everyone began filing out behind her. While watching them leave, Nero felt a heavy slap on his shoulder. The force was nearly enough to dislocate it. "It's good to see you, lad. No surprise you've been the one to stir up all this trouble."
I knew it from the moment I met you that you weren't like the rest of these practically hairless apes.
Rest assured, we won't be holding the fact that you can't yet grow a beard against you.
The dwarf barked with laughter in his tone while brushing past him.
Nero rubbed his shoulder as he waited for everyone to leave. He could feel Angelton still standing behind him, silently watching over him. Glancing back into the room, he saw the noble who'd been in the shouting match with the dwarf being harshly dressed down in not-so-subtle whispers by the man who was apparently leading the delegation from the city, Lord Sevis. Suddenly understanding what had happened, Nero turned to see Ms. Keening still seated in her chair with the rest of her team. She had a look of pride on her face as she sipped from a mug of what he guessed was probably ale. If he wasn't mistaken, then she'd likely instigated the argument in order to gain an advantage for Vera in the coming negotiations.
By making the city look bad, Vera was able to set the tone for their role going forward. Instead of having to tiptoe around the city, avoiding them attempting to cause problems, she was able to tell them off the bat that they were to stay out of things, doing so in a way that didn't come off as hostile. Whether the dwarfs were in on it, Nero had no idea, but he doubted it. Likely, the two women had just manipulated everyone involved while sitting back and watching. Nero shook his head while leaving the room to catch up with everyone. Turning his head to address Knight Angelton, he said, "Hey, Harry. Have you ever met a woman more terrifying than Vera?"
I'm pretty sure she already has the script for what's going to happen, and she just hasn't given us approval to read it yet.
Angelton replied in a dull tone while he followed along. "She's a noble. Isn't that what they all do?" Nero chuckled. "I'm a noble, and I can't play people like that." Angelton paused for a moment before replying, "Not yet, my lord. But in time, I'm sure you'll learn." His good mood ruined by such an ominous statement, Nero grumbled to himself, "I plan on sticking with my strengths, shock and awe. Having a plan is for people who know what they're doing." Sounding somewhat amused, Angelton replied, "As you say, my lord." Nero continued down the hallway, now intent on ignoring the annoying giant.